Baki looked over with increasing annoyance as the meeting of Sunagaku's advisory council went on. His growing frustration was mainly due to the tactless arguments, more like shouting, weren't arriving on any conclusive course of action. He tuned them out, instead choosing to focus on Temari's report of her brother's defeat. It was a shock of great magnitude to him when he had heard that Gaara had been soundly defeated. He shook his head mentally. Just great. We have a situation that requires us to act as quickly and decisively as we can, and these fools can't seem to agree on anything at all. It was quite fortunate that the sand had managed to work out a ceasefire with a leaf, but Baki knew that it was temporary at best. Konoha would not hesitate to retaliate if any of Suna's shinobi so much as scowled at them. Tensions were high, and Suna needed something to convince Konoha of their sincerity in drawing up a new alliance treaty. Baki cringed as he thought about the reports from the teams stationed at the Wind-Earth borders. More than average number of Iowa shinobi had been showing up. While not up to anything, Baki would bet anything that Iowa was testing their borders, looking for any weaknesses. In the worst-case scenario, Iowa would conquer Suna, which meant that they would practically be neighbors with Konoha. Given the history between those two countries, it could signal the start of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. With a sigh, he took a sip of his steaming tea to calm himself down a bit while still trying to think up of a way to regain Suna's military alliance with Konoha. Absently, he mentally recounted just how they lost. They invaded Konoha. Konoha forces were ready. Orochimaru attacked the Sandaime Hokage. Temari and Kankuro took Gaara into the forests, followed by the Uchiha. Gaara went crazy, unleashed Shukaku, stopped by a giant. The epiphany hit him with such force that he almost spat out the tea he was drinking. Almost scrambling for Temari's report, he flipped pages until he found what he was looking for. Gaara was cleanly and efficiently defeated by Uzumaki, or is it Namikaze? Naruto. There was the answer and the epiphany he was looking for. Namikaze Naruto, son of the legendary Yondaime Hokage. A child of the Hokage, savior of the leaf. Pieces of a plan rapidly came together in a mind, forming a picture that was not the best solution, but perhaps the only solution they had at the moment. He stood up, clearing his throat to gather everyone's attention. Honorable members of the council, some new facts have come to my attention, and I believe I have found a solution to our current problem. He had the undivided attention of some of the most politically powerful people in Suna. He could not afford to go back now, nor could he afford to make a single miscalculation. As you may all know, Iowa is currently testing out our borders. Our only solution to this problem is to somehow regain our alliance with Konoha. This is the only way we can buy enough time to recover from the loss of our forces. This is where our problem currently stands. How do we prove we won't betray Konoha again? A twinge of satisfaction rose up inside Baki as he saw the winces from several of the council members, reminding them that they had indeed betrayed Konoha, falling into Orochimaru's manipulations. Mutters were rising as the members considered his point. Baki took a deep breath and relaxed. The next statement was going to create tides. If I may have your attention once more, he spoke over the mutters, silencing them. I am not yet finished. Before having an alliance with us, Konoha had an unshakable with another village, the village hidden in whirlpools. We need to procure back that level of an alliance with our former ally. Yoshin, one of the more senior members of the council and one of the people who Baki actually respected for his relatively sensible arguments, spoke up. How do you propose we do that, Baki? Baki stared dead in his eyes. We follow the same procedure that they did, to achieve what they were able to achieve. Seeing some confused faces in the council, Baki elaborated. The alliance between Konoha and Uzushiogakure no Sato was sealed by a marriage between the Shodai Hokage and a woman named Uzumaki Mito. The alliance lasted for decades, until Uzushiogakure fell to the combined attack of Kumo and Iwa. We can use that tradition to regain our alliance, which might be stronger than our previous one. He was pleased to see that some of the members were actually thinking upon this. However, one of them stood up, almost foaming at the mouth. Hiroto Renji was someone who always made Baki wonder just how he managed to get on the council. He was a hot-headed person, exploding over the smallest of arguments and had none of the tact that was required to play the incredibly subtle game of politics. Also, he took utmost glee in pointing out faults at other members, while he himself never participated actively in any argument. Baki suspected that Renji feared looking too stupid. You can't possibly be serious. Like you said only moments ago, he sneered while saying, we need to recover our forces from the invasion. Which means, We need every shinobi we have. Why would we offer one in the first place, and why would they accept in the first place? Baki resisted the urge to rub his head at the moment. It would seem rather rude. I thought it was quite obvious, council member, that given the history between the two, Konoha cannot afford to have Iwa at their doorstep. Before Renji could blow up once again, another member spoke up, the slightest hints of irritation in his voice. Just what are you trying to tell us, Baki? Baki picked up the report written by Tamari of the fight that took place between Naruto and Gaara. I will summarize this for you, as you all don't have this and it would take a long time for everyone to read this. Tamari stated in her report that Gaara was, quote, soundly defeated, by a single genin, even after he had fully manifested his Biju. He almost rolled his eyes at the exaggerated reaction that followed. She states that Uzumaki Naruto, the aforementioned genin, could create water out of thin air and listen to this carefully, flashed to places faster than she could even begin to follow. He briefly put the report down to add his own point. When I say flash, I mean it in the literal sense, council members. He resumed from where he had left off. He then summoned a massive, dark blue fox of all things, with 7 tails, that was almost as large as Shukaku. Baki looked up again. Now, we don't know why Uzumaki has a summoning contract for foxes, so could it be that he is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Everyone turned to look at the council member who said this. Baki thought hard about how to reply. The speculation was actually quite considerable. Why else would someone be able to summon foxes? It could be, Baki carefully said, slowly as to emphasize the point, but we don't have any evidence to substantiate that speculation. I have to stress on this council member, do not hold on to that speculation. For all we know, the boy could have stumbled upon it by accident. As I said, there was nothing that pointed towards Uzumaki having the Kyuubi inside him. Not even a wisp of demonic chakra, as is the trademark feeling everyone gets when near a Jinchuriki. Baki was very uncomfortable with this topic, so he decided to move on. Moving on, a relatively recent report suggested that he is apprenticed to Jiraiya of the Sannin. They were both spotted traveling together through a town. Yoshin once again raised a valid argument. It could be that they were simply on a mission together. Nothing you say points towards the claim of being an apprentice. Baki conceded the point with a nod. Indeed, it could be that as well. But keep in mind that in the past, no reports have ever stated that Jiraiya-sama needed someone with him on a mission, given how powerful he is. Why would he allow anyone to travel with him unless they were being trained or taught by him? Also, he was highly proficient in Fuinjutsu, just like Jiraiya-sama is. Yoshino nodded thoughtfully and sat back. Baki continued with his previous statement. As I was saying, he seems to be apprenticed to Jiraiya-sama, and speaking of apprentice, I believe you are all aware as to who the last apprentice of the man was. Thankfully, everyone nodded. Baki rested his arms on the table. This was the crux of his argument. To those who were not present at the Chunin exams, which was everyone, excluding himself, Uzumaki Naruto has been revealed to the world as Namikaze Minato's only child. He dropped the bomb on them, waiting to see their reactions. And they were just like he expected them to be. Most of the members' jaws dropped in disbelief, some even choking on air. A few sensible members such as Yoshin were taking deep breaths, trying to force rational thought as to how this was possible. Renji was the only one who was shaking his head, whispering under his breath, "This can't be, this can't be." A member asked after regaining their wits. "Do you have any evidence to substantiate your claim?" The question was asked slowly, for the member still had difficulties believing the latest revelation. Baki wordlessly picked up his file again and flipped to the photo of Naruto. He then put up the file on the table in such a way that everyone would be able to see. It only took a moment for everyone to connect the dots. Yoshino shook his head in slight awe. "Looks like you were right, Baki. He really does look like his father." Baki added with a smirk, "Not only that, but he can use Hiraishin no Jutsu just like his father. But what does this have to do with us regaining our alliance?" Baki grinned as he put his proposal forward. "It should be quite obvious by now. We offer Tamari in marriage as a gesture of good faith on our part." Renji frowned. "Why Tamari? She is the daughter of our late Kage, and is quite skilled. Couldn't we offer someone less significant?" Baki looked at Renji, fully intent on shutting him up. "Believe me, council member, when I say this. If we are going to offer a marriage proposal to someone as important as Namikaze Naruto, we have to ensure that the person from our side is of equal status as him. Naruto and Tamari, Both are children of a cage. Any children that would result from their marriage would become formidable shinobi when they grow up. We can insert a clause stating that their eldest child must become the liaison for both of our villages after becoming a chunin. Baki could have said that their eldest child should be married back into Suna, but they were in no position to make any demands from Konoha. It was best to stay on the safe side and make him, her a liaison after becoming a chunin, or a dual citizen. Also, the news of the Namikaze having an heir would have probably reached Iwa by now. Given how much the son is like the father and how Iwa feared him, their safety could be guaranteed. Or, Iwa would probably try to assassinate Naruto before he became too powerful for their liking. But that was a risk they had to take. Regain the alliance, or face Iwa alone. The council pondered over Baki's proposal. It was more than enough to gain back their alliance. Perhaps Konoha was benefiting too much from this, but they had no choice other than to offer Konoha as much as they can. Like Baki, they came to the conclusion that they really weren't in a position to demand anything from Konoha. But they would have a powerful ally once again, with powerful shinobi in their command. Soon, everyone came to an agreement and the decision was made official. The offer was sent, proposing a marriage contract to the Konoha Council. All they had to do now was wait. XXXXXXX. What did you say? The yell echoed throughout the building, the rage in it clear for all those who hear it. Tamari gave her hottest glare yet to Baki, who was standing right in front of her and her siblings, doing his best not to show any nervousness or fear. Unsurprisingly, Kankuro found himself hiding from his sister's wrath, behind the back of his younger brother. The former was quite old. Kankuro had hid from his sister a number of times in the past, for he was quite scared of her. Whenever she got angry, he was her usual outlet for that anger, for neither of them dared to get close to Gaara. Only the spot to hide had changed. Ever since they had returned to their home, Kankuro had seen an incredible change in Gaara. Gaara had stopped threatening everyone who came in his sight, and wasn't radiating bloodlust constantly. Perhaps the best thing was that he hadn't killed once upon his return from Konoha. However, the one part that didn't change was that Gaara never got afraid of Tamari when she was enraged. Kankuro knew Gaara had no grasp of how to interpret certain feelings, but time heals all wounds. Anyway, the point was that his sister was enraged beyond all belief, and he was using Gaara as a human shield. Tamari was not in the best of moods as she stood in front of her sensei. Carefully reining in her anger, she managed to keep her voice steady as she spoke. "Why are you doing this to me?" Baki kept his face carefully neutral, trying not to show the pity he felt for his soon-to-be former student. Pity was the last thing Tamari needed right now. This reaction was not exactly unexpected. In fact, I was more worried about how Gaara would react. It's nothing short of a miracle he hasn't used sand burial on me already. He took a deep breath and began his explanation. This is a direct order from the council itself, Tamari. We need this to cement our alliance with the Leaf once more. Tamari grit her teeth, unwilling to just lose like this. So you will just offer me up like a lamb to be sacrificed? Wasn't there any other way? Baki shook his head sadly. I'm sorry Tamari, but there was no other way. Do you think this order would have gotten passed if there was? Tamari just wanted to scream her throat hoarse. So much injustice was being done to her, and she couldn't do anything about it. What was worse was that, they seemed to think she was the only one who could perform this duty, and they were right. Kankuro was too much of an idiot to do this, and the village would sooner sacrifice their shinobi than give up their Jinchuriki, never minding the fact that Gaara was a former blood-lusting psychopath, so there was a dense air of mistrust around him. She painfully reminded herself that a shinobi's duty is to endure and sacrifice for their village, no matter what the circumstances. I don't like this, but I know that I have to do my duty, sensei. Baki smiled sadly and nodded. That you do. Has my future husband been decided? Baki considered whether or not to tell her. However, before he could say anything, Gaara spoke up. I want to know as well, Baki. Okay, now there was no way to back out of this. Even though Gaara restrained himself greatly from killing anyone, in his sight, Baki was not going to take a risk. Gaara's newfound protectiveness for his siblings was apparent, and it was nothing short of a miracle that he hadn't killed Baki for giving his sister away to Konoha, just like that. Clearing his throat, he simply answered the question. Yes. He sweat a little when he saw 3 sets of eyes looking at him expectantly. One was pure curiosity, the other was curiosity mixed with suspicion, and the last one was impatience and rage, combined with acceptance. You can guess who they are. Temari tapped her foot in irritation. Well, out with it. Who is it? Baki took a deep breath. Here goes nothing. He is the same person who defeated Gaara. You may know him as Namikaze Naruto. Temari blinked, and blinked again. And blinked again. Her thoughts drifted back to her hot, make-out session with the blonde in the alley. She didn't realize it, but her face was slowly turning red enough to give Gaara's hair a run for its money. Baki frowned in concern. Temari, I see. I have a lot to think about, sensei. I'll see you later. Completely unlike her, Temari turned and hastily walked away, leaving a confused audience behind her. Baki had a puzzled expression. Temari never acted like this before. But then again, this situation is a first for her, so this might have prompted a new response as well. He turned to the other two. You two are dismissed as well. You best leave her alone for a while. This is a very big and sudden decision she has been forced to agree to. It's best if she gathers her thoughts for a while. With that, Baki left. Gaara turned to Kankuro, a very rare, confused expression on his face. Kankuro, do you know why Ne-san left? Kankuro shrugged in confusion. Even I don't know Gaara. You can never know what's going on in women's heads. XXXXXXX. Temari hastily made her way to the training ground that was reserved only for the case cages. However, as the children of a cage, they got access to it without any problem. She made her way to her favorite spot, on the lowest branch of one of the few trees that were in the training grounds. She climbed onto the branch, and finally let out the giggle she had been keeping inside her. It's so surreal. I mean, what are the odds? I never imagined that this would happen. The giggles receded and a soft smile to its place as she gazed at the setting sun. She still couldn't wrap her head around it. She was going to get married to Naruto of all people. The same Naruto who she had feelings for, and had only grown from the time she had come back to Suna. In all honesty, she never thought that she could form a relationship with him as much as she wanted to, and she pretty much believed that he thought the same. She was of Suna and he was of Konoha. But it was almost as if the universe wanted to prove both of them wrong, but for the good. Then the confusion and hesitance hit her, with a pinch of insecurity. Was she really ready to get married? No. Granted, she did have, dare she say, strong feelings for the blonde, but were they strong enough that she could happily live with him as a permanent partner? She didn't know that. Was she ready to make this sort of commitment so early in her life? Her feelings for Naruto and her duty as a kunoichi of her village were making her thoughts nothing less than a mess. Would Naruto be happy that he would have to spend his whole life bonded to her as her husband? What if he isn't happy? She groaned as she rubbed her head, trying to make some sense out of the mess that was her mind. In an attempt to block out the incoming headache, she diverted the train of thought to the political implications of the marriage. She was the daughter of the Yondaime Kazekage, and Naruto was the only son of the Yondaime Hokage, arguably the most dangerous man the Leaf had ever produced, and it was clear as drinking water that Naruto was well on his way to claim that title for himself. The marriage between two children of two cages was sure an effective way to cement an alliance between two villages. Not only that, but her interest in Naruto had led her to attempt to study his background when she was back in Suna. Shocked was an understatement, to say the least. She had known that Naruto went by the surname of Uzumaki, so she researched that first. Interestingly, that was the name of the clan that was cousins with the legendary Senju clan, and allies of Konoha. The Uzumaki clan lived in Uzushiogakure no Sato, the land hidden in whirlpools. But it was wiped out in the last war, with the combined efforts of Kumo and Iwa. But apparently there was a survivor, who made it to Konoha and married the Yondaime to give birth to Naruto. Of course, since there was only one survivor, the clan was then given a seat in the council, as a gesture of the friendship they used to have with the village. Which meant that Naruto was now the sole heir of the Uzumaki clan, soon to be head, because of undoubtedly making Chunin. Another shocking fact was that Naruto was the head of two clans, not one. It was no secret that the person who becomes a Kage, his name is automatically granted clan status. In essence, Naruto was the soon-to-be head of Namikaze clan as well. He would become a very powerful figure in village politics, with two clan seats backing him. That was a lot of power and responsibility for a single person. She thought with some relief that he would have her to share the responsibilities. He wouldn't have to be alone in that. Finally her thoughts took a turn that was long coming. Her face turned red as she suddenly thought about the implications of her marriage to Naruto. More specifically, what they have to do on their wedding night. Temari's entire face went the shade of Gaara's hair red. She recalled what they had done in the alley that night, her and Naruto. The places his hands had touched. She let out an embarrassed squeal as she put her face in hands. Why was she getting so embarrassed? It didn't make any sense. In the end, her thoughts came to this. While she was happy that she was getting to marry someone like Naruto and not some snob, like the Uchiha, she wanted to see if the bond that was there between them had the potential to grow stronger or not. Whether both of them were truly capable of loving each other or not. And she wouldn't say no to any more naughty things that happened between them along the way, that helped reinforce that bond. Nope, not at all. XXXXXXX. Tsunade watched amused, did Shizune, as both Naruto and Jiraiya quarreled like children. This was the first time she was seeing Naruto get so heated in an argument so childish such as this. Lame as hell, mind you. You are always going on and on and on, about how you're such an awesome shinobi. And yet, you got nailed by her perverted attack. You Ero Sennin, Urusai. The two of them were literally butting heads, teeth grounding audibly. Naruto was the first to back off, a smirk on his face. It felt good to act childish once in a while, especially when he is making fun of his perverted godfather. You know I'm right, Ero Sennin. You know Naruto, that's quite an apt nickname for Jiraiya, Tsunade chuckled in mirth. Jiraiya's head instantly dropped in depression. Naruto nodded graciously. In all honesty, I never really thought about it. It simply came out of my mouth at the moment. The journey back to Konoha had been covered in very high spirits. Tsunade finally had an air around her that felt like the Hokage she was about to become. Soon enough, the gates of Konoha came within their sight, the size of an ant. Jiraiya scoffed, HMPH. You people have no respect for me. He received 3 deadpan stares at the same time, causing him to chuckle nervously as he rubbed the back of his head. Naruto turned his head away, spotting the gates of Konoha in the distance. All of a sudden, a thought popped into his head, causing him to grin challengingly. Both Tsunade and Shizune noticed the grin, and knew a devious thought had just taken root in the crazy mind of Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, Ero Sennin. The call caused Jiraiya to almost cry at him in indignance, but stopped when he noticed the grin on that face. What's on your mind, Gaki? Naruto pointed his index finger in the direction of the gates. You can see them, right? The three of them had to squint a little, but nodded after a moment. We've reached. What about it? Naruto's smirk could have put almost every Anbu in Konoha on alert. Care for a race? Just you and me. Jiraiya laughed haughtily and said, Brat. You are 100 years too young to even challenge the like of me. But then he added with a cocky smile, but I wouldn't mind showing you just how inferior you are. Excuse me, an irritated voice cut into their challenge and both turned to face an annoyed Tsunade, her right hand cocked on her hip and foot tapping the ground in irritation. Shizune simply stood behind her, not knowing what to do. I hope you weren't planning to forget that we are here too. Naruto's face suddenly changed into a completely innocent expression, something that caused Tsunade to stiffen in guard. She rather preferred his devious expression rather than this. At least that look suited him. This look almost had her convinced that Naruto was a completely innocent boy. Oh no, not at all. Naruto denied with a shake of his head as he took off his backpack, holding it out to Tsunade, who raised an eyebrow in question. Naruto just put his hand forward. Just hold it for a second please. Tsunade begrudgingly took the backpack and slung it over her right shoulder, only because the brat said please though. She was confused when Naruto then walked around her so that he was standing right behind her and Shizune. You are a part of this race as well. In fact, he slung his hands over the shoulders of both of them, you both are the referees. With that, he flashed them to the marker he had put on the gates of Konoha. Naruto turned to Jiraiya, who shook his head and said, Tsunade will beat you into the ground for not warning her. Naruto waved dismissively, she won't. Even if she attempts to do that, she's way too slow to catch someone as fast as me. Also, a shinobi must always be on guard. Jiraiya snorted but said nothing. He liked this characteristic of Naruto. The kid didn't give a damn about who wanted to beat him and had the balls and skills to pull off such a stunt. He picked up a pebble and bounced it in his hand. You ready? Naruto came to stand beside him, having deactivated the resistance seals for this. Ready when you are. Jiraiya flicked his finger, sending the pebble flying into the air. The both tensed as it neared the ground, and as soon as it touched the ground, they both disappeared. Tsunade and Shizune blinked as they suddenly found themselves standing right at the gates of Konoha. The gate guards, Azumo and Kotetsu, blinked in shock as they found themselves suddenly staring at one of the legendary figures of Konoha. Senju Tsunade was not only considered the strongest kunoichi in the elemental nations, but also the most beautiful as well. And right now they found themselves scared, for her beautiful face was angry as hell. Tsunade clenched her fist and snarled, "That brat didn't even give me a warning and forcing me into this petty race." However, her rant was cut off as two dust clouds rapidly made their way to her position. Remembering why Naruto had sent her here like this, she grudgingly kept an eye on them, ready to see who was winner. Both figures shot past her right into the village, leaving a surprised Tsunade and Shizune. They had both seen who was the winner. Of course, there was little doubt. Jiraiya huffed as he tried to catch his breath, looking at an equally huffing Naruto. The brat had almost beat him. His reflexes were as scary as ever, for Naruto had dashed as soon as the stone was a millimeter above the ground, with Jiraiya immediately dashing after. If not for the flex of his chakra near the end, he would have totally lost. Would you look at that? Jiraiya almost lost to a 13-year-old. Both of them turned to see a smirking Tsunade walking up to them, carelessly throwing Naruto's bag at him. Jiraiya looked away petulantly, "But I didn't. Also, I was carrying extra luggage." Naruto slung his bag, "I will concede to my defeat. You are better than me, Ero Sennin, for now at least." Jiraiya's triumphant smirk faltered at the end of Naruto's sentence. Of course, he planned on taking the brat on a training trip sometime later, and he had no doubts that Naruto would surpass him. Naruto faced the three of them. "All right, my mission finishes over here. I'll report tomorrow morning for debriefing, Ba-chan. Enjoy your walk of fame, Hokage-sama," he added teasingly before disappearing in a flash. Tsunade's eye twitched in irritation, before a small smile of fondness came onto her face. He may look like his father, and even act like him most of the time, but he sure has his mother's moments as well. With that, they made their way to the Hokage Tower. Naruto wasn't wrong. People were not discreet at all when they saw two of the Sannin walking together, one of which had returned from an absence of almost a decade and a half. Tsunade found herself smiling against her will as she gazed upon the home of her precious people once again. People were smiling in relief, after seeing two powerful shinobi of Konoha walking through the streets. Things were still a bit shaky among the civilians, but Tsunade's appearance might cause them to settle back down, Jiraiya mused. As they reached towards the Hokage's tower and in a few minutes, the Hokage's office, Tsunade found herself having an epiphany. It hit her that she really had missed her sensei. Jiraiya saw this and allowed her a few moments to collect herself. Tsunade took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. When she was ready, she raised a slightly shaking hand and knocked the door 3 times. "Enter." The same, raspy old voice that she had heard since her genin days, full of wisdom, gave the command. Tsunade opened the door and was greeted with what she should have expected, but still filled her with a strange amount of relief and nostalgia. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting at the Hokage's desk, doing paperwork. His eyes lifted up and widened in surprise. He slowly put down his writing brush, and stood up, never wavering his eyes from Tsunade. When he spoke, his voice conveyed suffering and relief, at the same time. Tsunade herself was finding it hard to rein in her tears. It hit her once again. If it hadn't been for Naruto, Hiruzen would not have been standing here right now. He would either have been in a hospital or worse, buried in a grave, 6 feet under the ground. "I'm back, sensei," Tsunade said as she gave the old man a watery smile. It seemed that she had missed him more than she had thought. Sarutobi was more than just a sensei to her. He had been more like a father to all of her team. He nurtured them with his own 2 hands. He might have been tough as hell, but at the end of the day, he treated Team 7 like his own children. To her surprise, he laughed hard, and Jiraiya and the Anbu in the room stared open-mouthed, for that was the heartiest laugh they had heard from the Hokage in years. Finally, when he stopped laughing, he said, "I'm so happy to see you back, Tsunade." He gave the signal to his guards to give them some privacy. Once they had left, he sealed the room completely. He then walked around the table and pulled out his secret stash of sake from the fake compartment in his drawer. He took out 3 cups and poured all of them a drink. He winked as he handed them the sake. "I normally restrain myself, but I believe this occasion calls for some celebration." Tsunade smirked as she took her cup, followed by Jiraiya. They clinked their cups together and drank it all in one gulp, with Tsunade giving it an approving nod. Nice sake, Hiruzen smirked. Being Hokage has privileges, you know. Jiraiya sighed happily as he refilled and drank once again. I should have invited the Gaki to drink with us. After all, he winked at his teammate, he performed his first S-rank mission quite impressively. Hiruzen made a sound of realization. Ah yes, we should have called him. To celebrate his first successful mission as a Jonin, that too S-rank. I knew I made a correct choice in promoting him. I want your report on this, Jiraiya. I know Naruto's will reach to me by tomorrow morning. Jiraiya nodded, will do, sensei. Tsunade frowned, how do you know that his report will reach you tomorrow morning? He said that in front of us, not you. Hiruzen smiled, it has been his habit ever since he started doing missions. He always gives in his report a day after the mission is completed. A very peculiar habit though, if I do say so myself. I never quite found out the reason why. He walked around his table, however, he has been very consistent, so I have no reason to doubt that he wouldn't deliver it tomorrow morning. Before they could continue catching up and discussing about Naruto, there was a knock at the door. All three of them gave the door an annoyed look, before Sarutobi put his sake away, sitting back on his chair. Tsunade and Jiraiya stood in front of his desk, as there were no chairs for them to sit on. Hiruzen unsealed the privacy seals and called his Anbu back. Once they were back in their positions, he gave the order. Enter. Hiruzen and Jiraiya were able to keep their faces blank, however Tsunade's tongue soured as she took in the arrivals. The elders, Homura and Kaharu, had been her least favorite people when she was a genin and chunin under her sensei. She schooled her expression as they bowed to her. Welcome back, Tsunade-sama, they bowed. Even though the respect was shown, she still considered them highly annoyed. A pair of old, senile fools completely set in their ways of thinking. They were also quite assertive, wanting their opinion to be the only decision there is, despite of them only being advisors to the Hokage. They also believed that they knew best, if she remembered correctly. She would have to talk to Sensei about doing something about them. They should have retired quite some time ago. They looked above from their bow and then turned their attention to the Hokage, completely ignoring the other Sannin in the room. Of course, Jiraiya had no problem in returning the favor. He never liked them in the first place, and they fell from his eyes even more when he heard from Hiruzen just how vocal they had been against Naruto's promotion to Chunin, let alone Jonin, even if he was deserving. Hokage-sama, now that Tsunade-sama is here, perhaps we should brief her on the recent happenings and news from Sunagaker. Homura's suggestion earned a nod from Hiruzen and a questioning eyebrow from Jiraiya and Tsunade. Hiruzen took out a scroll from his drawer and handed it to his successor. I want to hear what your thoughts are on this, Tsunade. Jiraiya moved closer to Tsunade to read over the contents of the scroll. Both their eyebrows rose in surprise and incredulity as they finished reading it. Shocked looks were sent to the old Hokage, who sighed and said, I have already given my approval to this. They made an offer that would have been otherwise foolish to refuse. Jiraiya pulled Tsunade to the side to whisper to her, this is ridiculous. They can't do this to a clan head, can they? Tsunade's eyes widened a bit at that. She had forgotten that after becoming Jonin, Naruto had essentially become clan head to Uzumaki and Namikaze clans, in all but official capacity. She grudgingly said, he hasn't been officially appointed as such and has yet to take his seat at the council. This wouldn't have been possible if he had been clan head in official capacity without his permission, but since he's not, it could be, sorry, has been done. He can't refuse the order of the Hokage, Jiraiya. Jiraiya frowned, obviously not liking the notion that his sensei dictated the life of his godson like this. Naruto would now have to marry someone from another village for his duty. He would never get a shot at love on his own. But like Tsunade said, Naruto was not in any capacity to refuse. Tsunade did not like this as well. She had slowly taken a liking to Naruto on their way back to Konoha, and she saw what kind of a person Naruto was. He did not deserve to be treated like this. She racked her brain, trying to see the positive side to this. After a few moments, a stray thought caused her to back up and a small smile formed on her face. She faced the Hokage and the elders. The full council has agreed to this. Hiruzen nodded in affirmative. The elders nodded as well. Hi. Her smile turned into a small grin. She needed to double-check if her sensei had thought this through from all angles or not, before making his decision. Does the council also believe that Suna is aware of Naruto's heritage? Hiruzen frowned and looked at Jiraiya in confusion, who cursed mentally and gave him an apologetic look. He turned back to Tsunade. It seems that Jiraiya forgot to tell you what happened in the Chunin exams, Tsunade. Naruto publicly announced his heritage. It is safe to assume by now, all the elemental nations know just who Naruto is. Tsunade gave an annoyed look to Jiraiya, who rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Deciding that she would deal with him later, she asked them her next question. Then am I to assume that the council has also thought about the domestic ramifications of Naruto's marriage? Her grin widened when a look of confusion passed among the elders, Jiraiya and her sensei. However, Sarutobi's eyes widened as he caught onto the meaning of her question. An expression passed over his face as he viciously cursed himself for not thinking about this sooner, but then a grin passed over his face when he realized what it meant for Naruto. Jiraiya was a little slow to catch up, but then too grinned when he came to the same realization as her and sensei. The elders still hadn't caught up to them. Koharu spoke for both of them. We're not sure what you mean, Tsunade-sama. With a smirk worthy to match Naruto's indeviousness, she explained. When Naruto marries, he will officially have claimed his position as the head of both Namikaze and Uzumaki clans. Meaning he will inherit everything from both of those clans including funds, property and land in those clans, possessions. That also includes the seats of both the clans on the council. Surely you realized this before sending the reply. The faces of both the elders had dropped in dismay. They never realized that by marrying off Naruto, they were pushing for him to become clan head for two clans. How could they have overlooked something as important as this? Hiruzen was enjoying the looks on the faces of his former teammates' faces. To add into their dismay, he added with a chuckle, of course, I should have realized this when I appointed him as a Jonin. Homura's and Koharu's faces showed horror by now. They had completely overlooked the fact that a person becomes eligible for head of clan position upon becoming a Chunin or Jonin. They were too biased against Naruto, too focused on trying to keep him under their control that they lost sight of other things. They should have realized this the moment Hiruzen appointed him a Jonin. Naruto was already clan head long before this discussion was taking place. It just needed to be officialized. Hiruzen looked entirely too amused. It seems you need a moment, Homura and Koharu. Perhaps you would like to step outside the room. Me and my students have a few things to catch up on. The elders walked out of room in a daze. The three of them finally let loose their chuckles, or in Jiraiya's case, laughter. Jiraiya said as he calmed down, it's about time someone taught them a lesson. Hiruzen smirked as he looked at his student, looks like I made the right choice in choosing my successor. You know you're worthy if you are able to outsmart them. However, the atmosphere turned serious when Jiraiya brought up another concern. However, we must not overlook the consequences of Naruto revealing his heritage. Hiruzen and Tsunade immediately caught on to what he was saying. The former had been worrying about this for a long time. Minato's enemies now had a new target to focus on. If they couldn't get revenge on the Yondaime, they would take it out on their son. XXXXXXX. Naruto had flashed to his apartment and immediately disassembled his backpack. After taking a very satisfying hot water shower in his bathroom, he cooked himself fish, rice and eggs. Preservative seals were oh so awesome. After he finished his meal, he sat on the couch and put on a movie. He wondered on what to do. After finishing an S-rank mission, it was mandatory for the shinobi to at least take a week of leave, maximum 2 weeks. However, Naruto knew he was quickly going to get bored of doing nothing for a week straight. He mentally recounted what he couldn't do. He was in no mood to work on seals right now. Training was out of the question, because he had just returned from a mission. He had nothing to read, and he had no video games, for he was firm of the belief that they rot your mind. You sure are acting like a brat right now, you know, came the voice from within. Naruto rolled his eyes. Not all of us can sleep on a whim like you, Kurama. You are sleeping almost all the time when you have nothing to do. Naruto heard a scoff. Whatever brat, what I want to say is you could seek your pineapple-headed friend for a game of shogi. Good exercise for your feeble, human mind. Naruto ignored the insult as he thought about the suggestion. It was not bad at all, and he would have fun teasing Shikamaru about his added duties as well. He got up from the couch and went to his room to change clothes. A minute later, he emerged in something casual. A dirty white, long-sleeves t-shirt folded to his elbows, with dark blue jeans. Over the t-shirt, He wore a black shirt with buttons opened, sleeves folded till elbows. The necklace Tsunade had given him hung out of his t-shirt. All in all, he looked as cool as a breeze. He stepped outside of his building and began a slow walk, having located the chakra signature of his friend in the training ground 10. He allowed his feet to carry him as he thought about the possible changes that could happen now that Tsunade was back. On the way back, Jiraiya had once told him that Tsunade had once asked Sarutobi permission to start a medic training program. However, it was wartime, and there weren't enough shinobi to spare for the training program, not to mention the lack of interest on the part of many shinobi. So lost he was in his thoughts that he failed to notice the appreciative looks from the female population that were being sent in his direction. Girls that were 8 to 9 years old were blushing while looking at him, while the girls his age were shamelessly checking him out. But again, he was too lost in his thoughts to really notice that. He was about to turn towards the training grounds when he sighed. This was getting boring very fast. Come out, Konohamaru, I won't tell you a second time. As soon as he had shouted, a brown-haired boy darted around the corner, and came running over to him. Naruto Ni-chan, play ninja with me. That earned him a harsh finger flick, right in the center of the forehead. Konohamaru yelped, immediately rubbing the spot. Naruto looked at his unofficial charge with some amusement. Konohamaru wanting to play ninja with him was a common request by now. But since today was a day on which Naruto had nothing to do, why not give a few life lessons to the kid? Teach him the real meaning of being a ninja. Konohamaru was immediately indignant. What was that for? I won't be playing ninja with you today, Konohamaru, came the bored reply. Then he frowned. Also, aren't you supposed to be in the academy right now? Indeed, it was only noon right now, so the young Sarutobi should have been having lunch in his class. Konohamaru crossed his arms and pouted, Iruka-sensei's lessons are very boring. Naruto let out a small chuckle, you aren't wrong in saying that. However, his face adopted a stern expression, that excuse is not enough for you to skip classes. They are teaching you things that will allow you to survive as a shinobi. Even I found those classes dreadfully boring, but I always followed what was going on. No need to tell the kid that he skipped quite a few classes himself because of his stupidity act. Of course, he had also been way ahead of his class. Also, you should start training seriously instead of playing ninja in your free time. It is never too early for a shinobi to start training on chakra control. Konohamaru frowned, does this mean you will no longer play ninja with me? Naruto sighed, trying to decide how to best explain this. He looked around, thoughts running wild, when he spotted the Hokage monument. An idea sprang into his head, and without giving any warning to the kid, he grabbed his shoulder and flashed away. Konohamaru blinked when he suddenly found himself standing over the head of the Yondaime. He shrieked and backed off, only to collide with something solid. Turning back, he saw the face of Naruto, looking over the village. Being a ninja is not a game, Konohamaru, Naruto said softly, looking into the eyes of his charge. Sure, kids can play, but in the world that we grow up, it is best not to treat it as a game. He sat down, pulling the kid down with him. Konohamaru sat beside his idol and frowned, not understanding what Naruto was trying to say. What do you mean, Naruto Ni-chan? Naruto did not look away from the village. Let me ask you something, Konohamaru. What do you think it means to be a shinobi? Konohamaru opened his mouth to answer, and stopped. He thought really hard, something he very rarely did. It was obviously a question that had a deep answer. He thought and thought, but the answer was lost to him. To be a shinobi means to endure. A shinobi is the one who can follow or lead others into any darkness and work together to overcome that darkness and make it out the other side. A shinobi walks towards danger when everyone else is running away. That is because it is the duty of a shinobi to look at any foe and say, bring it. That is because shinobi exist to protect those who can't protect themselves. Naruto recited the same answer that Gigi had given to him years ago. The answer had a deep and profound effect on him. It was one of the main reasons he pushed himself so hard every day to get strong, so he could protect his loved ones. He hoped it would have the same effect on Konohamaru. The said boy was deeply thinking about Naruto's answer. He had never thought like that, always thinking it is a game, that being a shinobi meant to throw cool jutsu around. He had never imagined there would be such a deep reason behind what being a shinobi meant. Only one thing came to his mind right now. Why are you telling me this? Your grandfather almost lost his life in the invasion. The words were like a splash of cold water down Konohamaru's spine. The announcement filled him with dread, which was visible in a violent shiver on the outside. What? How? Naruto gave an expressionless look to the boy. He acted like a true shinobi. I told you, didn't I? Being a shinobi is not a game, a Hokage less so. Konohamaru viciously tried to hold back his tears upon hearing the news of his grandfather. He had never known about this. Why was Naruto Ni-chan telling him all of this? To teach you a lesson, came the answer, almost as if Naruto had read his thoughts. I am telling you this to teach you a lesson, Konohamaru. You want to become Hokage, don't you? At the mention of his ultimate goal, Konohamaru hastily wiped his tears off. Why yeah, Naruto stood up, brushing his pants. Then start taking your training seriously. Not too much, though. Take ample time to rest and relax, so your body can appropriately recover as well. Eat healthy food in ample amounts, without hesitating. Just don't joke around when it comes to your duties as a shinobi, alright? Konohamaru stood at attention, determination coursing through him. Hi, Naruto Ni-chan. Naruto smiled and ruffled the boy's hair. Good, and if you need any help on how to properly train, don't hesitate to ask. Become a shinobi first, then I'll tell you what it means to be Hokage, alright? Konohamaru smiled and nodded. He would make his brother and grandfather proud of him, by becoming a true shinobi. Hi, Naruto Ni-chan. But don't you forget this, he pointed a finger at the blonde challengingly, we are still rivals for Hokage. Naruto chuckled, that's the spirit. Now let's get you back to the academy. He put a hand on Konohamaru's shoulder and flashed to the only person in the academy who had his Hiraishin seal on himself. XXXXXXX. Iruka sat annoyed at his desk as the lunch hour slowly came to an end. He had finished his lunch in the first 15 minutes, and spent the rest of the hour thinking about the latest menace of his class, the grandson of Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Konohamaru. The boy almost always made trouble for him, even more so than what Naruto did while he was in the academy. One would think that Iruka would have some experience in dealing with troublesome kids like Konohamaru because of having the resident prankster of Konoha as a former student, but no. Just as the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch hour, he almost fell on his back while sitting in his chair when two people appeared so suddenly in front of him. After recollecting himself, his eyes widened when he recognized the two people. The short one was easy because it was his rampant student, who had ditched class because he was too bored. The other one took a moment because Iruka had never seen Naruto look so cool. Naruto smiled and greeted his former teacher, brother figure. It had been a very long time since he had talked to Iruka. How's it going, Iruka-sensei? Well, if it isn't Naruto. Iruka was very pleasantly surprised to see his former, favorite student. It had really been a long time for both of them. Iruka-sensei, I'm just here to return Konohamaru in your care. Naruto gestured to his young shinobi in making, who was looking all kinds of depressed at being stuck in Iruka's boring lectures. Of course, sudden appearance of strangers was bound to attract the student's attention, who began to excitedly chatter. Naruto took note of this and gave an apologetic smile to Iruka. We'll talk later, okay Iruka-sensei. I won't be disturbing your class any more than they already are. With that, he vanished in a blue flash, leaving a dumbfounded Iruka to wonder that since when was Naruto capable of doing something like that. Naruto appeared back at the head of his father. Suddenly, he didn't feel like doing anything at all. Deciding to rest for a while, he laid down, using his jacket to cover his face from the sunrays. Maybe he would just laze around today. As he drifted off, he absently wondered if this is what Shikamaru felt every day. XXXXXXX. Sakura was humming the tune of her favorite song as she walked into Sasuke's hospital room. She had been daily checking up on Kakashi and Sasuke. Of course, that is not to say that she was still a hardcore fangirl. She had ditched those ways long ago, thanks to her blonde teammate. She still pined after him, hoping that he would someday accept her love. Over the course of the past few weeks, she had ample time to train and visit her sensei and teammate, though she missed the presence of Naruto. Team 7 had almost become a second family to her, and that family was incomplete, which left her feeling incomplete. She had gone to the Sandaime many times during the blonde's absence, to inquire when he would return. The old Hokage's answer had been the same every time, that Naruto was away on a very important mission for the village. Every time, she had returned home unsatisfied with his answer. She continued her visits to Kakashi and Sasuke, hoping that at least one of them would wake up and talk back to her. On that note, she had noticed something strange between Naruto and Sasuke. Ever since the second phase of the Chunin exams, Naruto had become a little more cautious when he was around Sasuke. It was understandable, given how Sasuke had viciously attacked him back in the forest, but Sasuke deserved the benefit of doubt, given the strange energy that had been coursing through him. What Sakura hadn't realized that she had unintentionally used the cursed seal as an excuse for what went wrong for Sasuke. While the situation in the forest certainly put the blame on the curse mark correctly, she wouldn't realize until it would be too late that she would slowly, but steadily, start blaming every aspect of Sasuke's negative behavior on the curse mark. She opened the door to Sasuke's room. She frowned when she saw two people that she didn't recognize. One was a white-haired man, rather tall and looked to be around 50 years old, leaning against the far wall of the room with his arms crossed, looking at the room's second strange occupant. She was a woman who looked to be in her late 20s, with her blonde hair in two pigtails over a green jacket with the kanji for gambler written on it. The woman was holding her hands near Sasuke's head, a green glow emanating from her hands which Sakura recognized to be medical chakra. "Always mind your surroundings, Sakura," came a voice from her behind. She spun around, eyes widened on being startled like that. Naruto was leaning on the side of the door such that anyone opening the door would see him the last. She put her hand on her chest, breathing heavily as she recovered from the shock. Earlier, she would have just punched him in the head for scaring her like that, but Naruto had made it pretty clear how he felt about that before their bell test. "Don't scare me like that, Naruto," she said, her heartbeat now back to normal. Naruto shrugged and started eating an apple that he pulled out from somewhere. "You should not drop your guard when entering a room," he advised while happily munching on the juicy apple. Nevertheless, she smiled and said, "It is good to have you back, Naruto." Naruto smirked and merely nodded in reply, his mouth full of apple. She then turned to the woman, but smiled wide when she saw that Sasuke was groggily waking up. She ran over to hug him, thoughts of other occupants in the room fleeing her mind. Naruto shook his head in mild disappointment as he finished his apple. He didn't understand why Sakura pined after the Uchiha so much when he didn't even reciprocate her feelings. He tossed the remains of the apple into the dustbin and walked over to the bed. "Now that pretty boy here is awake, I'd like to introduce some people." Sasuke glared at Naruto for his choice of words. To his credit, the blonde ignored him entirely. Sakura thankfully released him from the constricting hug and turned to him, confusion swimming in her green eyes. Naruto waved towards Jiraiya. "He is Jiraiya of the Sannin, the Toad Sage from MT. Myoboku, and don't you start it." The last part was said harshly to the white-haired man, who was about to start another one of his kabuki dances. "You ruined my introduction, Naruto." "No, you do that quite spectacularly yourself," Naruto muttered to himself before coughing into his fist, turning to Sakura. She had wide eyes as she looked upon one of the most powerful shinobi in the entire world. "It is an honor to meet you, Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya grinned at the respect he was given, not hearing Naruto's mutter, "Trust me, it's not." Naruto turned Sakura around with a hand on her shoulder, ignoring her protests of how she wanted to talk more to him. Naruto waved her protests away. "Don't worry. You'll be seeing a lot more of him in the future. Trust me on that." Sakura frowned disapprovingly at Naruto. But before she could voice it, Naruto introduced her to the woman in the room. "This lady here is Senju Tsunade, the slug Sannin and the one who woke Sasuke up from his coma." Sakura instantly had stars in her eyes as she was introduced to the strongest kunoichi in the elemental nations and the idol of all kunoichis in Konoha. "Tsunade-sama," she hurriedly bowed, "it is such an honor to meet you." She did not raise her head after the bow in the name of respect, though she was confused when Tsunade-sama suddenly spoke to Naruto. "See that brat? That is how you respect someone like me." Naruto snorted derisively, "Whatever you say, Granny." Only because she was in a hospital did she not punch the brat through the walls. While this was going on, Jiraiya was restraining his sniggers. Sakura was berating Naruto for disrespecting a Sannin and Sasuke was blankly looking at the bickering between his teammate and the ridiculously busty woman. "Seriously, look at the size of that. His hands would not even cover half. She is also our next Hokage." Naruto's voice broke Sasuke out of his rare, once in a while, perverted thoughts. Thankfully, no one had seen him gazing at the breasts of Senju Tsunade. Sakura frowned as she looked at the enormous bust of the blonde woman with slight jealousy. Then she self-consciously looked at her own chest. Her chest was nothing compared to that bust, and she doubted it ever would be. Then she backpedaled. Wait. What do you mean, next Hokage? Naruto elaborated. Sandaime-sama had sent me an arrow Sennin here. He pointed to the indignant sage. To retrieve her. He pointed at the annoyed blonde. To become the next Hokage when he steps down. Also, I brought her back so she could heal Sasuke and Kakashi. He turned to Sasuke. You're welcome, by the way. Sasuke glared at the slightly smirking blonde. He was acting way too cocky for his liking. He looked down at his hands, hating the weakness he was feeling right now. He clenched his fist as he thought about just how he ended up in this hospital. Tsunade sighed and turned to Naruto. I need to see you in the Hokage's office the first thing tomorrow morning, Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Is it a new mission for me? Tsunade mentally smirked. Oh, it's a mission all right. Outward, she said, you can think of it as a long-term mission. Naruto looked perplexed for a moment, then recovered, going back to his bored look. I just recently became a Jonin, you know. Wouldn't a long-term mission be more suited for someone with a little more experience than me in the field? Tsunade waved his worries away as she walked to the door. You wouldn't know how to handle a long-term mission if you don't try it. Besides, this mission is especially for you. Only you can do it. With those words, Tsunade left the room. Jiraiya coughed and walked towards the window. Perching on the windowsill, he turned and grinned at his apprentice. Yosh, Naruto, I'll leave you with your team to catch up a bit. Got some peep, sorry, research to take care of. With that, he was gone. Awkward silence reigned for a few moments, as neither one of them could figure out what to say. Sakura was the first to break the silence with a nervous chuckle. So, Naruto, can you tell us about your recent mission? Sasuke's head snapped up, remembering a piece of the conversation when Tsunade was in the room. You were gone with a Sannin, right? Naruto's bored expression betrayed nothing, but inside, he was curious. Why would Sasuke bring up that piece of the conversation? Yeah, actually, though he is nothing like you can imagine, I assure you. In fact, both the Sannin are nothing like you are probably thinking, Naruto smirked in a lazy way. Sakura was confused. What do you mean? Naruto chuckled as he stood up to leave. It's definitely not my place to say. You know how it is, whatever you learn on a S-rank mission is confidential information, reserved only for the Hokage. No need to tell them that he knew that Jiraiya was a pervert long before they went on the mission. Also, he had noticed that Sasuke was showing signs of irritation that Sakura hadn't managed to notice. Twitching of his left eye, clenching of fist as if a dam was waiting to burst. He figured it was best if he and Sakura left. He had a feeling that whatever was going on in Sasuke's head, it was not good. Perhaps we should leave Sasuke to rest, Sakura, he said in a tone that was more of an order than a suggestion. Fortunately, there were very few bits and pieces of fangirl left in Sakura to rebel against him. Sakura looked like she didn't want to leave her crush alone, but a look from Naruto made her decision. With one last look to Sasuke, who was looking down, seemingly lost in his thoughts, she walked out of the room. She looked behind her to see that Naruto had walked out behind her and closed the door. It's best if we leave him to his thoughts for a while. He has a lot to think about his encounter with his brother, was the offered explanation, with a look that told her to keep quiet about this. Sakura's eyes widened, but Naruto ushered her away. Naruto closed the door and locked it with a subtle click. He turned to look at Sasuke, who had looked up to lock eyes with him. The shadow clone he had sent out with Sakura would keep her away from the conversation they were about to have. Naruto walked and closed the windows, pulling the curtains over. He pressed his hand to the wall, and seals erupted from it, spreading in a graceful pattern. After ensuring no one would eavesdrop on their conversation, he pulled a chair and sat down beside Sasuke's bed. Thank you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It was rare for the Uchiha to initiate a conversation, even rarer for him to say such words. For what? For sending her away. She was beginning to get on my nerves, came the blank reply, but Naruto picked up the slight traces of annoyance. Both of them remained quiet for a while, lost in their thoughts, until Naruto spoke. It was rather commendable of you not to lose yourself back there, Naruto said with a tone of acknowledgement. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Did you get dumber or what? If I hadn't, I wouldn't be here right now. Naruto shook his head slightly. I'm not talking about your actions. I'm talking about the hiki on your neck. Its power is quite addictive, usually activated in the situations that you faced a few weeks ago. Very impressive that you did not. Sasuke grunted, not knowing how to reply to that. Silence descended upon them again, and this time, Sasuke broke it first. Back then, he began, causing Naruto to raise his head. I discovered just how much distance is between me and my brother. Naruto took careful note of the fact that Sasuke didn't sound angry, scornful at all. The tone was entirely blank, like he was simply stating a fact. And that worried him. The Sasuke Naruto knew would be burning with the desire for revenge in this situation. He would have done anything to get out of here, to bridge the gap between him and his brother by any means. Naruto knew Sasuke to be highly impulsive when it came to matters concerning his brother. Itachi was a name that rose the adrenaline levels in Sasuke faster than being in a fight. He wasn't allowed any more time to think because Sasuke's next question snapped him from his thoughts. Why was Itachi looking for you? Sasuke stared Naruto dead in his eyes. The kind of eyes that put Naruto on edge. Naruto carefully considered on how to answer. After all, this was Itachi they were talking about. You will find your answer if you remember the conversation we had before I left for my mission, Sasuke. He's after the Kyuubi, then. Naruto was surprised on the inside at how quickly Sasuke was able to connect the dots, but the surprise did not appear on his bored facade. He just nodded silently in reply. Not just the Kyuubi. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in question, but Naruto shook his head, clearly implying that he would not talk anymore on the subject. I'm starting to think this village can't help become as powerful as my brother. It was a mere mumble, something only meant for Sasuke's ears alone. But coupled with the silence of the room and Naruto's animalistic hearing, it was not discreet at all. For the first time in a long time, Naruto could honestly say he was truly shocked. He had just heard Sasuke contemplating on leaving the village, just to get more powerful, faster than what he was getting now. Sasuke was already a flight risk, but that was now nearing an edge that Naruto couldn't afford to tip. He had to stop this now. Everyone becomes powerful in their own pace, Sasuke. If you continue to forcefully push beyond the absolute limit, it will only result in a burnout. Naruto leant forward, and Sasuke froze when he looked into Naruto's eyes. They were frigid, freezing him in place, for he could not tear away his own. They reminded him of his brother's eyes, the same cold, detached, ruthless eyes. You think that this village should only cater to you and your needs? The question was clearly rhetorical, and was spoken barely above a whisper, but it was spoken with so much menace that Sasuke could not stop that shiver that violently passed through his body. Naruto, to Sasuke, had always been a laid-back guy who owned the word serious when the situation called for it. But this was a totally new side of the blonde that he was seeing right now. Make no mistake, Sasuke. The moment you put on the headband, the Hokage became the only person whose orders you have to ultimately follow. You now belong to the Leaf, before you belong to the clan. Every clan in Konoha obeys this rule. I don't see why you think you are an exception. Naruto's posture was very relaxed. He was leaning back in his chair, left ankle over right knee, elbows on the armrest, chin resting on hands, mouth hidden and only eyes visible. Yet, there was something in the air around him that screamed of danger. You brother was a gem, Sasuke. A one of a kind. People might hail you as a genius, but even genius has class. Your genius cannot be compared to your brother's. Itachi's level of genius is something that only occurs once in many generations. If you think you can progress at the same speed that your brother did, you are dead wrong. Sasuke finally found his voice, and it quivered with rage. Are you saying I will never be able to kill my brother? Naruto's answer was short and precise, conveying exactly what he needed and nothing more. Just not now, perhaps in a few years. Sasuke's rage only grew at the nonchalance of the answer. He hated when he wasn't taken seriously. Naruto stood up and walked over to the wall, laying his palm flat on it and disabling the seals on them. He turned to Sasuke, who looked only an inch away from snarling. I would stop that train of thought if I were you, Sasuke. Abandoning the village would give you nothing but a kill on sight order, he advised, causing Sasuke's rage to subside moderately, the Uchiha staring back at his hands with a blank gaze. Naruto turned back to Sasuke, causing the Uchiha to do a double take at the pleasant smile that adorned his face. It was as if he was back to his normal self, the previous second becoming a different person entirely. Well, Sasuke, get well soon. Naruto wished and was about to open the door to exit. If someone asked when he went back into Sasuke's room, he would just say that he forgot something and came to take it back. Naruto. The call stopped his hand on the handle. Removing it, he turned around and gave a questioning look to his former teammate. What would you do if I were to just run away? Naruto had to give credit to Sasuke to threaten his deserting so openly. Instead of answering the question, Naruto asked one of his own. You formed bonds when we were teammates, Sasuke. Bonds that were similar to the family that you once had. Ask yourself this, would you be willing to lose bonds like those a second time? Based on the widening of his eyes, Sasuke was totally unprepared for the question. Naruto made him realize just what Team 7 was to him now, making him doubt himself whether he could sever the bonds to just get revenge. Both their eyes snapped to the door when there was a click of the handle, before the door started opening. Naruto whispered to Sasuke, remember your friends, Sasuke. He was gone in a flash, the door swinging in the space where he was but a moment ago. A nurse appeared, looking concerned. Are you alright, Sasuke-san? I heard voices from your room. I was just talking to myself. Nothing to worry about, he assured the nurse. The nurse nodded and left, keeping the door open this time. Sasuke was still thinking about how Naruto had just outright threatened him. Not just that, but he had made it very clear that he was a very dangerous person. Sasuke hadn't even imagined or even dreamed that Naruto of all people had it in him to do it. Naruto made it clear that he would kill Sasuke if he had to protect Konoha. Sasuke glanced down in thought. He thought back to the conversation he had with Naruto before the blonde left for his mission. Naruto had bonds in this village, which he wanted to protect at all costs. Was that why he was so strong? Is that why he himself was not becoming as strong as he wanted to? Because he had nothing to protect. You have your friends, a part of his mind whispered at him. Sasuke frowned when he couldn't make sense out of his thoughts. One part of his mind whispered to him sweetly, saying that this village was only holding him back. Orochimaru had given him a way to get stronger, so he should take it. Another part of his mind said that he should remain in the village, grow stronger with his friends. He had already lost too many people, was he ready to lose more because of his desire for revenge? Or should he focus on revenge only? He didn't know which path to choose. XXXXXXX. Naruto came back from his daily morning run and made 3 clones to cook breakfast while he got refreshed for his meeting with the Hokage. After he was fully ready, he flashed right onto the roof of the Hokage tower, walking down rest of the way. He had been warned before not to directly flash into the Hokage's office, lest the Anbu mistake him for an enemy and kill him. He knocked on the door of the office and waited for the permission to enter. Once he heard Tsunade's voice from inside, he opened the door to find Tsunade standing beside the old man, who was seated in his chair. Looks like she is on a trial period until her official coronation, he thought as he closed the door behind him. Hiruzen and Tsunade straightened up a bit once they saw Naruto enter. He came to stand in front of them, expression bored but posture not as relaxed as to go hand in hand with his expression. He stood relaxed, but ready to act in an instant should any hostilities erupt. Tsunade felt quite bad for being one of the people to tell him that his love life was officially over before it even began. The kid didn't deserve it in her eyes. Hiruzen felt much worse than Tsunade, for he had been the one to make the decision to marry Naruto away without telling him. There were a few instances when he truly hated his position as the Hokage, for the decisions he had to make almost crushed his conscience with their weight. This was one of them. Naruto kicked off their conversation upon seeing the old folks weren't going to begin anytime soon. So, what's the mission? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow before turning to Tsunade with a questioning look. You told him it's a mission. Tsunade shrugged, it can be considered a long-term mission, can't it not? Hiruzen contemplated before shrugging himself. Well, you're not wrong. Anyways, he turned to Naruto with a most serious look on his face, making Naruto straighten on reflex. Naruto, first of all, I cannot express just how sorry I am to force you into this. I know there is no way I can ever earn back your trust and forgiveness after this. Naruto frowned in concern as he heard those words. He had never saw the old man look older than he really was. Plus those words rang alarm bells in his mind. Gigi had obviously done something that affected him in a very bad way and heavily blamed himself. So he did the only thing he could, steel himself and listen to whatever bad news the old man had landed him in. Perhaps he could still find a way out. What have you done? The words came out with more accusatory feeling than he intended, but they got the point across. Tsunade and Hiruzen flinched at the tone, and Tsunade, very slowly, took out a scroll from the desk drawer and held it out towards him. Naruto looked at the scroll with apprehension. Worst case scenario, they were kicking him out of the village for something he had apparently done. Then he would have to flee the village somehow and become a missing nin, who would then be on run from the Konoha hunter nin and Akatsuki. No pressure. He took it with calmness, without any show of fear, nervousness or anxiety. He opened the scroll and read it swiftly, his brain picking out the important sentences and points quickly. His first reaction was blankness. His mind went completely blank when he discovered that the scroll was a document stating that he was getting married to Sabaku no Tamari from Suna. He was getting married, at 13 years of age. It was a surreal thought. Then his mind shifted to anger. Deep, unadulterated anger at the fact that the old man had just given him away like that, without asking for permission. It was completely uncalled on his part, not to mention, illegal. You can't just do that to clan head without asking for his permission. Clan business was serious business, so serious that even the Hokage only interfered when only absolutely necessary. Also, the old man had shot his chance at love with Tamari like it was something he did every day. Was it not enough for him to have ruined his childhood? Then his mind caught up with his most recent thought. The old man had offered him in marriage to Sabaku no Tamari. The same Tamari, who wielded a huge fan, impressive wind style, badass attitude and the absolutely fabulous body, including those creamy, never-ending long legs. The same one. After his brain finally caught up with the facts, the final reaction followed. Joy bubbled inside him like lava in a volcano, but he used all the mental strength that he had garnered over the years to cap that from showing on his face. Still, some memories escaped from his grasp, such as his first ever make-out session, causing a noticeable blush to spread over his cheeks. He was getting married to the person he genuinely had feelings that had only grown for. Not just any girl. Hiruzen and Tsunade frowned in concern at his silent reaction, but confusion replaced that when they saw a blush spread over his cheeks. Why was the boy blushing? Something the matter, Naruto? Tsunade's question made Naruto look up at them, scroll suddenly forgotten in his hands. He had the perfect look of a kid with his hand caught in a cookie jar. Eyes wide, cheeks reddening with a blush and mouth open. Tsunade had her eyes slightly narrowed as she spoke to the younger blonde. Are you alright? Naruto, for the first time in a long time, was short of a response. He couldn't think of what to say, and felt extremely awkward. He coughed into his fist. Ahem, yes, I'm fine. It's just that, I never expected this to happen. However, Tsunade's instincts to those sort of reactions were long honed over the years, thanks to having a teammate such as Jiraiya. She immediately knew that Naruto was hiding something big. He looked like he had past interactions with the daughter of the Cage. How does she know, you ask? Let's call it a woman's intuition. With an authoritative tone that Hiruzen would honestly say sounded like a mother suspicious of her child, Tsunade asked, no, commanded. I know you're hiding something, you ball of trouble, so spill. Naruto sputtered indignantly, I'm not a ball of trouble. Trouble knocks my door, not the other way around. Tsunade was now starting to get irritated. Don't change the topic, mister. What are you hiding? Naruto looked at the irritated face of Tsunade, and the morbidly curious face of his surrogate grandfather, and pondered on what to say. The fact that they were watching him like hawks was not helping at all. His mind raced over excuses that popped into his head, each being discarded in an instant. Damn it, what happened to the training of looking innocent after a prank? Naruto mentally sighed and looked away, mumbling something too low for the other two to hear. Tsunade cupped her ear. What did you say? We've met. Instantly, Tsunade knew that the answer was both true and false. True, because his defeated expression at her prodding was crystal clear, and false, because his blush said something else that he was not saying. Oh no. You are not getting away like that. I knew you did something more. What is it? Naruto looked very surprised that she somehow knew he was hiding something, and wondered if all the women were like this, knowing that something was being consciously hidden from them. He absently wondered if he would ever be able to hide something from Tamari when they would get married and start living together. We might have. The rest was said in an incomprehensible mumble. For all his age and years as a Hokage, Hiruzen was dumbfounded to see such a sudden change in one of his shinobi. Naruto just went from a completely confident ninja to a shy, embarrassed one. He wondered if Naruto really had something big to hide, or was he just embarrassed at being married away at such a young age. Tsunade's patience had just about reached its end. She walked up to Naruto and grabbed his collar, shaking him like a rag doll. Will you man up and just say it? Or do you enjoy keeping people in the suspense? Tell us or I'll really punch you into the next week. We have kissed, okay. The answer caught both of them off guard. Tsunade, for one, was not expecting this at all. This was something that was so entirely out of the blue that she was shell-shocked. Her grip on his collar loosened, and she stepped back, mouth open and eyes wide, unable to form a word. To hear that Naruto, the boy that she thought was as oblivious as his father used to be, had had a short-term, but romantic relationship with a girl, the same girl who her sensei had now given Naruto away to, was too much. She simply couldn't make sense of anything right now. The coincidence was almost like an act of fate. Hiruzen, on the other hand, was no better off. He had never, in his wildest thoughts, imagined that Naruto apparently had been in a relationship with the Kasage's daughter. He then realized that Naruto could only have met Temari when the Sand siblings came here for the Chunin exams. He had always thought that Naruto was a serious child, dedicated to becoming stronger so that he could protect what was precious to him. He would have never thought Naruto might actually put time aside for some romance such as this. However, learning that Naruto already liked the selected bride, a great deal of weight was pulled off from his shoulders. He almost sank into his chair in relief like a melting ice cream. Finally, Naruto looked suspiciously at the other two in the room. It was clear who was the one who actually came up with this idea, but was it really that hard to believe that he had been in a temporary soon-to-be permanent romantic relationship? But then again, it was from the point of view of a third person. Maybe the reaction was to be expected. Right now though, he needed to get out of here. Can I leave? The question managed to snap the other two into attention. Before they could reply, Naruto had already flashed back to his apartment. There was silence for a few moments, broken then by Tsunade's chuckles. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at her, silently asking her why. Tsunade replied, who would have thought that the brat actually had a relationship with a girl? And you are marrying him off to the same girl? Hiruzen nodded, too relaxed right to speak. He was just glad that Naruto already had a relationship with the girl, so this won't be too tough on him. XXXXXXX. Well, that was a surprise. Naruto was sitting on the head of his father, looking over the village in the night. This was his favorite place to come whenever he wanted to think in silence. Right now, he had a shit-eating grin on his face. Damn right, it was. I hate to say this, but it was almost like an act of fate. I guess we should just leave it at that. Neither you nor I are capable of truly knowing just how this happened. Naruto shrugged. True. However, this is surreal that I'm getting married at such a young age, when I should be focused on getting stronger. But I'm glad that it happened with Temari. We both are. Speaking of getting strong, you need to get back into training. I want you to master my first tail by the end of this week. You've had enough rest. You got it, Kurama. Although, I wonder how Temari will be reacting to this piece of news. I'm sure she's just as overwhelmed as you are, Naruto. Perhaps more so than you. I'm wondering how Gaara would react, though. Naruto raised his eyebrows, whistling. Damn, you're right. Perhaps I should be worried about both of their reactions. Her brother though, he is a barrel of laughs. A loud snort echoed through his mind. You're right about that. When you really look at it, he really is just a boy in his sister's makeup, playing with dolls. This time, Naruto was the one who snorted. How do you know he wore Temari's makeup? Would any self-respecting male confess to having a makeup kit? Single quote ellipsis ... Fair point. Naruto thought back to what he had read on the document, and automatically a grin curled up on his lips. The thought of marrying Temari, tasting those lips again, for the rest of his life. Hiruzen was just wrapping up his work in his office. Tsunade was to be announced as the Hokage tomorrow, so it had been a very busy day for him, not to mention giving Naruto the good news. He was about to shunshin to his clan compound when he heard it. Yahoo! Oh. It suspiciously sounded like a person he was used to seeing. A week passed after the good news, without anything interesting happening, except Tsunade officially becoming Hokage. Naruto had put his week off to good use to train and after that, started taking missions. In fact, he fully took advantage of the privileges that became available to him after his promotion to Jonin. He was allowed to take missions of higher rank, and after taking a bit of advice from Kakashi, who had experience in the Young Jonin department, he started out with high C rank to mid B rank. So far, he had completed 5 missions, 1 each day, 2 high C rank, 2 mid B rank and 1 high B rank. The last one was actually supposed to be a mid B rank, guarding a wealthy wine merchant and his 2 friends in their journey from Konoha to the land of vegetables. Naruto was at first quite surprised that they made use of horse wagons. One was for the merchant and his friends, the other for their goods. The merchant was at first skeptical that there would only be 1 ninja to guard them, but Tsunade had convinced them that Naruto was more than qualified for this mission. Naruto sat on top of the second wagon in their journey. At halfway point, it seemed that this mission would be completed without any problem, and to Naruto's regret, any fight. However, as the saying goes, don't provoke the universe. It turned out that when they were about to enter no Kuni, they were ambushed by a ninja. More specifically, a missing nin. Amatsu Isshin was a high B rank missing nin from Kurigakure. Apparently, he had been hired to take out the merchant by a rival, or at least, that's what he said in his monologue when he was standing in front of the wagon. Poor guy never even saw Naruto coming, for the blonde's flash step was fast enough to catch Kakashi off guard. This guy stood no chance at all. He had just finished his monologue and moved to attack when his head was cleanly cut off from his body by Naruto using a kunai coated with wind chakra. Naruto had been ready to dispose of his body when he had paused, and took out his bingo book. He had smiled when he saw the missing nin's entry on a page for 120,000 ryo. Of course, his mission pay was relatively higher, and had been bumped up because of Isshin, but extra cash hurt no one. The client had been incredibly relieved and pleased, with him and his friends repeatedly thanking Naruto for saving their lives. Naruto had told them about the change in mission parameters, and the cost following it. Fortunately, they had offered no resistance against paying more. They wanted to repay him in any way they could, so Naruto just collected the extra money in payment. It had taken them a total of 38 hours to reach their destination. After getting their signature that the mission was complete and wishing them good luck in their endeavors, Naruto double-timed it back to the village, making just 1 stop at a bounty station to collect Isshin's bounty. Unfortunately, he could not use Hiraishin because his sensing capabilities were not good enough to cover countries just yet. On the bright side, he put his recent mastery of Kurama's fist tail to good use. After they had returned with Tsunade, Naruto used his week off to master Kurama's first tail. The blonde had, after a substantial amount of hard work, mastered the use of his body in the one-tailed mode. His already impressive strength, speed and reflexes were heightened greatly. It had taken him a mere 5 hours of journey to reach Konoha. After he had reported his success back to Tsunade and collected his money, he had went back to his house. His parents' house. That was another new development for him. After the day when he was told, he was called back into Tsunade's office, where she had advised him to move into his parents' house as soon as possible. After all, his apartment was hardly a place for him to live after his marriage. And knowing how Naruto tended to finish things rather quickly to avoid any backlog, she told him to move into the house the day after. At first, Naruto was a little puzzled because he really couldn't understand the reason he had to move his things so quickly. But Tsunade explained it to him that he had to have the house ready and furnished by the time Temari arrived. And by ready, she meant it was to be ready for Naruto and Temari to live in, not just him. Being the naive guy Naruto was, he didn't understand at what she was hinting. Naruto was a very simplistic guy, who really only had what he needed and nothing more. Of course, then he was introduced to shopping, his nightmare for the next few days. Day of the moving. Turns out, news like the kind of these had a way of spreading around the village very fast. Naruto had reluctantly agreed to Tsunade's suggestion of moving into his parents' house the very next day. Just as he was leaving the office after their discussion, Tsunade casually told him that they needed to do some work after he was done moving. The glint in her eyes when she said that actually managed to scare him. He had the whole next week off, including 2 days extra of the week after, because of him doing back-to-back B-rank missions the whole week and not taking the required leave. Which meant, he had the whole week to get the house ready for Temari's arrival. The next day, at 10 in the morning, he started packing after he had lazed around a little. With the help of his shadow clones, he finished packing everything within an hour. All his ninja-related supplies like shuriken, kunai, fuinjutsu scrolls, ninja wire went into one large sealing scroll, while his household supplies went into another large sealing scroll. When he had packed up, he looked around the apartment, feeling a small sense of sadness within him. A part of him didn't want to leave the small residence. This was actually the first thing that had really belonged to him, gifted to him by the old man. To leave it like this, even if it meant going to live in his parents' house, felt sad. He would be sure to acquire a fair price for it when he sold it later. He slung the scrolls and walked out of the apartment, closing the door. He took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and pressed it on the ground, right in front of the door, so that the seals faced the ground. Pushing a little bit of chakra into it, a glow lit up the entire corridor, lighting all the seals present on the walls. Seals that were carved by him as a security measure for those who came after him. The piece of paper had the key to the sealing array in the corridor, to disable all the seals at once safely. Once the lights had receded, indicating all the seals were now gone, he crumpled up the paper and burned it with a blazing palm. He looked around the place one last time, before flashing away. He arrived in the living room instantly. He put down the scrolls when one thing suddenly hit him. He had absolutely no idea what to do next. He was unsure if he should unpack or not, because the house already was furnished and maintained for almost 15 years. He could unpack his shinobi supplies, but what of the household supplies? He went to the only person who was capable of helping him. But first, a little insurance. Tsunade looked at Naruto with mild amusement as he narrated his problem. She honestly found it a little cute and adorable that Naruto, who seemed to have a solution for every problem, would be unsure in the face of matters of preparing the house for his bride. Then again, a man definitely can't do a woman's job. So will you help me? Naruto posed his question, standing in front of Tsunade. He knew that Tsunade was the only woman who could help him. She was the only one he trusted as well, aside from Shizune. Tsunade smirked as she leaned back in her chair, hands folded at her stomach. I could, but the Hokage's services come with a price, you know. Naruto internally groaned, but was half expecting this. After all, Tsunade would be a fool to not take advantage of him asking for her help. He sighed and took out a storage scroll from his pouch and laid it on her table, unsealing it. Tsunade's eyes widened as her eyes laid themselves on 3 very expensive, exotic bottles of sake. Her eyes shot to him in question, to which he shrugged. Don't ask me, I found them in my basement. Interestingly, he learned that his mother was quite a fan of exotic sake. He had a whole stash of his mother's sake in the basement. These 3 were only a little part of the whole that was very delicately preserved. His mother had damn fine sealing skills if she was able to preserve the whole stash like she did. The seals on the stash were personally made by her for storage purpose. Tsunade picked up a bottle and turned it around, whistling at the label. Well, your mother had good taste, she commented, then paused. She narrowed her eyes at him. How do I know that these haven't gone bad? Naruto replied easily, my mother created seals specifically for preserving them for a long time. Tsunade knew just how good Kushina was with fuinjutsu. If she was the one who created seals to preserve these precious babies, then she had no doubt these hadn't gone bad. She then had a devious thought, perhaps she could haggle for a bit more. Still, just 3 bottles for the service you are asking from me. Naruto narrowed his eyes, you very well know just how rare these are. In fact, I could have just said that I would owe you a favor, but that was too risky. I'm asking help for a bit of house decoration, mind you. Tsunade immediately raised her hands in surrender position. Just kidding, Naruto, I was just kidding. However, inside she was breathing a sigh of relief. Man, those eyes were unnerving. First things first, we need to get you access to your clan accounts, she said, standing up. We're going to the bank. What followed after was perhaps the most boring day in Naruto's short life. Tsunade had taken him to the bank, right after dumping the day's work on Shizune, and they had spent almost 4 hours going over statements, accounts etc. At the end of their work, both of them had been quite mentally exhausted, but had smiles on their faces. Turns out if you are an important person and being accompanied by the Hokage, your work gets over rather quickly. Naruto had finally been granted full access to his clan's accounts. And what accounts they were. The Namikaze account was by no means small, having a total of 300 million ryo. Naruto had first been baffled, for he had no idea just how his father had managed to acquire so much money. Namikaze had not been a clan before his father became the Hokage. The Uzumaki account, on the other hand, had simply left him with his mouth hanging open. The simply ridiculous amount of money had almost sent him into shock. The amount won't be mentioned, but it was enough that he could live another life without working, that too lavishly. Tsunade and Naruto were walking back to the Hokage Tower, the former with an exhausted smile on her face and the latter still gazing at the shiny, new account cards in his hands with awe and wonder. Tsunade looked at her fellow blonde and smirked, "You still having trouble believing?" Naruto nodded as he pocketed the cards. "The Uzumaki clan I can believe, but I had, and still don't have, any idea just how was my father able to acquire so much money alone. Minato was an extremely clever and resourceful person, Naruto. Just leave it at that." The two walked in silence for a while, which was then broken by Naruto. He asked curiously, "So, I thought that we were going to do something about redecorating my house. Why did we go to the bank?" To his surprise, Tsunade laughed heartily. "Oh Naruto, I sometimes forget that you are still a child and can't see the bigger picture sometimes." That comment earned a scowl from him. Tsunade completely ignored the scowl and smirked. "The real fun begins tomorrow. We'll start at 9 in the morning." The feeling of doom Naruto had been feeling earlier returned with a vengeance. Next day of the moving, Naruto had been sparring with 5 of his clones, completely on the defensive, in the massive ground behind his house. You might think that why would Naruto need to be on defensive against his own clones, but you would be wrong. Naruto was trying to avoid all their attacks, blindfolded. And he was only partially succeeding. He was trying to use everything but his eyesight to avoid the attacks. He was trying to hone his instincts to the highest level, trying to increase the precision of his danger sense. He avoided a roundhouse kick from a clone by ducking underneath, moving his left hand in a smooth motion to redirect the punch to his chin another way. He would have continued, but the seals on the outer gate informed him that someone was standing outside his house. He and his clones paused their fighting, dispelling themselves. He walked over to his towel and water, taking the bottle with him as he walked and wiping the sweat. He arrived at the gate and opened it, frowning in confusion when he saw Tsunade standing there. With Sakura, Ino and Tenten. He frowned in concern when he saw an expression of mirth on Sakura's face, followed by the absolutely savage smirk on Ino's and a friendly smile on Tenten's face. "Have a nice morning, brat." Naruto immediately turned an annoyed face towards the busty cage. "Yeah, it was going so fruitful," he said with light sarcasm. Tsunade, being a medic, immediately noticed the bruises forming on his arms. She curiously asked, "What were you doing?" Naruto vaguely answered, "Training." She stepped forward, "At least let me heal those bruises." Her hands lit up with green chakra, accelerating already fast healing process, thanks to Kurama. Sakura stepped forward, and her tone mimicked her expression of betrayal. "So, Naruto, I heard something very interesting from Tsunade-sama." Naruto's sarcastic mutter of, "Did you now?" went unheard by the pink-haired girl. Ino was the next to pitch in. "Yeah, that you are going to get married to the Princess of the Sand." Hearing Ino describe Temari like that made Naruto actually pause and think. Now that he thought about it, Temari was royalty, being the daughter of the Case-Cage. This gave him the perfect comeback for Ino's comment. Well, a prince usually only marries a princess. That earned him a half-hearted swat on the head by Tsunade, and giggles from Sakura and Tenten. Ino tried to scowl as well, but even she chuckled in the end. She should have expected this, with Naruto being the son of the Yondaime, she mused. Naruto whispered to Tsunade so only she could hear. "Not that I mind you healing me, why are you doing it? It usually vanishes in under 20 minutes. Tsunade muttered back, still concentrating on the fading bruises. "I'm not doing it out of kindness, Gaki. I have need of you this day." She looked up with a slight grin. "We are going to abuse you the whole day." She mentally laughed at Naruto's alarmed expression before stepping back. "You know," she began, "the village would know of your marriage anyway, so I decided that it best be on my terms." Naruto pointed an accusing finger at her. "You told Ino, didn't you?" The smirk of the female blondes gave him the answer. He shook his head. "Anyway, why have you called them here? I thought you were the one going to help me." Tsunade put an arm around his shoulders and started leading him back into the house, with the genin following behind her. "I did say that, but the work we are going to do today cannot be done by me alone. which is why I brought some help. Naruto deadpanned at her. Any particular reason your help consists of only girls? Tsunade nodded seriously, causing Naruto to double take. This seemed like a serious matter. We are going to completely refurbish this house of yours. Don't worry, she assured the mildly panicking blonde, we won't change the house completely. Just put some new things here and there, add a woman's touch that's very important, among other things. Oh, and leave something for Temari to add if she wants to. Naruto opened the door to the house, allowing the others to walk inside. He and Tsunade walked ahead of others, who were marveling at the inside of the house. Ino's eyes fell on the portrait of Naruto's parents and she gasped in awe. Naruto, is that your mother? Naruto turned around and saw the three genin looking at the portrait of his parents. He smiled slightly in pride, yeah, isn't she beautiful? Sakura was the one who replied this time, gushing over. She's gorgeous. Tsunade lightly shoved Naruto upstairs. Get dressed fast, we have work to do today. As Naruto made his way upstairs, Tsunade walked and took a seat at the sofa. The three genin followed her example and sat down as well, with Tenten leaning forward in interest. You. Tsunade-sama, did you know about Naruto's parents? To the genins, surprise, the medic nin snorted. It surprises me how anyone didn't figure it out. I mean, he literally looks just like his father. She waved her hand, gesturing to the portrait. And it was true, as they had found out on the day of the finals. Naruto and his father could be clones, if Naruto was a little more grown up in height. Before they could think more on this, Naruto came downstairs, in his Jonin uniform. Let's get this over with, shall we? However, his confidence dimmed after looking at the glint in their eyes. Oh, what torture it was. 7 hours later, Naruto was looking around the inside of his house with a tiredness he had never felt before. He didn't have any energy left to do anything. As he tiredly collapsed on the sofa to get some of his energy to head to the bedroom and fall onto his bed, he recounted what he went through the day. Tsunade and the girls had taken full advantage of his ability to mass-produce shadow clones. Tsunade had taken him to get the latest kitchen accessories, while his clones had went with Ino, Sakura and Tenten to get new interior designs for the house. Tsunade also sent a clone of her own with them, just to make sure that whatever the girls selected didn't make the house too girly for Naruto's tastes. Naruto had protested that his house already had kitchen accessories, but Tsunade insisted he take it, if only as a wedding present from her. He was reluctant to buy it, but he did. To his enormous shock and surprise, his account, the Uzumaki account, barely had a dent in it after the purchases they had made, and not just for the kitchen. Tsunade had only laughed and said that Kushina didn't do anything in small amounts. They had returned home to find the three girls, with a group of men working extensively on the interior design of the house. After seeing Naruto, he was bewildered to see his own clones giving him looks of pain, followed by pity and then, to the extreme annoyance of Naruto, dispelling. Present. Boy, that day was a roller coaster for Naruto, with merciless teasing from Kurama. The extensive work that had been going on in his house had also been charged to his Uzumaki account. Seeing the ridiculous amount of money it contained, Naruto had little to no problem in using it to give his house a new look. He had been quite worried that Tsunade had given Ino and Sakura free rein over the designing of the house. However, Tsunade had assured him that she had picked Tenten just for the purpose so that Ino wouldn't completely make it look like that only a woman lived there. And judging from the arguments from Tenten and Ino he had heard, with Sakura acting as mediator, Naruto knew that Tsunade had hit the nail on the head when it came to Ino. He had a freak out when he saw what plans Ino had for the house and almost exploded when Tsunade clammed him down and told him that she would take over it from Ino, much to the girl's complaints, which were silenced by a stern look from the Hokage. Naruto watched as over the course of the next week, Tsunade completely transformed the house into something that was lavish and modern, but not too much that it lost the homely feeling that had been there before. Tsunade also made sure that Naruto added his own touches to the house, and left space for Temari, if she wanted to add something of her own. All in all, the house was ready well in time. All that was left was for Temari to come. Naruto finally snapped from the flashback and saw that he had arrived at his home. He flashed directly into his house, eager to do something to relax. He quickly took a shower and freshened up, wearing a t-shirt and a lower. He entered his father's study and sat down in the chair behind the beautiful, ornate desk. He traced his hand almost in remembrance, as if he could almost picture his father sitting on this desk, going over the ideas for Fuinjutsu. He leaned back, folding his hands behind his head and looking up in the ceiling, trying to decide on what to do. His father's study, which was his study now, had remained mostly untouched. Only the door that led into the room had been repainted. Otherwise, Naruto had strictly kept everyone from entering the room. He had redesigned the ceiling array completely before a war named Ino was dropped on his home. The password was only one, consisting of 3 kanji characters. But he had chosen 6 that looked almost alike, with minor differences in strokes. One time he had caught Ino attempting to open the study discreetly. She had thought she was alone, but apparently not. He had stopped her before she killed herself painfully, and very sternly reminded her to respect others' privacy, and keep away from the room. She had looked appropriately guilty, and promised not to investigate the door anymore. He absently grabbed a paper and a brush, dipping it in an ink pot and doodling some ideas on it. He had been told by Tsunade that Temari would be arriving tomorrow, so he was understandably tense. A few weeks ago, they were on the opposite sides of a war. Now, they were about to get married. Things were going to be a bit awkward, and he was not looking forward to it. He stood up, putting the brush away and crumpling the paper, burning it to ashes with a small fire. He was about to leave when something caught his eye on the shelf. More like, it was a book. A book he had never touched, for a reason he couldn't fathom. He took it off the shelf, eyebrows furrowing in confusion when he sensed a genjutsu placed on it. With a quick pulse of chakra, he shattered it. However, instead of immediately dispelling, like fog clearing away, it shattered like a glass, with chips of chakra diffusing into the air. Naruto watched with a small amount of awe. Genjutsu weren't meant to shatter like this. And why did this chakra feel so warm, so much like his own? He shook his head, making a quick note to investigate that later. He opened the book, reading the title. Enhancements with Ceiling, Naruto muttered, before flipping the pages and raising eyebrows with incredulousness at seeing countless mathematical calculations, scientific diagrams of the body, with numerous ceiling equations. He whispered to himself, "What the hell is this?" XXXXXXX. The next day found Naruto and Tsunade standing at the west gates of the village. Hiruzen was standing next to them as well. Naruto had to hand it to him. He was the oldest, living Kage alive who was now enjoying retirement. Hiruzen said that he was now more of a call-on advisor to Tsunade, if she ever needed help dealing with more difficult matters. "We've been standing here for almost 20 minutes, Hokage-sama," Naruto said in boredom. "Are you sure we aren't early?" Tsunade twitched beside him, even she was starting to get a bit impatient. She was never the one for tardiness. Maybe they ran into an obstacle on the way. Hiruzen laughed at seeing the interaction between both the blondes. It was quite entertaining. "Anyways, I have something I need to talk to you and Ero Sennin about, Ba-chan." The serious tone in his voice caused Tsunade to raise an eyebrow in surprise. What could be so serious that he needed her and Jiraiya's opinion on? Even Hiruzen was curious, but Naruto gave him an apologetic look. "Sorry Gigi, but I can't tell you, because I need their professional opinions as a medical specialist and seal master." Hiruzen nodded in realization. That would explain him being left out. The three stood standing for 10 more minutes when Naruto announced, "They're coming," although for some reason, they are moving painfully slow. Tsunade looked at him in confusion. "How the hell do you know?" Naruto just gave her a look as if it was painfully obvious. "I'm a censor. Didn't Ero Sennin tell you?" Tsunade grit her teeth. "I'm really gonna drill that pervert on the things he left out when telling me about you. Anyway, be very careful on how you speak with the Suna shinobi. You need to make a good first impression." Naruto smirked as he stared at the road ahead. "I think I already made a first impression. Not sure if good or not." On the other end, the entourage from Sand was relieved as a whole when the gates of Konoha came into their view. As tradition said, the bride had to be escorted in a palanquin. Temari was grumbling about her legs being cramped up from sitting for too long. She was not a delicate princess who needed to be pampered. She was a goddamn chunin of her village. Her thoughts took a melancholic turn as she looked at her reflection in one of the inside mirrors. From tomorrow, she was no longer going to be a shinobi of Suna, but rather of Konoha. She had been proud of wearing her village's headband, but no more. She would have to wear another village's shinobi. Proud, that's yet to be seen. Temari. The call startled her out of her thoughts. She turned her head to see Gaara poking his head inside, an unusual frown on his face. She sadly smiled at that she was still getting used to Gaara showing concern for her. What is it, Gaara? Are you alright? The question was so, coming from him, and yet, Temari found it adorably cute. She smiled slightly as she held her brother's hand. He did not flinch. I will be, Gaara. Don't worry. Gaara looked extremely unsure of what to say next. For someone who had minimum social contact, that was to be expected. However, his next words were so sure that it caught Temari off guard. Naruto will take good care of you, Temari. He is the only one I trust to protect you. It still astounded Temari and Kankuro just how high Gaara held Naruto. Then again, Naruto had single-handedly turned Gaara's life around, so it was understandable, but putting so much trust in one person was simply mind-blowing. Thank you, Gaara. Wow. The quiet exclamation from Kankuro caught Temari's attention as she frowned. What is it, Kankuro? Both the former and current Hokage are here to greet us, along with your fiancé. The entourage reached the gates finally. Temari got out of the palanquin and came face to face with a very busty, blonde woman, alongside the god of shinobi, and her fiancé. Her heart skipped a beat on seeing him give a small smile in her direction. But she steeled herself, time for talking with him would come later. She bowed to the woman. Hokage-sama, it is an honor to meet you, as well as Sandaime-sama. Tsunade was formal in her reply as well. It is a pleasure to formally meet you. I am Senju Tsunade, God I'm Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto eyed Temari appreciatively. She had changed her outfit to a long-sleeved purple blouse under a gray top, a dark blue skirt that reached her mid-thigh, showing off her legs, and a longer slash than the previous one. She carried her fan the same way as before as well, tucking it into her bow. Before Naruto could greet Temari, all talking stopped suddenly when Gaara stepped forward, walking so was standing directly in front of Naruto. Naruto faced the redhead with a genuine smile, waiting for him to say whatever he wanted to say. However, it became clear to Naruto when the silence stretched into awkwardness that Gaara was still learning on how to interpret social cues. So Naruto initiated the conversation. How have you been, Gaara? I have been well, Uzumaki Naruto. However, I have a request to make of you. Naruto didn't even need to read minds to know what request Gaara needed to make. He put his hand on the redhead's shoulders, ignoring the gasps from some of the Suna shinobi. I promise that I will protect Temari with my life, Gaara. This is the promise of a lifetime. That seemed to ease some tension from Gaara's shoulders. His next words were heartful. Thank you, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto patted Gaara's shoulder once. Friends call each other by first names, Gaara. Just Naruto will suffice. Everyone was watching the interaction with different thoughts. The shinobi from Suna, except for Baki, seemed amazed that Naruto had talked to Gaara without showing an ounce of fear, and more, considered him a dear friend. Tsunade and Hiruzen were smiling, proud of Naruto's actions. They knew how tough a Jinchuriki's life was, Gaara's more than Naruto's, but it was very mature of him to actively break the ice with Gaara when no one wanted to. Temari was giving a thankful smile to her would-be husband, with Kankuro's being more hidden. However, the puppet fighter didn't know why he automatically straightened up when Naruto glanced at him. He gulped when he saw the blonde approaching in his direction with a smirk on his face. He did not see Temari's amused expression when Naruto stood in front of him, staring down at him. Naruto was almost 5 feet 5 inches, while Kankuro was slow in the growing department and as such, stood at 4 feet 11 inches, much to his shame. So Naruto practically towered over him. Kankuro could feel sweat forming on his brow, but refused to break eye contact with the taller shinobi. Naruto then leaned forward so that his mouth was next to Kankuro's ears. You better do something about your makeup. It easily gives away your nervous sweat. Kankuro's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He didn't expect this of all things to come out of his soon-to-be brother-in-law. He didn't even know what to say, but Naruto had already moved on. Naruto stood in front of Temari, fighting the impulse to hug her right there and then. It would look very out of place, not to mention suspicious to those who didn't know of their earlier interactions. Instead, he greeted her warmly, "Welcome to Konoha, Temari." Temari smiled and greeted back. "I accept your welcoming, Naruto-san." Apparently, she was more aware of the protocols and way of conversations that were to be followed in this context. That was to be expected of the eldest daughter of the Kazekage though. It was then Tsunade stepped back into the conversation. "Now that the greetings are over, please follow me. I will make your arrangements of staying in our village. However, Naruto interjected, Hokage-sama, if it's not too much trouble, I can take Temari and her siblings with me to my home. They can stay with me. I have more than enough room. Tsunade gave it a moment of thought and then agreed. It would give Naruto and Temari time to talk out whatever issues they have, as well as catch up. Also, it would prove a good bonding time between Naruto and Temari's brothers. Alright, you can take them with you. But, report to me early tomorrow for Temari's initiation. Naruto beamed in her direction and put each of his hands around Gaara and Temari, pulling them into his sides. He turned to face her and gave a charming smile, by your leave, Hokage-sama. He then flashed out of there, leaving a blinking and confused Kankuro in front of an equally confused Tsunade. A few moments later, Naruto flashed back, grabbed Kankuro by his shoulder and flashed away again. All the people left there blinked at the unusual happenings, not knowing what sense to make out of it. Tsunade snapped out of her confusion when Hiruzen chuckled beside her at Naruto's antics. She turned to the rest of Suna Shinobi, the rest of you, follow me. I will show you your staying arrangements. XXXXXXX. Naruto appeared with Gaara and Temari right outside the gates that led into his home. Both of them blinked at the sudden travel, after which their minds caught up, followed by their bodies. Temari immediately turned and glared at a smirking Naruto, while Gaara deadpanned at him. A warning would have been nice, you know, she almost growled at him. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. It was the first time someone ever complained about instantaneous travel. Don't ever do that again, Gaara said in his deadpan. Naruto rose an eyebrow in return. You mean to say you don't like traveling from one place to another in an instant? The narrowing of eyes was the only answer that Gaara gave, but Naruto refrained from smirking in his silent victory at the argument. It was then Temari spoke up. Wait, where's Kankuro? Naruto's eyes widened for a second, before he disappeared in a flash, returning instantly with the aforementioned person. The puppet fighter turned and indignantly pointed a finger at Naruto. You forgot about me. Naruto shrugged, my bad. He then walked up to the gates and pressed his hand to let the seals recognize his chakra. The seals glowed and the gate opened up, giving everyone a view of the house inside. Gaara was impassive as ever, but Kankuro was gaping in wonder at the house. Temari also gazed in awe at the residence, but hers was less than her idiotic brother. She had known that with Naruto being the head to two clans, wealth was never a problem for him. Naruto smirked at their reactions and gestured with his hands. Shall we head inside? They all went inside the gates, and this time Temari couldn't conceal a gasp. The compound was even more beautiful, with a small square pond in front of the house. The house in question was quite big, easily big enough to be called a mansion. And the garden, with its healthy grass and flowers, seemed to be well cared for. Naruto led them all inside, further surprising Temari and Kankuro. Gaara maintained his impassive look, but even he admitted to be impressed on the inside. The living room was very spacious and while looked very lavish, it still gave off a homey feeling. The kitchen also looked newly furbished, and was connected to the living room. Naruto walked into the center of the living room, right in front of the sofas and living room, and clapped twice for attention. Alright, listen up. The three siblings turned to him, frowning in confusion. First order of business, I'm telling you where you're gonna sleep. He turned to Temari, who looked a bit anxious. His look softened and he said, Temari, while we may know each other, he ignored Gaara's raised eyebrow and Kankuro's sputters, I doubt you want us to sleep together. So we are going to be sleeping in separate rooms. Kankuro interrupted him, wait, what about you and my sister? So here are the facts, Naruto continued as if the guy hadn't even spoken, there are a total of 3 bedrooms upstairs. The master bedroom, which is mine, is at the end of the corridor. There are 2 guest bedrooms, one of which will be Temari's. He turned to Gaara, you two either could bunk together or Kankuro can have it. I don't sleep, Gaara stated. Naruto frowned, but shrugged. Have it your way then. Guess you are lucky, doll boy, you get to sleep in a bed instead of the couch. Kankuro sputtered again as Naruto kept on talking. He turned to Gaara and said, remind me to fix your seal one of these days. After everyone had been introduced to their rooms, Naruto called them down again and said, alright, now that the accommodations have been set, here's the thing. Either you can train in the grounds behind the house, or you can roam around Konoha with my clone as a guide to show you the hot spots. Kankuro asked accusingly, why a clone? Naruto turned his face towards him with a raised eyebrow. I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to spend the day with my fiancée. That is, if she is willing, he asked her, to which she gave a small nod and walked up to him, poking his chest. We need to have a talk. We don't mind, Naruto. We will take your clone as a guide, Gaara said before Kankuro really started to grill Naruto. The talk his sister wanted to have sounded important. Just as he finished speaking, a clone popped up beside Naruto. Have fun, you two. With that, Naruto grabbed Temari and disappeared. XXXXXXX. Naruto and Temari spent the rest of the day just roaming around, talking about just general things, getting to know each other better, or they went to a restaurant and had lunch, or trained. The day passed very quickly for both of them, and soon they found themselves sitting on the head of Naruto's father, overlooking the village. Naruto was leaning against a spike of hair, with Temari leaning into his right side, head rested on shoulder, with Naruto's arm wrapped around her shoulder. She had her fan rested against another spike nearby. Both of them were enjoying the peace and quiet. I could get used to this, Temari murmured, shifting so she was closer than before. Naruto was more than happy to let her. Yeah, me too. Silence reigned for a short while again, which was then broken by Naruto. Temari, do you think this could work? Temari lifted her head from Naruto's shoulder to look him in the eyes. She knew exactly what he was talking about, whether this marriage could work or not. She sighed. Naruto always seemed to go straight to the point, without beating around the bush. Not that she had a problem with that. To be honest, even I had this question on my mind ever since I was told about this, she told him, watching him nod in return. She began to blush as she spoke. I know that I liked you, spending time in your company. I had developed these feelings for you that I had never felt before, towards anyone. I like you, but I am unsure whether these feelings are enough to. She couldn't exactly find the words to express how she truly felt. Naruto just nodded. It's okay. I understand. Something like that is difficult to put into words. How about we talk this another way? Temari turned to him with a quizzical look. What do you mean? Naruto tilted his head to he was directly facing Temari. She was very close to him. The physical contact they had at the moment would have made him blush anytime, but the conversation was serious. You know, when I found out that we were supposed to be enemies, I just couldn't come to terms with that fact. My feelings were so strong for you that I almost couldn't make my mind up on what would I do if I were to face you in the war. Temari didn't say anything, just nodding him to continue. But her eyes were a bit blurrier than before. Naruto forced any hesitance back. He needed to get this out of his system. My feelings for you and duty to the village were in conflict. If I chose you, then my village would kill me. The village that was entrusted to me by my parents. Abandoning it meant spitting on what they did to protect me. A single tear flowed from Temari's right eye. What do you mean, entrusted, to you? Naruto's reply was monotonous. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. That reply almost made Temari choke on her own spit. Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. How and when the hell did that happen? Then she remembered the conversations between her and Naruto before the invasion. Naruto had told her that the village had very few people that actually cared about him. No wonder Gaara held Naruto in such high regard, they could almost be brothers in suffering. Then she remembered something. The Yondaime had seemingly killed the Kyuubi years ago. But masses of chakra can't be killed, and Naruto just revealed that the Kyuubi was living inside him, which meant... Okami, she breathed out. This was too much news to be dealt with at one time. To think the Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi inside his own son. To protect the village, he sacrificed his own family. Tears were freely flowing out by now. Naruto was sugarcoating it when he said that he had been entrusted with the village. The Yondaime Hokage had sealed the fate of his own son by making him the Kyuubi's jailer. It was frightening how many similarities were popping up between Gaara and Naruto. Their father had sealed Shukaku into Gaara, trying to make him into a weapon. Naruto's father had done the same, except he had done so with a hope that Naruto would use the power to protect the village. Why? The word was whispered, because Temari was openly crying by now. A look full of concern came across Naruto's face as he pulled Temari into his lap. He gently grabbed her face with his hands and brushed off her tears with his thumbs, speaking in a slightly pleading tone. Please don't cry, Haim. I don't like it when you cry. Temari held Naruto's hands with her own. What kind of father would condemn his own son to a life such as that? Naruto smiled slightly and put his forehead against hers. The kind that loved his village with all his heart. The kind whose morals refused to let him use someone else's child if he couldn't use his own. He gave a soft kiss to Tamari on her lips, feeling the unique taste that was so her. The kind that trusted his son above everyone else. Tamari gave a watery smile and shook her head. You are something else, Naruto. Naruto chuckled and continued, anyways, we got off topic. As I was saying, if I chose you, then the village would kill me. If I chose you, I would never have been able to live with myself with the knowledge that Konoha could, or worse, did, kill you, and there was something I could have done something about it and I didn't. Temari's face was unreadable, and just as Naruto was starting to fear that he had spoken something wrong, she asked, but you still chose me over the village. Why? Naruto frowned as he tried to find a way to phase his answer. I felt this sort of connection, for the lack of a better word, between us. We just seemed to sort of click. I felt like I won't ever be able to act like when I was with you with anyone else. Tamari looked at him, trying to find something he didn't know, and then slowly hugged him. It was a warm hug, and she was sitting sideways in his lap, so not exactly perfect, but it still made him smile. Perhaps love does not need words to express itself, Tamari murmured. She pulled back from the hug and stared into Naruto's confused eyes. Because love is a language in itself. It was at this moment that both of them knew that they cared for each other on a level that went deeper than what they thought. It was love, but neither of them were sure enough to admit it. Naruto nodded with a smile. We can make this work. Tamari agreed wholeheartedly with a smile. We can make this work. Naruto had a thought and asked her, so, what do we do now? Dinner time is still half an hour away. Tamari thought for a moment and asked, will we be eating out? Naruto shook his head. I was thinking I would treat you all to some homemade food. Actually, that gives me an idea. He formed a half-ram seal and 5 clones popped up. He turned towards one clone. Go to Gaara and Kankuro, tell them to meet me at the house in exactly 1 hour. The clone nodded and vanished in a blue flash. Turning to the other 4, he gave his orders, you 4 start preparing the dinner at home. The 4 clones nodded and vanished in a similar manner as the one before. Tamari hummed, impressed. Those shadow clones seem to be damn useful. Naruto smirked, trust me, they make for great company as well. Both of them chuckled at the thought of talking to yourself when getting bored. As their chuckles faded, Naruto asked, so, what do we do now? Tamari thought and smirked as she thought of the perfect way to spend. She smiled coyly as she leaned forward and planted kisses on Naruto's neck, causing his breath to hitch. I can think of something. Naruto was all too happy to indulge her. Warning. Small lime scene. Naruto turned to Tamari so he could kiss her lips. Unlike last time, the two immediately engaged in a battle of their tongues without wasting any time. Tamari wrapped her arms around his neck to pull herself closer, while he wrapped his arms around her waist to feel her against his body. Kami, I have missed this, was the sole thought running through both of their minds. The two continued to tongue wrestle for some time, after which Naruto broke off the lip lock, only to start kissing her neck, all the while running his hands on Tamari's sides and back. Tamari released a gasp of pleasure and tilted her head to give him more access. She released a quiet moan when he began to suck on her pulse. You've gotten better at this, she managed to breath out. I aim to please, he returned easily. She felt Naruto smile at her compliment as he switched sides. Not only that, since Tamari was sitting so she was facing Naruto's left side, his left hand made its way down from her waist, past her hips and onto her legs. Tamari's breath hitched again as Naruto began running his hand across the exposed skin of her legs. You know, I just love your new wardrobe change, he said in a husky voice. Brings out your legs way better than the last one. Glad to know it was worth it, she said in the same tone of voice. Wow, the hormones really were getting out here. Internally, she was growling, only because the same effect won't come in the husky voice. She felt that Naruto had switched from submissive to dominating way too quickly. Well, time to turn the tables. She grabbed his face with her hands and once again engaged him in a battle of tongues. Only this time, she came out as the victor as she explored every inch of his mouth with her tongue. What she didn't know was that Naruto was only too happy to let her take control like that. It was then he found out a new thing about himself. He loved girls who had a dominating side to them. Of course, he preferred to be in control during this type of activity. He loved the way how Tamari aggressively fought him for control. It really turned him on. Such as now. Tamari felt something poking her right in her thigh. Her brain immediately told her what was poking, and she felt herself smirking against Naruto's lips. She broke off the kiss and smirked at him. Naruto was surprised when Tamari decided to break the lip lock with him. But when he looked at her face, he had to call on almost all of his willpower to not immediately re-engage their lip lock. Her entire face was flushed, lips a little swollen from their tongue dueling, and that smirk was damn sexy. When she spoke, her voice had a sultry tone that he had never heard from her, but he really liked it. "Is that your kunai, or are you just happy to see me?" With a start, Naruto realized that his erection was poking Tamari in her thigh, through his clothes. Naruto always knew he was blessed, but times like he wished he had worn thicker clothing. But he refused to be embarrassed. It was his reputation at stake here. Apparently, Naruto had been silent for longer than Tamari liked. But she didn't get annoyed. Quite the opposite, really. She made a rather bold move, adjusting herself on his lap, her leg moving against his kunai, in the process. She felt her ego swell a little at the groan that Naruto released. "Like that, didn't you?" Naruto stared at her with half-lidded eyes. "You are evil." He was not about to let this go without a comeback. He used his right hand to pull her face closer, quickly latching onto her earlobe. The gasp she released was well worth, but he wasn't done yet. His left hand roamed her left inner thigh, stopping and lightly squeezing the bare skin right below her panties. He didn't allow her subsequent moan to distract him, however. His right hand brushed across her left breast, his thumb ghosting across the now erect nipple. Her moan was much more audible this time, and Naruto allowed himself a smirk as he sucked on the earlobe. He pulled back to see Temari's face, and felt his pride swell. Temari's chest was heaving, and it was a sight that further aroused him, but he kept himself in check for the moment. Half-lidded eyes that contained frustration, mixed with pleasure and pleading. "Guess I did something right," he said as smiled satisfactorily. Tamari was heaving as she glared at him. What Naruto did to her in the past few seconds was almost unbelievable, and felt really good. She never knew a foreign touch was capable of causing such pleasure. She had never been aroused on such a level as before. "Lime scene over. You are a tease," she said as she leant against him. Naruto just chuckled and wrapped his arms around her. Though they had been a bit more daring than the last time, both decided that this was a good boundary for now. "Learned from the master," he sassed back. Both were completely aroused right now, but before they could decide on a further course of action, Naruto's clone flashed before them, causing Tamari to yelp and clutch Naruto tighter. Naruto only snorted and said, "If you are going to live with me, you better get used to that." But Tamari recovered quickly and poked him in the chest. "Oh, no way, Namikaze. Trust me, we are going to lay some ground rules concerning your flashing." Naruto stared at her for a moment, then relented. "Fair enough." Turning to the clone, he asked, "Is dinner ready?" The clone smirked and nodded, causing Naruto to whistle. "Damn, time sure does pass fast when you're having fun." Tamari got up so Naruto could get up. "Get Gaara and Kankuro to the dining table. We'll follow." The clone nodded and flashed away. Naruto turned to Tamari, who was watching him with a knowing smirk. "What? That's a very impressive size for someone your age," she commented while gesturing below. Naruto quirked an eyebrow before looking down, instantly flushing in embarrassment. His package was clearly visible through the lower he was wearing, proudly standing tall. To save some of his dignity, he asked in return, "And you would know how?" Tamari shrugged. "They teach stuff like that to the kunoichi in Suna for the missions that are special." Naruto nodded. "Fair enough. Guess I'll have to settle for a cold shower, then." He grabbed Tamari and disappeared in a blue flash. XXXXXXX. Kumogakure no Sato was a village that lived up to its name. The village hidden in clouds was at such high altitude that it literally was hidden among the clouds. This village was the shinobi village of Kaminari no Kuni, the land of lightning. Its leader was called the Raikage, literally meaning the lightning shadow. The current Raikage was simply known as A, and right now, he was staring at the destroyed furniture in his office, thinking about the latest news his spy had delivered. Uzumaki Naruto was the one and only son of Namikaze Minato. At first, A's interest was aroused by the fact alone that an Uzumaki had survived and was living in Konoha right now. Uzushiogakure no Sato had been completely destroyed in the Second Great War, with the combined efforts of Kumo and Iwa. Of course, a few scant survivors might have managed to escape, but it's not as if they can do anything. Then came the Third War, in which Kumo had lost badly, but not as badly as Aiwa did. Konoha no Kuroi Senko, Namikaze Minato, had single-handedly secured Konoha's victory in the war. The man had earned the entire shinobi world's fear, and grudging respect of a few. In fact, Minato came to be so feared that while the man's short reign as the Yondaime Hokage, no village even dared to so much as look at Konoha with the intent of fighting it. The world was aware of what happened to Aiwa's forces, and no one wanted the wrath of the Yellow Flash to be directed at them. But 13 years ago, the legendary Flash had died fighting to save his village from the Kyuubi. Contrary to what many people in his village felt, I held great respect for Minato. He was the only one to completely outspeed and blindside him in their single fight against each other in the war. A respected strength, and Minato had proven himself stronger, and way faster than him. I considered Minato his rival, and was understandable upset when the only person who could give him a run for his speed left the world. But looking at the situation from a political angle, it meant that Konoha no longer had the might of the Yellow Flash in their hands. And Aiwa had rejoiced at the death of that man. But now he was hearing this. A blonde boy, no older than 13, with azure blue eyes named Uzumaki Naruto. A genin of Konoha who had been participating in the Chunin exams as a student of Hitaki Kakashi, the copy ninja. He was a non-entity to his spy until the moment it was announced that Uzumaki Naruto was the son of the Yondaime Hokage. And he was powerful, more than most of the Jonin, his spy was saying. This Naruto had trumped a Hyuga in taijutsu like it was nothing, and had used Fuinjutsu and Hiraishin in great conjunction to take out Tsuna's Jinchuriki. All in all, Uzumaki Naruto spelled trouble for the nations. The boy was clearly powerful, and coupled with the Hiraishin could match some of the world's greatest shinobi. If he was allowed to get even more powerful, the balance of power among the nations could dangerously tip in Konoha's favor. But even knowing this, I could not afford to go to war with Konoha, even if his military was much larger than the other villages. Much as he hated to admit, if Kumo had quantity, then Konoha had quality. He sat down in his chair and thought. Right now, the news was that Suna had decided to regain its alliance with the Leaf by using the old tradition of an arranged marriage. Sabaku no Tamari, the daughter of the Yondaime Kasecage, had been set to marry Uzumaki Naruto. No doubt, not only would the marriage cement their alliance, but the offspring of the two would no doubt be powerful. But he had to take into account the Leaf as well. For all its powerful shinobi, the Leaf was not a provocative village. They never made the first move in any of the great wars. For now, he would keep the boy in check. It was all he could do right now. XXXXXXX. Iwagakure was a village that harbored feelings of great hate towards the Hidden Leaf. Ever since the Third Great War ended, the Tsuchikage, Onoki, resented the Leaf. Onoki was an old, but powerful shinobi. The only one in the world with Jinten, the Dust Release. Onoki relied on the Dust Release far more than he cared to admit. He was a shinobi who had seen all the three great wars, and had lived through them. But of the three, the Third War was the one he hated the most because of the crushing, humiliating defeat they suffered at the hands of just one man from Konoha, Namikaze Minato. The blow to Aiwa's pride, along with its forces, was so large that Aiwa had yet to fully recover from it. Onoki hated the man with all his being at first, but after 2 years of heavy dwelling, he found that Namikaze Minato had done what anyone would have done in his place. Namikaze Minato had protected his home. It was war, and losses were dealt to both the sides. While Aiwa suffered the heaviest, all the villages were fighting to survive. Konoha just happened to have a card that was better than theirs. Holding on to grudges like that did no one good. Namikaze Minato deserved his rest after what he did to protect his village. So Onoki did the wise thing. He let his irrational hatred go. Of course, that could not be said for the whole village. Countless had lost their families due to the slaughter Namikaze had brought upon them. His own granddaughter was one such example. Kuretsuchi lost her mother in the war, and had blamed it all on Namikaze. Onoki honestly was worried for her mental health. Blaming a man who was just doing his job was hardly fair, after all. And now there was this news. His spy had delivered the news of utmost importance. Apparently, the Yellow Flash had a child, whose name was Uzumaki Naruto. At first, Onoki couldn't quite believe the message. When he did, he had just collapsed onto his chair in disbelief. He had seen the power of Namikaze Minato, and he was not interested in seeing that again. At first, he would have happily given the order to assassinate the boy and his recently known fiancée, to make sure that every trace of Namikaze Minato was wiped out from the face of the world. But now, he was content to just keep his distance. He knew that Namikaze lived by a code: as long as you kept your distance and didn't harm his close ones, he was content to leave you alone as well. I look forward to see what you become, Namikaze Naruto. Unfortunately, he forgot to safely put the document. It had been about 4 days since Temari came to Konoha, and those 4 days were some of the most enjoyable days of Naruto's life. He was off duty, on strict orders by Tsunade. Naruto had no problem with using his time to either train with the Sand siblings, or work on his newest sealing project he found in his father's study. Training with Temari was fun, because they hadn't trained together since Chunin exams, and they both enjoyed every second of it. It was clear that Naruto held the upper hand in taijutsu due to his speed and reflexes. Temari had, on more than one occasion, suspiciously asked him and his friends whether Naruto had a bloodline that allowed him to this fast at his age, because no other shinobi of his age was that fast. They had spent more time together than before. They could be seen together training on one of the grounds sometimes, or just taking a walk around the village, or eating at Ichiraku's. Even though his marriage to Temari gave Naruto plenty of good reasons to spend more time with her, he unfortunately had become a victim of his friends and worse, Jiraiya's teasing. He had accomplished quite a bit in the 4 days that she and her brothers had been in Konoha. He had talked to Temari about how their relationship would progress, if they could make it work or not, followed by an extremely hot makeout session. And they had been having a lot of those recently. Most of them were either in the house when they were alone, or sometimes in the training grounds. They even had 2 of them in alleyways, just like any teenage couple with raging hormones. Kurama had made himself a cave in his mind to block it all out. They had been steadily getting bolder with each other, and Naruto knew that it won't be long before the Naruto shook his head violently, trying to get rid of the blush that had been forming on his face. He was on an errand, quite a serious one, because he needed to talk to both Jiraiya and Tsunade about this, if his father's notes were anything to go by. The journal was about something that Naruto would never have expected from his father. It was filled to the last page with sealing equations and math, all of which required a constant study from Naruto's clones over 2 days. In the end, it all came down to one thing. Namikaze Minato had used Fuinjutsu to successfully enhance the human body. Namely, his own. Now if it were any other person, Naruto was pretty sure he would have set the book on fire with a Kaden Jutsu, then shut the ashes in a box and then fried the box. But this was his father he was talking about here. The Yondaime Hokage, the Yellow Flash, one of the greatest seal masters to ever live. One can't just throw away the work of a genius like that. On the first day, the day after they came, he had fixed Gaara's seal with Jiraiya's help. To say that the seal was a shoddy piece of work was the greatest understatement ever. When he had examined the seal after removing the Gogyo Fuin he had put over it, there was no other way to say this. Naruto had been fucking pissed. So pissed off he was that he had destroyed almost half of a training ground in his rage. He wanted to find whoever made that insult to Fuinjutsu and raze them into the ground. He wanted to make them suffer, because they deliberately made Gaara suffer. The seal was designed such that it barely kept Shukaku inside Gaara, which was most probably the reason for Gaara's insomnia. Shukaku had more control over Gaara than Gaara had control of him. The seal was meant to grant Gaara all of Shukaku's abilities from the very beginning itself, even if they didn't have any friendship like his and Kurama's between them at all. It was a process of 7 hours to fix the seal. First, Naruto and Jiraiya figured out the way to safely remove the seal without setting Shukaku free. Then Naruto had, using his father's and mother's notes about seals for Jinchuriki, chosen a seal that would work on Gaara. He did not even think about using the 8 trigrams seal once. The seal Naruto had chosen to replace Gaara's seal was a bit more simpler. He had asked Gaara whether he still wanted access to Shukaku's powers, because that was what he had based his selection of seal on. After a little deliberation with his siblings, Gaara had told him that he did not want any more access to that power, if it always meant losing his mind and sanity in the process. And Naruto doubted Shukaku was willing to get along with humans. But if Gaara were to ever run out of his chakra, he would have no backup to fall back on, as is the perk for all the Jinchuriki. So in the end, Naruto tweaked the seal a little, placing a limit and an additional gate on it, without compromising the rest of the seal. The gate would allow a certain amount of Biju chakra to flow through the seal, the amount being determined by the limiter. After the limit has been reached, the limiter would shut the gate. Like that, Gaara would have a back supply to fall back on, without ever needing to interact with Shukaku. The actual, practical part of the process only took 1 hour. First, Jiraiya would remove the seal, with Naruto using a weak, but temporary seal to hold Shukaku from escaping, while Jiraiya applied the new, improved seal. Since the seal was temporary and therefore, very weak, it required an enormous amount of chakra to be held in place against a tailed beast. The job was given to Naruto because he possessed those monstrous reserves of chakra. But even for someone like Naruto, whose chakra reserves were like an ocean among ponds, the job was hard. When Jiraiya had finally finished applying the seal, Naruto had almost run out of chakra, which was a first for him. He had fallen unconscious just as the new seal had activated. When he had woken up, he had found himself, not for the first time, in a room in the hospital. Tsunade had proceeded to yell at him for making her worry like that, and then she almost broke him bones by hugging him to death. She then proceeded to tell him that he had been unconscious for a good 5 hours, because he had nearly emptied his chakra tank. After getting released, he had then went back to his house with Temari, who had been in tears, though of joy or worry, Naruto hadn't been able to tell. Flashback. Naruto had just flashed back to his home's living room when he was tackled by a blonde blur, straight into the couch. It took him 1 second to realize that the sobbing person hugging him was his soon-to-be wife. He just sighed in relaxation and wrapped his arms around her, returning her hug. Temari hadn't stopped worrying about Naruto from the moment he had fallen unconscious. She had so badly wanted to rush to him, but Shizune-san held her back forcibly, telling her that Tsunade-sama wanted to make sure that Naruto was alright. Although, she assured Temari that Naruto had probably fallen unconscious due to chakra exhaustion. Even if that did little to assure her, she failed to mention the extreme part. For Temari, it felt like every second was as long as a minute, for Naruto showed no signs of waking up at all. Tsunade had ordered her to go back home after her 4th hour of staying in the room. She had assured her that she would be the first person Tsunade would send Naruto after she had discharged him. "You had me completely worried, Baka," she whispered as she clung to him. Naruto placed a soft kiss on her hair. Removing a seal is tricky business, Temari. Holding a Biju back from escaping even more so. "I told you that before we began the procedure, you know. But you never told me you would almost empty your chakra reserves." Naruto chuckled as he adjusted her on his laps as she was facing him more comfortably. Her eyes were red from crying, and tear tracks had formed on her cheeks. A lone tear made its way down, only to be kissed away by him. "Well, I was holding a Biju back, so my chakra reserves had to take a hit." Temari smiled and just leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "You don't get to worry me like that, Naruto." Naruto wrapped his own arms around her. "I know, and I'm really sorry, but this is one of the times when it just can't be helped. Sometime in the future, something might happen to you, and I would lose my head and give you the same lecture you are giving me now." After a moment of pause, he continued in a more positive tone. "Look on the bright side though. Gaara will be able to sleep to his heart's content now. I look forward to not seeing him look like an actual raccoon." Temari couldn't help but chuckle. "You're right, he will finally be able to sleep after years of insomnia." Naruto smiled, just nodding in reply. They just enjoyed each other's company for the moment. Gaara was under observation for now, to check if the seal holds, with Kankuro with him. There was a very slim chance of the seal breaking, though. Naruto had made sure of that. Apparently, Temari also realized the absence of her brothers, for she leaned away from him, giving him a coy look. "I think I haven't thanked you properly enough, Naruto, for doing such a favor to Gaara." He shivered as she leaned in and started placing kisses along his neck. His own hands roamed her body as he allowed her to do that. He enjoyed the moments where he allowed Temari to be the dominant one. "How about we just pass the time for now?" Flashback end. The makeout session that had followed was the most intense one they had had, and the first one in which they had reached the height of pleasure. Well, the height they could without having sex, that is. The excitement and the thrill had broke the roof that evening. Naruto's lower had gotten really messy, along with Temari's panties. Anyways, the day was over, with Naruto and Temari having dinner together, for Gaara was to stay at the hospital for at least one more day. The second day is a bit of a mystery, for both you readers and Tamari. Naruto had left the house very early, leaving his clones to prepare breakfast for the siblings and with a message that there was something very important that Naruto had to do, and as such, he would be busy the whole day. Tamari had been quite upset about that, because she enjoyed the training sessions she and Naruto had. Every session she learned something new, either about shinobi skills, or just about Naruto himself. She had asked the clones just what was Naruto doing, but the clones said that they had been instructed to keep it a secret from her. Tamari had not been pleased, but relented. She had then gone out to find Naruto's friends, to spend some time to get to know them. The first person she had met was the pink-head, Sakura. She had first spotted her on one of the training grounds. Sakura had offered to show her around if she liked, to introduce her to Naruto's friends. Tamari had accepted the offer and tagged along. Let's just say that it was a very long day and leave it at that. Naruto, on the other hand, had gone to conduct some extremely personal business. He figured that since he was about to get married, might as well follow the tradition. The third day, he had introduced Tamari to his summons. She had already been familiar to Raiden, but he let her get to know him a bit more. She would be seeing a lot of him, after all. Finding out that Raiden now had a new tail was a surprise, though. He introduced to her to Raiden's brother as well, Toshi, Raiden's elder brother, who was a part of the trackers of the Kitsune. As a tracker, his size and power would be restricted to 3 tails, for he was not a fighter, unlike Raiden, who would grow up to be as big as his father. Toshi had a quiet, serious personality, with a light sense of humor that shone through when he was not training or on a mission. However, he was extremely good at what he did. At first, Naruto had doubted he could form a friendship with Toshi like he had did with Raiden. But that doubt had been quickly washed away when they had bonded. Toshi was a pretty cool guy in the short time that Naruto had known him. And he had a lot of stories to tell about his job as one of the trackers, and as the brother of Raiden. Him and Tamari had not bonded as fast as he and Naruto did, but that was understandable considering Tamari already had a summons. The fourth day, that was today, Naruto had an important errand to run. He had discussed with Tamari the rules that concerned his study. Right now, he had not given her the password, because the mechanism behind it was a little tricky and took time to explain, but he would once he was done with the errand. He arrived outside Tsunade's office, knocking the door thrice. Once he heard her permission to enter, he opened the door, finding her and Jiraiya talking, well, more like bickering. Tsunade looked annoyed by the fact that Jiraiya kept using one of her windows to enter, while Jiraiya honestly looked insulted at the thought of using doors. But Naruto knew that no matter what happened to Jiraiya, he would never stop using windows to enter rooms. He liked annoying people that way. Naruto, Jiraiya exclaimed, briskly walking over to him and wrapping an arm around his shoulders, almost dragging him in front of Tsunade's table. Tell her how insulting it is to use doors when you are a ninja. No, I will not, Naruto sighed in exasperation. Better you than me at the end of her fist. Tsunade smirked while Jiraiya gasped, looking betrayed. How could you, Naruto? Can we please just get to business? I'd rather finish this as quickly as possible and spend the rest of the day with Tamari instead of some old people. As he expected, Tsunade was the only one who took any offense to the old comment. Jiraiya, on the other hand, seemed to have not heard it at all. Instead, he focused his attention on the other part of the statement. His mouth stretched into a perverted line. Oh, spend the day with her, how? A fist crashed on top of his head, courtesy of the female blonde in the room. That is none of your business. Naruto gave a thankful nod to her as Jiraiya grumbled and fell in line with him, both standing in front of the Hokage table. Tsunade took her seat while he and Jiraiya stood. So, Naruto, what is it that you want to discuss so badly? In answer, Naruto just took out a storage scroll from one of the pockets in his Jonin vests and unsealed the contents, which was his father's journal. The effect was instantaneous. Both the faces of the adults hardened into seriousness, and quick as a flash, Tsunade flashed through hand seals that sealed the room completely. All the Anbu were outside and Jiraiya was beside him in an instant. Where did you get that? The question was asked with such gruffness that it surprised Naruto. The man had never seemed more serious than before. It seemed, however, that these two had knowledge of what was written in the journal. Tsunade also seemed equally, if not more, serious than Jiraiya. Naruto put the journal on the desk and answered, I found it in my study. Tsunade quirked an eyebrow, your study? Naruto deadpanned at her. It was my father's, but since he's not here, it is now mine. But that's not relevant. He motioned to the journal. What do you know about that? He quickly got annoyed, though, when he saw the hesitation on their faces, as clear as water. He narrowed his eyes, folding his arms across his chest. I'm waiting. It was Minato's pet project, ever since he got the idea in his head that the human body could be enhanced, without any drawback. Jiraiya's answer only increased Naruto's curiosity and irritation. I already know that, he snapped. You don't think I've read the journal and studied it? Ever since the delegate from Suna has arrived, I have had my clones do the studying for me, to understand one of my father's masterpieces. What I want to know, is whether he actually performed it on himself or not. Quote ellipsis. He did. Naruto released a breath, giving them a look to continue. Tsunade continued. Jiraiya told me that it was only a stray idea that popped into Minato's head one day. He wanted to know if seals were capable of pushing the human body beyond the peak of its highest potential. He wanted to create a super soldier, Naruto whispered in amazement. Jiraiya nodded. That's exactly what he wanted to do, but I had firmly told him that it was not possible. No matter how versatile Fuinjutsu is, the seals required for what he wanted to achieve simply didn't exist. Not mention, even if he succeeded in creating such seals, hypothetically, what would he test them upon? He shook his head. It was an impossible task. To create an entirely new series of seals that would work together to enhance the human body beyond its limits. But again, your father treated the word like he had never heard of it. A fond, yet impossibly proud at the same time look, came upon his face. It took him 4 years of work on the seals, along with Kushina, to perfect it. Not only that, but he created an entirely new type of clone to test the seals out and perfect the seals. The blood clone, Naruto whispered. Tsunade took off from where Jiraiya left. Exactly. The type of clone that is entirely separate from the user, having no connection to it at all, other than being made from the user's blood and one aspect of the user's personality. When he made it, Minato had no uses for it in mind, other than using it for his tests. It was entirely useless, and too impractical. It took up way too much of the user's chakra, almost half a quarter more than the shadow clone. Jiraiya took over from there. But in the end, it worked very well for his trials. In the end, Minato had conducted a total of 98 trials, 86 of which were failures, back to back. But the last 12, they were the successes Minato was desperately hoping for. After the 12th success, Minato finally imprinted the seals on himself. As much as I like the tale, how were you involved in this process? Naruto's sarcasm wasn't missed. A guilty look came across Jiraiya's face. Tsunade sighed and looked down. I wasn't exactly involved, Jiraiya admitted. More like I told him that it just wasn't possible. Tsunade, on the other hand, was the medical advisor on the project. Since Minato was creating an entirely new set of seals, he asked me to be the advisor for this project. My knowledge of the human body and medical seals was required for him to calculate how exactly to enhance a specific part of the body and by how much, Tsunade revealed. And he was successful in the end, Naruto concluded. Jiraiya nodded. We were there, of course, when he decided to apply the seals onto himself, to intervene in any sort of an emergency. But it wasn't needed. Minato was in pain for over an hour, but when it was finally over, he had succeeded. He had enhanced his own body perfectly. There was a reason that only 4 people were involved in this project. He even kept the Hokage in the dark about this, as daring as it was, Tsunade revealed. Why? Jiraiya's face turned grim. There was no way we could risk this project to fall into someone else's hands. Orochimaru, Naruto realized. Tsunade nodded. The rumors surrounding him at that time made us very suspicious of him. If he even got the wind of what Minato had achieved, he would have done anything to get his hands on the formulae. Naruto nodded and slowly walked around the office, trying to think about what he should do. Jiraiya did not need to be a Yamanaka to know what was going on in Naruto's mind. You want to perform the procedure as well, don't you? But Naruto wasn't listening to him anymore. What do you think, Kurama? That your father was one smart son of a bitch, Kurama drawled back. Naruto gave an internal annoying sigh. Not that I'm against you praising my father, I am talking about another matter. I'm not praising that blonde vermin. Kurama snarled inside his mind. Then, in a much calmer voice, he continued. Also, it would give you quite an advantage for you, should you undergo the procedure. I have seen it from inside your mother, and I know what the results would be. Naruto rose an eyebrow. I sense but, coming. Kurama nodded. I think that you should wait for 1 or 2 years before undergoing the procedure. It would be wise if you underwent it at the same age your father did. Best not to take any chances. Naruto was excited, as any child of his age, when he heard that he could get stronger in a way that would be cool, but he rarely let excitement make his decisions for him. Disappointed, yet accepting of Kurama's advice, he nodded. Turning back, he saw the concerned look over the adults' faces. What? Tsunade spoke up. You alright? Naruto waved away her concern. Nothing. I was just talking to the Kyuubi. Tsunade's eyes bugged out in horror. What? Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. Ero Sennin didn't tell you that. Tsunade's face twisted into one of rage and annoyance as she turned to the white-haired sage, who was trembling in his place. He weakly defended himself. I forgot. Tsunade cracked her knuckles as she walked forward menacingly. I'll give you a dose of medicine that will strengthen your memory. What followed next was history repeating itself. Naruto just shrugged and took his leave. He had another errand to do anyways. XXXXXXX. Temari was sitting in the dining area of her soon-to-be home, sipping some tea she had made for herself. As she relished the hot, steaming beverage soothing her throat, she thought back to the last few days she spent with Naruto. He was very affectionate to her, she had observed. He was very gentle when talking to her, but too much as to treat her like she was precious glass. He respected her kunoichi in her own right, and wasn't afraid to beat her into the ground to get a point across when they trained together. He genuinely seemed to love her, if the small, but sweet gestures by him were anything to go by. She greatly enjoyed the times when they were intimate. The hot, steamy make-out sessions with him that got bolder every time were something she would always enjoy, but the occasional hug, snuggle and cuddle with him was she would never get bored of. Such sweet gestures made her love him even more. The love between them was growing stronger steadily. She didn't even need to say how accomplished he was as a shinobi at such a young age, however, it was how he normally acted that surprised her. Naruto was generally a very calm person, and very observant. He was not a foolish idealist, but rather his ideals were approached with a realistic and a pragmatic approach. This was something he told her himself. He did not disapprove of having ideals to live by and accomplish, but he seemed to genuinely loathe those people who blindly tried to achieve those ideals without taking the reality into account. Naruto had told her, in a joking way, that people seemed to think he was a very patient person. And it was true, mostly on the outside though. Rarely did anyone of his friends say that they had seen Naruto get angry, but Naruto had quietly told her the truth one time when they were cuddling in the living room. He preferred not to show his rage on the outside, but keep it within him and channel it in an effective way. Naruto hated when he was not in control of things, but that did not go to say that he was a control freak. He was more than happy to let others control things for him when he deemed himself incapable to do so. Before she could dwell on her thoughts more, she jumped a bit when the door to the gardens outside was opened, a figure stepping inside. She had almost thrown a kunai at the figure when she recognized the blonde hair of Naruto. She relaxed and let out the breath she was holding. At least knock before you enter, will you? She muttered. Naruto smiled sheepishly and raised his hands. I just wanted to see how you would react. Temari snorted, I almost threw a kunai at your head. Naruto nodded approvingly and walked around the sofa to sit with her. He wrapped an arm around her, gently pulling her into his side. I had something to talk about with our Hokage. Temari rested her head on his shoulder. They rested like that for a while, after which Temari muttered, today has been a slow day. Naruto's hand, that was rubbing her side absently, not that she minded, stopped. Slow as in, boring. Temari nodded in reply. She had been bored out of her mind. She would have trained, or explored the village, but for some reason, she was feeling quite lazy today. You want to go on a date? Her brow furrowed as she tilted her head to gaze into his azures. His eyes were twinkling with mischief, which caused her to put up her guard. From what she had seen, Naruto was not a person to pull many pranks, but she did not know that he was the resident prankster of the village. She raised an eyebrow questioningly. A date? Naruto nodded excitedly. Yeah, she thought about it a bit. It had been a while since they had been on one of those, in the past 2 days. Sure, why not? Naruto grinned like the cat who got the canary. Great, be ready at 8 in the evening. Wear something nice and casual. With that, he suddenly got up from the couch, whistling a random tune. Tamari chuckled and shook her head fondly at his amusing antics. Naruto was sure a peculiar person. XXXXXXX. It was 15 minutes to 8 when Tamari finished getting ready. She had taken a hot shower at 8:20, and then got ready. She did not usually apply makeup, but since this was a date with Naruto and not a meal after one of their training sessions, she applied a little bit of it. She had a feeling this would be special. She had put on a sleeveless, loose white blouse with straps over her shoulders, and a blue jeans that hugged her legs nicely. She had only put on some powder and lipstick, mainly because she had no idea how to properly put it on as she never cared much for it. She exited her room and went down the stairs, into the living room and saw Naruto. This was the first time she had seen him in a casual look and she had to say, he looked exceptionally handsome in the look. He wore a peach t-shirt inside a brown, full-sleeved shirt with buttons open, and the sleeves rolled up to the elbows. He wore khaki pants underneath, finishing with a different pair of sport shoes than she usually saw him. He also wore a black headband instead of his Hittite into his usual hairstyle. Needless to say, Tamari loved the look. Naruto, on the other hand, was blown away by how exceptionally beautiful Tamari looked for their date. She always looked beautiful to him, but today it looked more special than it usually did. Even her hair was tied into 2 ponytails, contrary to her usual 4. He smiled as she came close to him and wrapped her arms around his neck, him automatically wrapping his around her waist, pushing them close. She smiled like an angel. So, where are you taking me tonight? Naruto smiled as he stole a quick kiss from her. Your look alone makes me want to ravish you here and now, forget about the wedding, he said as he planted light kisses on her neck. Tamari blushed, making her face go dark red. The blush looked darker than usual because of her makeup, but she couldn't resist the moan when Naruto began planting kisses on her neck. She pulled him closer and tilted her neck to give him more access. Much to her silent protests, he pulled away. As much as I would like to do that, he said with a protesting face, we have an appointment in 10 minutes. Shall we? She smiled and hooked her arm with his, both of them going out of the house. It was somewhat nice, Naruto mused, to walk to places sometimes instead of just teleporting. It made you notice certain things that were not possible to be noticed in flashing. Like how the people wore smiles and not so subtly pointed at them and whispering. Like how a little girl would blush when he looked at her and hid her face behind her mother's legs, peeking out to look at them. He chuckled in amusement, drawing Tamari's attention. What is it? Naruto shook his head. Just a little girl blushing at the sight of us. Tamari gave a meaningful look to him. At the sight of you mean, she said in a teasing voice. Naruto smoothly shot back at her. I never said that, it could also be at the sight of you. Then why didn't you say that earlier? Naruto had no reply to that question, why made Tamari giggle. It was rare for Naruto to not have a comeback, and she relished the few times she had been able to achieve that. After 5 minutes of walking, they arrived at a fancy-looking restaurant. Fancy as in the kind where most of the people could come and eat, not the one that was only attended by the most snobbish people, which turned out to be, most of the times, the rich ones. Tamari could see a lot of people in the restaurant, which was fairly big. Naruto and her walked up to the receptionist, the former addressing him. I have an 8:15 reservation. The receptionist frowned and looked up. Namikaze Naruto, yes. The receptionist motioned one of the waiters. He will guide you to your table, Naruto-sama. Naruto barely kept from rolling his eyes, while Tamari quietly giggled beside him. He good-naturedly elbowed her in the ribs, yeah, very funny. To her surprise, the waiter led them upstairs to the roof, where the table were arranged. Few people were on the roof, chatting among themselves quietly. Tamari figured that the tables up on the roof must be for the people who wanted some privacy. The waiter sat them down on the table and they quickly gave their orders. Once he was gone, they started talking. You know Naruto, your choice for where our date would be is commendable. Naruto smiled and replied, yeah, I kind of wanted our date to be in a place where we both would be comfortable, but not so much as to come off like showing my wealth. He spread out his arms. This place offers great food, and privacy as well, not to mention the view from the roof is just mind-blowing. It was for me, when I came here for the first time. Tamari looked around, feeling the cool breeze blowing around them. She got up and went to the railing, smiling at the view of the village that met her. Lights everywhere, it looked like the village itself was breathing with life. Not as great as the view that was offered from the Hokage mountain, but it was beautiful nonetheless. She went back to her seat. You chose a great place, she told him as she took his hand in hers. Naruto smiled as he rubbed his thumb on her hand. Funny story, actually, how I got us this seat. Temari tilted her head in question, which he answered. Normally, they don't give rooftop reservations to teenagers. You must have noticed that we are the only teenagers up here. Temari wasn't an idiot. She had noticed that particular detail, and she quickly pieced together what he was trying to say. Her lips turned upwards into a smirk. You used your name to get this table, didn't you? Naruto's eyes twinkled with mischief and pride, the latter aimed at Temari. You know, you alarm me sometimes with how sharp you are. Temari accepted the compliment with a nod. It wasn't exactly hard. Also, if you used your influence to get us this table, does this mean that clan heirs can come here as well? Naruto smirked. You know, with some training, we can make a great detective out of you. Temari laughed lightly. I'm not suited for that. Maybe something little more kick-ass. Both of them lightly chuckled at that. Yes, clan heirs can come here. You need to understand that in Konoha, people who have good influence are treated a little better than those who don't. Which is not to say, the people with less influence get mediocre service. He leaned forward, as if sharing a secret. It's even better if you are related to the Hokage. Between us, I plan on using my influence whenever I can. He smirked at the last bit. Temari gave him an approving look. Good to see that you are not overly modest. Naruto just looked to the sky with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a waiter coming their way. Looks like our meals have arrived. They made small talk between their meals, mostly about what they would like to become in the future. Of course, Temari already knew that Naruto's dream was to become the greatest Hokage ever. But it came as a surprise to Naruto that Temari wanted to be the greatest master of wind release there ever was. Of course, Naruto knew that she was already highly proficient with her large war fan, but had yet to begin training with the smaller ones. That sparked an idea in his mind, but he would get to that later. They finished their meals, paid for it and left. They were just strolling in the village with no destination in mind. Unknown to Temari, Naruto was steadily getting nervous. He had something he had to do tonight, something very important, and he did not want to mess it up. You won't. Naruto smiled a bit at Kurama's reassurance and turned his head to look at Temari. She was looking around, admiring the sights. He nudged her, causing her to face him. How about we get somewhere private to sit down? She smiled. I don't have a problem. Suddenly, they were standing on top of Yondaimi's head, overlooking the village. Naruto sat down, leaning his back against a spike of hair. Temari sat down beside him, leaning against his side. He wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. Naruto always treasured the time when he just got to sit like this with Temari and enjoy the silence. You ever wonder about the future? Temari's sudden question startled him out of his thoughts, and he turned to look at her. She was still facing the village, head on his shoulder. Sometimes I do, though I prefer to live in the present. Why? Naruto thought a bit about the answer and then replied, I can control what I do in the present. The future I cannot. Temari turned her head towards him with a frown. But the actions you do, influence your future. Wouldn't you know the outcome of your actions? Naruto smiled as he gave his answer. I'm not the only one influencing my future now, am I? Temari looked deep in thought at that. Naruto turned his gaze back to the village with a smile, but in his mind, it was like a brooding feeling. He could feel it, a storm was coming towards them, and he wasn't sure if they were prepared or not. But he would do whatever he could to ensure that whatever was his would remain safe. But then he remembered what he came here to do. He unwrapped his arm around Temari and got up, getting a confused look from her. Will you stand up for a second? When she obliged, he gently grabbed her shoulders and stared into her teal eyes. Suddenly, it seemed a lot harder, and he almost wanted to turn around, but he was an Uzumaki, damn it. They don't run away from their problems. Temari, I am going to ask you a question. You just need to say yes or no, got it? He asked it with all the seriousness he could muster. Temari frowned as she was baffled by his request, but nodded. Naruto let out a breath and removed his arms from her shoulders, putting them into his pockets. He took a deep breath and relaxed. I really don't know how to say this, but I'll try my best. Temari, we both are powerful shinobi of our generations, and perhaps the most loyal, considering that we are willing to marry each other to cement our alliance. Temari stood before him, looking completely confused and a bit alarmed. Nonetheless, Naruto continued, It was one of my happiest days when we made out in that alleyway. In fact, that may have been the foundation to our growing love. Even though Tamari was blushing, the words felt alien to his tongue. He was not used to speaking in this way. For a person who always went straight to the point, this was difficult for him. A lot of time has passed since then, and we are about to get married in the next 3 days. But I felt that I must not break the tradition of a wedding, so he took out a small box from his pocket and opened it, revealing a stunning gold ring with intricate design on its band, but she had already gotten the point. Tamari gasped in surprise and delight, her eyes filling with tears. This was what he had in mind all along. Marry me. Naruto had barely asked her the question when she jumped into his arms, her own wrapping around his neck tightly. His own wrapped themselves around her waist as he gave an ear-to-ear smile. This probably, no, without doubt, was the happiest moment in his life. Yes, yes. Tamari hugged Naruto with all her might as her tears finally escaped. But the tears were of joy, and she was sure she had never been more happier in her life. It was every girl's dream to be proposed by the guy she loved, and since it was a political marriage, it had never occurred to Tamari that Naruto would pop the question to her. They had been extremely lucky in the first place that they had gotten engaged to each other. She pulled back and held out her left hand for him to slide the ring on, which he did with the biggest smile she had ever seen on his face. When she looked closer, even his eyes seemed a little wet. It was then she got a close look at the ring. It was gold, shining like his hair. It perplexed her a little that the intricate design on it seemed to be on the inside instead of the outside. The outside was plain gold, with a, surprisingly, head of a fox. Tamari already knew which fox was that and she turned to him in question. Naruto smiled and replied, "He has been a large part of my life till now, and will continue to be. In fact, he would never leave me, so I just had to include him." Tamari smiled and brushed her tears. He continued, "You see the intricate design on the inside? Those are seals. One of them is a tiny version of my Hiraishin marker. Just channel a bit your chakra in the ring and I'll be there. Also, I incorporated a blood seal as well. Whoever tries to remove that ring by surprise will have a nasty surprise waiting for him, including cutting off your finger." She looked at the ring on her finger in wonder. "How did you write the seals on the inside?" Naruto shrugged. "Shadow clones are very handy. They can transform into literally anything, including smaller versions of themselves." Tamari laughed and hugged him tightly. After what happened in the last minute, she didn't want to let go of him. She realized in this moment, and she was no longer afraid of telling him. She was completely sure. "I love you." Naruto was completely taken aback with those words. They were the words that he had been yearning to hear all of his life from someone. Sure, Jiraiya had his own way of saying that he cared about him, but hearing the words out loud was a different feeling entirely. He really didn't have words for it. Really? His voice broke for the first time when speaking to someone, but somehow, he didn't hate himself for it. Tamari smiled and just hugged him tenderly. Yes, his own arms wrapped around her waist tightly, and tears flowed from his eyes for the first time in a very long time. He was able to whisper back to her, "I love you too, xxxxxxx." Gaara and Kankuro were sitting in the living room, just passing time. Kankuro was actually explaining to Gaara how he worked his puppets when the redhead expressed his interest in them. They both jumped, however, when Naruto and Tamari suddenly appeared in front of them, arms wrapped around each other and giggling. Kankuro immediately assumed the worst, which was Naruto doing naughty things with his sister. But before he could act foolishly, as always, he noticed that Tamari seemed to be unusually happy. In fact, she was glowing from happiness. Gaara noticed it too, for he asked her, "What is it that you're so happy about, Tamari?" Tamari stopped giggling, but the huge smile didn't leave her face. "Naruto proposed to me." At that, Kankuro stupidly asked her, "Why, you were already going to get married. There was no need to." "As long as Tamari is happy," Gaara interrupted, knowing that Kankuro would probably say something that would ruin Tamari's mood. "I have no problem with it." Tamari smiled as she hugged Gaara. "Thank you so much, Gaara." She made Naruto sit down with her and recounted the details of their date to them, with unusual excitement. It was the first time that Naruto had seen her acting like Ino or Sakura, though the latter had cut down on her fangirling ways. Gaara was genuinely happy for them, while Kankuro earned himself a bashing from Tamari when he told Naruto in no uncertain terms that he was to inform Kankuro when he would go out with Tamari. While that left Naruto annoyed, he simply told Kankuro that he earned the bashing from his sister, and he would deliver it as well if he continued spouting bullshit. Gaara simply shook his head at his brother's foolishness, happy that he at least had common sense that his brother seemed to eternally lack. He congratulated the couple and retired for the night. It was a strange feeling to be asleep, and it had tickled Naruto's funny bone when Gaara had asked him if it was okay to get addicted to sleep. Naruto had laughed for an entire minute at that question, and when he stopped, he clapped Gaara on the shoulder and said, "You aren't the only one, buddy." He also took Kankuro with him using his sand, taking care that he did not litter the house with it. Soon enough, night came and Naruto prepared to sleep. To be truthful, he still hadn't gotten off the high that Temari had told him she loved him. He knew that he wouldn't be getting sleep anytime soon due to his excitement, so he pulled out a card deck and settled himself on his bed for a few games with his clones. Kami, he was crazy. He was about to summon his clones when his door was knocked. He frowned and looked at the clock on the wall. Who could be knocking at 11? He opened the door, only for his breath to hitch slightly. Temari was leaning against his doorframe, dressed in a loose t-shirt that went down till her half-thighs, exposing her long legs. Naruto seriously thought that they were the best feature about her after her eyes. She smiled. "Hey," he managed to return, "hey yourself. If those are your nightclothes, I will never get tired of seeing you in that." Temari chuckled, "So glad you like it." Naruto found himself in an awkward position. What was he supposed to say? "You can't sleep either." Temari shook her head gently, her hair moving with her. "With all the excitement you put me through today, I know I won't be able to sleep. I was wondering whether you wanted to pass the time with me." Naruto blinked. "Sure, if you want to." Temari smiled serenely and held out 2 fingers. "Choose one." Naruto frowned. "What are these?" "Nothing that would hurt you." Warning. Lime scene. Naruto huffed at her vagueness and abruptly grabbed her index finger. Suddenly, her smile turned teasing and catching him off guard, she pulled him out of his room and smashed her lips against his. He wasted no time in returning her kiss, his arms wrapping around her waist and in her hair, pulling her flush against him. In the back of his mind, he approved her way of burning of the excitement. One of her hands was wrapped around his neck and the other was fisted in his hair, making it more of a mess than it usually was. Naruto pulled one of his hands so both of them were wrapped around her waist. He turned them around, gently slamming Temari into the wall. Neither of them cared whether the other inhabitants of the house were awake or sleeping. Both just wanted to experience the pleasure. Naruto's left hand went down her thigh, going up the t-shirt she was wearing, and softly massaged the skin of her toned stomach. The contact of flesh spurred Temari further, as her left leg came up to wrap around Naruto's hips, his other hand instantly going to support it. Naruto's right hand was now brushing over the underside of her thigh, and his excitement only grew when his hand wasn't stopped from exploring the naked flesh of her ass. Even though she was wearing panties, Naruto's heart soared at the amount of trust she had in him. He broke off the kiss and started sucking at her pulse point. The gasp that followed his action swelled his ego a little, and he decided that he could get a little more bolder. Temari was doing everything she could to keep her moans and gasps as quiet as possible, but it was proving to be a difficult job. She couldn't quieten the gasp when Naruto started sucking her pulse point, and it wasn't helping at all that one of his hands was massaging her waist, occasionally brushing her braless sides. The other hand was exploring the underside of the thigh that was wrapped around his hips, squeezing her ass cheek occasionally. Not to mention, she could feel his excitement poking her on her inner thigh. She wanted some payback, but before she could act on her thoughts, the hand that was massaging her sides went up, gently grabbing her breast and squeezing it. The loud gasp that erupted from her throat would have almost woken up the other residents, had Naruto not slammed his mouth onto hers at the last second. They resumed their tongue fight, but Naruto held the advantage because of his pleasurable actions to her breast. His thumb started playing with her nipple, and it was then she decided to take action. She knew that her hands brushing his abs made him shiver, but she was looking for something even more drastic, even bolder. Her right hand came down and went right inside his lower, wrapping around his flesh and squeezing it. The effect was instantaneous. His mouth opened in a gasp, and his actions faltered for a long second, in which she seized her chance. Her tongue invaded his mouth not so gently and explored every nook and corner of it, all the while, giving him a soft hand job. She had to admit, it was very long and thick. Naruto resumed his actions, while Temari continued hers. They knew that they were slowly breaking the physical boundaries between them, and whenever they did, they never spoke about it. They just did it, and it felt good. Suddenly, Temari stopped her ministrations and jumped up, wrapping her legs around his waist, so Naruto's excitement was pressed into her crotch. She could see from his expression that he was barely keeping himself from slamming her into the wall and humping her then and there. Temari, Kami, even his voice sounded sexy right now, with all the huskiness. His hands were supporting her by her ass. Both of them were breathing heavily, their faces inches from one another. "Let's go into your room," she suggested breathlessly. Naruto was all too happy to accept her suggestion, and carried her into his room, making sure to shut his door gently. He then laid her down on his bed, with him on top of her. The intimate contact they had was not yet broken. Temari grinned like the devil. "Let's burn off this excitement." She then pulled him down, engaging in another heated makeout session. Both of them would later admit that the night was one for the books. Sleep always came to Naruto quite easily. It was one of the benefits of following a strict training schedule and thus, maintaining his body at its physical peak. But having a strict timetable also meant that his body had an alarm clock of its own, informing him when it was time to eat, train, drink, sleep, or in this case, wake up. As soon as it was 5 in the morning, Naruto's eyes fluttered open and, as was his habit, blinked his eyes repeatedly to get the sleep out of his eyes. He was about to roll over and get up, but stopped when he felt his hand was hooked with something. Another hand. Last night's events flashed into his mind, and a small smile crossed over his face as he got back into his place. His front was pressed against a bare back, his legs tangled with his bed partner's, his left hand resting on her stomach and hooked with her own left hand. His breath brushed against the back of her neck, but she was too deep in sleep to react to that. He looked under the sheet, and felt a small relief about the fact that they were still wearing their underwear. He had an eidetic memory, but visual confirmation still made him feel a bit better. They had not done sex last night, but came very damn close. Naruto respected Temari's wishes that they not have sex until their wedding night, because she wanted that moment to be special for both of them. However, that did not mean they couldn't try certain, adventurous things. He looked back up and just pulled Temari closer to him by her stomach. She responded to him in her sleep by shuffling behind, so that they were in full contact under the covers. Naruto then realized that he might have made a mistake pulling her closer. The reason he thought that way was that he was a teenage boy, and being one of those beings meant he tended to have something of a morning wood. His excitement only rose when his girl shifted closer to him, her hips pressing against his flesh and causing his breath to hitch. He took a deep breath and tried to strengthen his resolve. There was no getting out of this. Well, there was, but a part of him didn't want to. Also, he was sure that Temari would wake up after feeling something pressed against her private parts. He would just have to wait, as painful as it was. XXXXXXX. Temari's eyes slowly fluttered open, as her mind rebooted from REM sleep. She felt warm, which was odd, considering she wasn't wearing her night t-shirt. She looked down and blinked, then cracked a small smile on seeing the slightly larger hand resting over her smaller one. Memories of last night came to the front of her mind, and her face broke into a large grin at what had happened. She and Naruto had continued their activities for over an hour after they began, after which they had decided to sleep, not even minding the mess on the sheets. Last night was the first time she and Naruto had ever went this far. But that wasn't anything new for them. Every time they made out, they went a little farther than the last time. What would be more correct to say was, last night was the first time they had engaged in any sort of sexual contact. She had given her first handjob, and gotten her vagina stimulated by someone else's fingers for the first time as well. And both of them had loved it, regardless of the mess they had made on the sheets. As more of her memories returned, the sensations to her body returned as well. She became aware how her back was pressed to Naruto's chest, her legs were tangled with his. And something was poking her in the ass. Like she could feel Naruto's own heart beating fast at the contact, hers sped up as well. Before she could take a course of action, she moaned at the feeling of feather-light kisses brushing the back of her neck. The hand that was overlapping. Her own started roaming as well. "I see you had a good night's sleep," she managed to get out. She felt Naruto's smile against her skin. "I'm sure you did too." Temari was lightly panting by now, because of Naruto's ministrations. Her delightfully rose up and down, to Naruto's entertainment. Temari slowly shifted so she was lying on her back, legs spreading on their own. Naruto maneuvered himself so he was between her legs, both of their crotch areas in contact. We should, probably, get up, Temari gasped out, pleasure increasing as Naruto massaged her nipples. Naruto didn't even pause, it's 5 in the morning right now. That was enough of an incentive for Temari to grab his head with her hands and bring him down for a ferocious lip lock. Their tongues dueled as her legs tightened around him. That prompted Naruto to slowly start moving backwards and forwards. 45 minutes later, both of them were panting as they cuddled on the bed, the sheets wet once again. Naruto rested against the headboard, with Temari laying her head on his chest, her legs resting over his under the sheets. She was idly drawing circles with her finger on his chest. I can't imagine how sex would feel if only this feels so incredible, Temari commented. Naruto chuckled, I'm sure it would be at least 10 times more incredible than this. Temari gave him a sultry look. I'm sure you can't wait to find out. Naruto truthfully replied, you're right, I can't. But I will exercise the incredible willpower I have to restrain myself until our wedding night. Temari softly giggled and kissed him on his cheek. And I can't wait to see what happens when you break that restraint. They both went silent after that, just enjoying the quiet till it lasted. Of course, both of them froze when they heard the light, yet unmistakable sound of a door opening. It was the bedroom right across from them, which meant it was Gaara and Kankuro's room. Light, but sure footsteps exited and slowly made their way to the living room. That was Gaara. Naruto released a breath. I think it's best if you made your way to your room now. Good idea, Temari whispered as she got out of the covers. Naruto's eyes drank in the form of a mostly naked Temari hungrily. His excitement started to rise up once again at the sight, making it uncomfortable for him since it was restrained by his boxers. As she was picking up her t-shirt from the floor, giving Naruto a great view of her behind, she noticed a tent forming under the sheets and smirked. Aren't you a horny one? She remarked. Can you blame me? You are the one tempting me by standing nude like that. Naruto returned. Temari looked at him and then the clock. Turning back to him, she said, you know, I don't wake up until at least 6:30, so my room remains undisturbed. So we still have, warning, small lime scene. A bit of time was left unsaid as a pair of lips crashed against hers. The t-shirt dropped from her hand to the ground as both of them came to wrap around Naruto's neck, pulling their bodies flush. Her chest pressed against his and his erection pressed against her stomach, his boxers looking like they were close to tearing in half. His hands cupped her behind, pressing her into him even more. They both furiously made out, standing in the middle of the room for a short while, after which Naruto pulled her up. Her legs immediately wrapped around his waist in response. His erection, that was pressing into her stomach, was now pressed directly into her crotch. She moaned lightly as Naruto used his hands to move her up and down. But he seemed to get a better idea, as he backed slowly until the back of his knees pressed against the bed. He slowly sat down, allowing Temari to comfortably put her weight on his crotch. She began grinding him as one of his hands came to massage her breast. Temari broke the lip lock just long enough to say, you sure have endurance. She then attacked his neck. Naruto's hand, that was cupping her behind, pressed against the small of her back to pull them flush. No one can top an Uzumaki in endurance. They continued making out for another 20 minutes, before reaching a crescendo once more. The both panted as they made eye contact, neither wanting to leave each other. Lime scene end. Naruto was the one who broke the silence. You are making me addicted to you. Temari smirked before giving him a soft kiss. I believe that's my line. She then got up from his lap. Her panties were all wet, as were the bedsheets. She looked at Naruto and raised her eyebrows. Seriously, can you even run out of that? To say Naruto's boxers were a mess was an understatement. He shrugged and got up. Who knows, maybe we'll test it out. Temari blushed before putting on her t-shirt, making her way to the door. She then froze, and turned to him with a slightly panicky look. Gaara's still outside. Naruto waved away her worry. He likes to take a walk in the ground behind the house at this time, and Kankuro doesn't get up until 8, so you're good. Temari raised an eyebrow slightly. I don't know if I should be impressed or creeped out that you know my brother's timetable so well. Naruto smirked at her. I make it a point to know who my guests are, very thoroughly. Temari shook her head off the blush at the double meaning in the statement, then opened the door quietly, checking whether Gaara was there or not. Upon seeing no one, she exited, winking at him before closing the door. Naruto released a sigh, followed by a chuckle. Never thought I would get addicted to something other than training. Might need to correct that. He would have created clones to clean his room up, but first he needed a shower. He headed into the bathroom and as hot water washed over him, he remarked to himself. Correct seems a bit harsh. I'll have to control it. XXXXXXX. Naruto came out for breakfast when it was 5 minutes to 6:30, and found Gaara drinking a cup of tea that he had made for himself. Gaara rose an eyebrow at him. It's quite unusual of you to wake up this late. Naruto shrugged as he took a seat, making 4 clones to start making breakfast for him, Temari and Gaara. Kankuro prepared his own, since he got up later than everyone. I do have my off days. Sometimes I just like to wake up and lie in the bed, staring up and getting lost in my thoughts. Gaara nodded as he sipped the last of his tea. I like to do that too, except I do it when I'm outside. They both were quiet after that, the only sound coming was from the cooking that the clones were doing. Suddenly, Gaara surprised Naruto with a question. How are the preparations for the wedding going? Naruto frowned a little. Well, Tsunade Ba-chan said they were on schedule. In 2 days is the wedding, so we should be fine. Then he frowned a bit more heavily. On second thought, I might not be so fine. I might have to run an important errand today itself. His eyes narrowed along with the frown, or two. Gaara's curiosity grew at Naruto's serious expression. Must be some very important errands. Naruto nodded. They are indeed. The breakfast was ready and soon, they started eating, occasionally talking about some trivial things or the wedding. Just as they had finished eating it, Temari came out of her room, in her usual attire. She sat down on the dining table beside Naruto. Good morning Gaara, Naruto. Good morning, Nei-san. To you as well. Temari served herself the breakfast that was reserved for her, and started eating. So, Naruto, anything special you have to do today? Naruto looked up and spoke in a mocking tone. Let's see. There's training, studying, a meeting with Tsunade. I think that's it. He was treated to deadpan look from Temari. Naruto, she began slowly, that's what you do practically every day. Naruto pretended to be surprised. Oh, do I? Seeing as Temari was starting to look irritated, he chuckled and said. Sorry, just messing with you. I have 2 important errands to run today, and I also need to talk to you alone about something. Temari slowly gulped what was in her mouth. Is it related to the wedding? Naruto shook his head. Temari slowly nodded and said after thinking for a while. How about we talk in the evening, after you've done your errands? Sounds good to me. After the breakfast was finished, they got up and got started on their days. Naruto and Temari went to do a bit of personal training, while Gaara went to do his own thing. XXXXXXX. Sasuke heavily panted as he stared at the silver-haired man before him. He was training with Kakashi right now, since this was one of the rare days that they weren't doing D-rank missions. As soon as Kakashi had told them that they could do whatever they wanted this day, Sasuke had grabbed the chance and asked him to train with him. Sakura had gone to do some extra medical training at the hospital. Luckily, it seemed that Kakashi was in a good mood today. He had agreed and for the last 3 hours, they had been fighting non-stop. Kakashi was trying to get Sasuke used to making some tactical decisions when fighting, instead of letting his emotions get in the way. And he was not afraid to beat his ass, hard. It seriously irked Sasuke that Kakashi had not even broken a sweat, which meant Sasuke had yet to push the man outside of his comfort zone. Not even that, but Kakashi had not even revealed his Sharingan yet, while Sasuke had activated it as soon as the fight had begun. But he appreciated that Kakashi was at least being serious. It's good that you want to train your Sharingan, but don't make the same mistake that your clan did. Well, most of them anyway. Kakashi's voice snapped him out of his thoughts, and he snapped back at him. What mistake? Kakashi looked as lazy as usual, but his voice was serious. Don't rely on it too much. Doing so would make it a handicap more than a tool. Anger rose up in Sasuke, but he ruthlessly pushed it back down. Sharingan was his bloodline, and he would use it as he saw fit. But there was a truth in Kakashi's words. Sasuke did use it in every fight, ever since he activated it. Kakashi walked towards Sasuke. The Sharingan is a part of you, but it is a tool that you make use of in battle. And the tool is only as good as its wielder. In your case, it augments the way you fight. You control the tool, not the other way around. Take 10, then we'll resume. Sasuke saw the truth in those words. The Sharingan was incredible, but useless if you didn't know how to use it. It gave him the ability to predict attacks, but Sasuke was still trying to control his body's reaction upon knowing where the attack would hit. He was automatically moving around the attack according to the Sharingan, and that was exactly what Kakashi had taken advantage of. The man knew how he would react and capitalized on it. Kakashi's understanding of the Sharingan was truly genius level. Sasuke sat down to take a break, while Kakashi pulled out his book. While Sasuke appreciated how good of a teacher Kakashi was when he put his mind to it, it was rare. Most of the times, Sasuke did his training alone. He would ask Naruto, but the guy was busy in preparations of his wedding and hadn't that been a surprise. And not to mention, he trained on his own. While Sasuke was slowly improving, the pace was still too slow to his liking. Every day, he felt like Itachi was getting further and further away from him, while he desperately tried to keep up. And not just Itachi, Naruto was leaps ahead of him, and Sasuke didn't even know what he was fully capable of. Still, regardless of what Naruto had told him in the hospital room, Sasuke was getting endlessly frustrated at how slowly he was improving. Was it because of his drive? Lacking motivation, his desire to get revenge on Itachi was motivation enough, but he was nowhere near Itachi's level when his brother was his age. Itachi was like Naruto, leaps and bounds ahead of everyone. But like Naruto had said, Itachi was a sort of genius that came once in generations. It would be completely wrong of him to say that he could progress with the same pace as his brother. But Naruto had also said that you can get stronger when you have something to protect. Was that the reason why he was not getting strong quick enough? That he didn't have something to protect? Was his desire to protect Naruto when Itachi was after him fake? Whatever Naruto said, Sasuke was starting to think that he wouldn't get strong quickly enough if he were to remain in this village. He had nothing to protect. The bonds he had formed, they had to be strong enough to hurt if he loses them. He empathized with him, that was for sure, but they were not the same. They both had different circumstances while growing up, which meant, Sasuke couldn't grow strong like the way Naruto did. His means of getting stronger would have to be drastically different. His re-encounter with Itachi had reminded him what he was supposed to focus on. The curse mark on his neck burned slightly, causing him to suppress a hiss. It was no good if Kakashi saw, and being the genius he was, would quickly figure out what kind of thoughts were running in Sasuke's head. On the other hand, the burning of the curse mark reminded Sasuke of the person who gave it to him. Orochimaru was one of the Sannin, like Jiraiya, and one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Personally trained by the Sandaime, the man was even rumored to become the Yondaime. Ousted because of his highly unethical experimentations, Orochimaru became a S-rank missing nin and an enemy of Konoha. An epiphany struck Sasuke. Naruto was being trained by Jiraiya, and Sasuke was pretty sure he would become the man's apprentice, given his genius. He had heard from Kakashi that Sakura was taking medical lessons at the hospital, and was the only one who was personally trained by Tsunade, even if it was only sometimes. She was not Tsunade's apprentice, but she was still being trained by a Sannin. The entirety of Team 7 was being trained by a Sannin, save for him. Both Naruto and Sakura are each getting stronger in their own ways, assisted by some of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Why the hell was he being left out? Leaving the village to train under the remaining Sannin was looking like a very good idea. I could have killed you over 5 times by now. The voice snapped Sasuke out of his thoughts, and by pure reflex, he stood up and threw a kunai in the direction of the voice. Naruto lazily caught the kunai with just 2 fingers. Hooking it with his finger, he rotated it. Nice reaction time, but unneeded if you were aware of my presence in the first place. Kakashi closed his book. So nice of you to visit us, Naruto. I'm really glad you still remember us, he said it with an eye smile. Naruto rolled his eyes. I would have apologized for that if I didn't have a really good reason. Kakashi rose an eyebrow. Which is? Naruto spread out his arms. I'm preparing for my wedding. He walked up to them, a lazy smile on his face. His left hand went in his back pocket, and he held out 2 teal envelopes. I wanted to personally invite Team 7. Normally, you wouldn't be sent invitations, but you know that I don't do normal. Kakashi and Sasuke took out the invitations from inside. Kakashi was happy, for he would get to see Naruto on his wedding day. I wish you were there on the day, Sensei, he thought nostalgically. Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't know what to feel. He tried to feel happy for him, but his mind was wandering elsewhere. He settled for a congratulations in the end. So, Were you training? Yes, actually. I was training Sasuke to improve on his Sharingan. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Wow, learn any new jutsu lately? Sasuke dryly remarked, pointing a thumb to Kakashi. No, he's a selfish man. I thought you would have known. Naruto snorted. Never expected a sense of humor from you, but it's a pleasant surprise. Sasuke got up. What about you? Have you learned anything new? Naruto's eyes lit up. Yes, I have. Kakashi was curious as well. Do show. Naruto gazed around, seeing a large rock that had numerous cracks running from a center that showed a repeated, single-point penetration. He pointed a thumb at it. Mind if I have a go? Sasuke was about to refuse him, telling him he needed that rock, but stopped himself in time. That actually sounded a bit stupid. By all means. Naruto walked over to the rock and asked Sasuke. You were practicing the Chidori on this, right? Sasuke nodded, curious to see what Naruto would do. He watched as Naruto slowly lifted his right hand, palm turned upwards. He turned on his Sharingan to watch more closely, and he was glad that he did, because one moment, his palm held nothing but air. The next moment, a solid, rotating sphere of chakra, the size of a toy football, hovered in his hand. He heard Kakashi suck in a breath next to him. He was blown away by what happened next. Naruto pulled back his arm, and pushed it forward, slamming the sphere of chakra right at the point where Sasuke practiced his Chidori. It took only a little more than a second for the rock to completely obliterate into pieces from the cracks that spread out. Nothing remained of the rock that was previously standing there. Sasuke was gaping at the sheer, destructive power of the jutsu. He was aware that Chidori was an assassination jutsu and therefore, not capable of causing such destruction since the electricity was concentrated at a single point to penetrate. But he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if that jutsu were to go against Chidori. When did you learn the Rasengan? Kakashi's question gave Sasuke insight into the jutsu's name. He felt like he had read about that somewhere. Ero Sennin taught me while we were searching for our wayward Hokage, Naruto answered while walking back to them. Kakashi shook his head in wonder. Even Jiraiya-sama took 7 months to learn that. How the hell did you manage to learn it in 1 month? Naruto shrugged. Perks of being a genius. Though between the three of us, he leaned in as if sharing a secret, it frustrated the hell out of me. Sasuke smirked at the image of Naruto scowling in frustration at his own hand as if it was betraying him. It felt vaguely satisfying. He looked up to see Naruto holding out a scroll to him. He frowned. What's this? Naruto just handed it to him. A Kaden jutsu I thought you might find interesting, being a pyromaniac and all that. Sasuke scowled. I'm not a pyromaniac. He accepted the scroll nonetheless. Naruto smirked. Could have fooled me. Anyways, I have a few more errands to run today, so I'll see you later. Oh, and don't forget to come at the wedding. If you do, you know what I will do. Kakashi, you better not be late. He flashed away after that. Sasuke looked down at the invitation and felt his lips twitching upwards. He knew exactly what Naruto would do. XXXXXXX. Sakura was walking back to where she had left her lab coat. The lunch break was over, and she was to work with Arashi-sensei, who would teach her about how to identify poisons and create antidotes. She found her coat and put it on, frowning when she felt something in her pocket. She took it out and her eyes widened in delight when she found a teal envelope. She instantly knew that it was a wedding invitation to her teammate's wedding. She found another note in her pocket, this time a folded piece of paper. Unfolding it, she read it. Sakura, I'm inviting you, along with Kakashi and Sasuke, to my wedding, seeing as you were the only ones of the rookies to not receive an invitation. Well, except Team 9, but I can't invite them, as unfortunate as it is. Seeing as almost all of the Genin teams would be there, it wouldn't do for Team 7 to not be there. Don't be late, Naruto. Sakura gave a small squeal at the note. She put it into her pocket and happily skipped to the lab. She would have to search for a dress to wear that evening. XXXXXXX. Anko was sitting at the dango shop, eating her favorite food in the world, when someone sat down in front of her. You will get fat if you don't compensate all of that with some training, you know. If it had been anyone, she would have chucked a stick at the person for insinuating that she would get fat. She was one of the hottest kunoichis in Konoha, damn it. But she knew that voice anywhere, and she snapped open her eyes. Naruto was sitting in front of her, smiling fondly. She leant back in her seat with a smirk. Well, look who dropped by. I was beginning to think you had forgotten me. Naruto sighed. I don't know if you were in touch, but Kakashi pretty much told me the same thing. Anko shrugged. Well, as much as I want to, I can't blame you. Preparations for a wedding can be hectic, I guess. Naruto nodded. That, and spending some time with my fiancé. Anko leaned forward on the desk, a teasing smile on her face. Oh, and how do you like the pleasures that the female body has to offer? His cheeks went a little red, but he did manage to reply. We have not done it yet, if that's what you mean. Anko shrugged innocently. When did I say anything about fucking? You can do a whole lot of things other than that, and I can see it on your face that you have done other things, she finished with a perverted leer. Naruto looked away at that. She was not wrong. Listen, I came to talk to you about something important. An eyebrow raise. Oh, and about what? Naruto stood up. I think we need a little privacy. One moment later, they were standing in a training field. Anko blinked at the sudden change in scenery. That is handy, she commented. Naruto smiled softly. Don't I know it? He took a deep breath. He would not hesitate on this. Would you attend my wedding as my mother? That shocked Anko into silence. She could do nothing but stare at him, a hand going to cover her open mouth. Tears prickled her eyes at how high Naruto seemed to hold her. Is this what you wanted to ask me? Naruto smiled and nodded. You have been there and taken care of me for years, sensei. Besides the Sandaime, you have been there for me the longest, so it only seemed fit to invite you as my mother. It's totally fine though, if you don't want to, I don't want to pressure you or anything. He was cut off when Anko wrapped him in a hug, tears trickling down her cheeks. Thank you, Naruto. That was perhaps the most heartfelt thing Naruto had ever heard from his sensei, and it was beautiful. The hug felt exactly like the one he got from Temari, full of love. He wrapped his own arms around her. No. Thank you. XXXXXXX. After a goodbye to her, Naruto proceeded to the place that held some of his, not so fond memories. But who cared about the place? He was there to meet someone. Naruto walked through the hall slowly, recalling each and every incident or prank he had played, and got punished for it, even if they could never prove it. Only one person believed him, but it was one person against everyone else. The lunch hour had been over for 15 minutes, but Naruto was sure that he could hustle Iruka-sensei out for a minute or two. He knew what the chakra signature felt like, and followed it to where it was in the academy. He was surprised though, because it seemed Iruka's class seemed to have changed from the ground floor to the first. He stopped outside the door that Iruka was standing behind, along with one other Chunin-level chakra signature. Good, which means the class won't start howling at his absence. He knocked on the door, his keen ears picking up the silence that followed after his knocking. Thankfully, it was Iruka who approached the door and not the other instructor. The door opened, causing Iruka's eyes to widen in surprise on seeing Naruto. Naruto was standing behind the door such that the class wouldn't be able to see him. He whispered, "Can we talk?" Iruka blinked, sure. 1 second, he turned to the other instructor in the room. Haruki, will you take over for a few minutes? Thanks. Without waiting for a reply, Iruka exited and closed the door. He turned to Naruto, face laced with concern. Is everything alright? Naruto motioned with his head. Let's talk on the roof. 2 minutes later, they both were standing on the roof, with Iruka standing in front of Naruto. So what is this about, Naruto? Naruto took a deep breath. Will you attend my wedding as my father? Iruka's blinked first in shock, and then when the question finally settled, his eyes started watering, but he immediately wiped them. He never thought that Naruto saw him as one, since their relationship leaned more towards the older brother-younger brother line. But if Naruto thought he could stand in place of Namikaze Minato, then he would do his best. He gave a heartfelt smile. I would be honored, Naruto. XXXXXXX. What's up? The moment he had finished the words, 4 swords were pointed at his throat from 4 directions. Naruto stood there calmly, not even fazed by the swords. Tsunade, who was already annoyed that the day's paperwork was increasing, looked up in irritation at the intruder. Naruto did not have an ounce of guilt, barging in her office like that. You got some nerve, I'll give you that. Naruto chuckled as the guards went back to their posts after being waved away by Tsunade. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here. So, to what do I owe the displeasure? Naruto deadpanned. That is harsh. Anyway, you were the one who called me today, so you tell me. Tsunade blinked. I did. She then suddenly remembered. Oh right, I did have some business with you. Have you read up on what you are supposed to do in the ceremony? Naruto rolled his eyes, but replied, yes, I did read up on that. I thought that my brain would shrivel up from boredom. Deciding to ignore that, she stood up. Alright, make 2 clones. There is something else we need to get done today itself. Doing as she asked, 2 clones of him appeared on his right and left. Tsunade made 2 clones herself. She then paired one of her own with one of Naruto's and assigned them their jobs. She pointed to the pair on the right of Naruto. You, get him fitted with a wedding kimono and tell them we need before tomorrow ends. Naruto's eyes widened as he cursed himself for forgetting that detail. Pointing to the other pair, she said, go with him and make sure everything is properly prepared for the reception at his house. When they were gone, Tsunade flashed through hand seals, pressing her hand onto a part of the wall. Seals flashed over the room, ensuring their privacy. Naruto had upgraded the seals on the behest of Tsunade, for a very handsome pay. Naruto rose an eyebrow when Tsunade sat down on her chair. Grab a chair and sit down. He internally wondered what was so serious, but complied anyway. Once he was settled, Tsunade pulled out a book from her drawer. I remembered that since you were practically alone when you were growing up, you missed some very vital education. What is she talking about? Crap. When Tsunade opened a page of the book, Naruto's eyes immediately saw what was in there and he blanked out. Kurama was snickering within him, the utter bastard that he was. Naruto knew what sex was and how to do it, even if he hadn't done it. But after numerous makeout sessions with his fiancée, he had a pretty solid idea of what he was supposed to do. It was human instinct, after all. I figured it out that no one has explained the birds and the bees to you, so I'm going to remedy that. You should count yourself lucky, since I'm the best medical kunoichi there is, Tsunade nonchalantly said, unaware of the horror that was internally growing in Naruto. Naruto was torn on the inside. On one hand, he wanted nothing more to flash away from here and hide in his study, where no one can come in. But on the other hand, education on sex was pretty important. He didn't know anything about the dangers of it, or how to prevent those dangers. So with a long-suffering sigh, he mentally prepared himself. Kurama couldn't stop laughing in mirth within him. XXXXXXX. And that's about it, Tsunade finished thoughtfully, trying to think whether she missed anything. She looked up from the copy to see Naruto with a completely blank face, devoid of any horror that is the usual reaction when parents talk to their children about sex. She knew she was, and it was even more awkward because that talk was given to her by her grandfather, because he was the greatest medical nin of his time. It also did not help that he was the biggest goof she knew before Jiraiya. Naruto might have looked calm on the inside, but he was mentally asking himself the question that why did it require an hour and a half to do this talk? Right now, he wanted nothing more than to go into a training ground and train himself to exhaustion. Anything to get his mind off this, but it really wouldn't work. Eidetic memory can be a curse sometimes. Case in point, this. Is that all? His voice came out calm, yet he was anything but that. Tsunade nodded with a cheerful smile. Yes, you can go now. She disabled the privacy seals, and as soon as she did that, Naruto was gone in a flash. She chuckled, you can't fool me, brat. I know you are completely freaked out on the inside. Naruto had flashed to the Hokage mountain, and spread out his senses. Once he had what he was looking for, he used the body flicker to get there since the person he was looking for had no marking on his body. Sasuke. The shout surprised the boy, but he turned around and found Naruto briskly walking towards him. By his expression, he looked calm but his body told him anything but that. Naruto neared him and spoke, you and I are going to have a spar, right now. That shocked him greatly, for Naruto never sought out a fight with him. It was usually the other way around. But he was never the one to turn down a challenge like that. He smirked as he activated his Sharingan. I don't have a problem with that. I've been wanting to test out some of the new stuff I've learned lately. 1 hour later, Sasuke was lying on the ground, fully exhausted. Even lifting an arm seemed like a chore. With great difficulty, he made use of his hands to sit up, leaning against one of the training posts. He then observed Naruto, who was standing 10 feet from him and scowled. Naruto was looking equally exhausted, but the guy still had enough energy to remain standing. Sasuke had started using resistance seals as well, and was sure that Naruto did too, but only at a higher level. Kakashi was the one who put those on him, and the results had shown. He was faster, his stamina had improved, along with his strength and endurance. But it was clear that he had a long way to go if he wanted to catch up to Naruto. If the guy was looking that exhausted after just 1 hour of continuous sparring, Sasuke could only wonder how much resistance Naruto was using. But even then Naruto had held the upper hand. Naruto was slowly getting his breath back. Wow, he really has improved. There were fewer holes in his style, and the ones I could see were difficult to exploit. He also has gotten faster lately, although that could be because of the resistance seals I spotted. He might almost be as good as Lee now. He took out a storage scroll from his jacket pockets, unsealing 2 bottles of water. Walking towards Sasuke, he sat down next to him and handed over 1 bottle. The Uchiha gratefully accepted this with a nod and opened it. Both of them finished the contents in one go. Thanks buddy, I really needed that, Naruto spoke after he had gotten most of his breath back. Why did you, though? Naruto shook his head, had to get my mind off something. Hardly does me any good because of my perfect memory, but I still appreciate it. The spar had been very good for Sasuke as well. It had been a very long time since he had actually enjoyed a spar like that. No one among his age group was good enough to give him a challenge, except for Naruto. The spar told him a lot about how Naruto fought. Good information, if they ever fought seriously in the future. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to think that Naruto did not analyze his fighting style as well. Naruto was a genius of fighting, whether it be ninjutsu or taijutsu. Naruto got up with a grunt, mumbling, I'm going to feel that for some time. Louder, he said, well, I should go. There is something I have to talk to Temari about. Thanks for the spar. Naruto turned at Sasuke's voice, surprise flickering his face for a moment, before being replaced with a smirk. To you as well. He was gone in a flash, leaving Sasuke to his thoughts. XXXXXXX. Temari was just finished with her shower and coming out of her room when she saw Naruto, sitting in the living room. He saw her and gave a small smile. Hey, was your day interesting? Naruto made a face like he was considering. You could say that. Listen, there's something I need to talk to you about. Surprise flashed over Temari's face. Oh, over the next half an hour, Naruto explained everything about what was written in his father's journal. Temari was patient through all of it, and when Naruto was finished, she took a minute to gather her thoughts. So let me get this straight. Your father figured out a way to enhance the human body without any ramifications. Naruto nodded. I am glad that you didn't keep this as a secret from me, Naruto. But what am I supposed to do with this information? Naruto leaned back, shrugging. Keeping it a secret would be good. Also, would you consider doing it? Temari raised her eyebrows in shock and disbelief. What? Naruto looked a bit uncomfortable, but made eye contact nonetheless. I talked it out with Ero Sennin and Ba-chan. Temari. They have said that the operation is perfectly safe. My father and my mom made sure that all the flaws were corrected before Dad underwent the procedure. I decided to do this because I wanted to be as strong as possible so I could protect what was close to me. If this is one of the ways, then I will do it. Temari's shock had still yet to recede. Naruto. I don't know what to say. Naruto reached out and held one of Temari's hands. Temari, one of the reasons shinobi strive to get stronger is so they can endure and therefore, protect. People don't care about the means of getting stronger if you are doing the right thing with the power you get. My father left a special note for me in this, saying that he hoped with how strong he will get from this, he would be able to protect me and my mom. Temari looked unsure. Naruto, I don't know about this. Of course, I won't force you to undergo. It is completely your choice. I just wanted to make you see the benefits of this, Naruto said, getting up. Temari got up with him. Can I get some time to think about this? Naruto smiled. Take all the time you need. If you want some more details about this, just come into my study. I have to key you in and show you the password, so come with me. You might have to drag me out in the future if I get too engrossed, he added, making her smirk. After about 20 minutes, Naruto had keyed in Temari's chakra signature to his study. He went in and took out his journal, putting it on the table and sliding it to her. It's best if you read it inside here. She nodded and stood up, sliding it back to him. I'll read it whenever I can. In the meantime, she smiled a bit shyly, would you like to have some dinner? Naruto rose an eyebrow. You can cook. She nodded, shuffling her feet. Kankuro always told me he liked my cooking, and I have always found it very soothing. Naruto was a bit wary, but thought he should show a bit of trust in his soon-to-be wife. Alright, do you want some kitchen staff, though? My clones are awesome. Temari was already walking away, though. No thanks. Turns out, Temari was a very good cook. Naruto was struggling to keep his table manners. This is really good, he said between bites. Temari grinned as she ate her own food. Thank you. It's good to know that all that time spent in the kitchen seeing the servants cook wasn't a waste of time. Naruto finished his food quickly and put down his sticks, looking at Temari with an expression of utmost seriousness. I want to propose something. Temari was caught off guard by the sudden change in the atmosphere. What? Would you please cook at least 3 days of the week? That statement did not deserve the amount of seriousness Naruto was giving it, and so Temari broke into peals of laughter. Oh, Naruto, she said once the laughter had subsided, I'll cook for you anytime you want. Naruto backpedaled a little. No, it's just that, I don't want to put this as a duty or a burden on you. Temari stood up and walked over to Naruto. She wrapped her arms around him from behind and gave him a kiss on the cheek. It's not a burden at all, sweetie. Especially if I like doing it. XXXXXXX. 2 days passed like a breeze and soon it was the day of his wedding. And like any other man, he was incredibly nervous. Anko was standing beside him, adjusting his robes and fussing over his makeup, which he had worn for the first time in his life. Also, Anko's fussing was incredibly out of character for her, but somehow she made it look very natural. Very motherly. Seriously, you should just relax, or you'll ruin your makeup. Think of it as another mission, she lightly chastised him. Naruto rolled his eyes. Maybe I'll get to say it to you on your wedding day. He received a light slap on his arm for that. Tsunade had been informed of Naruto's decision of asking Iruka and Anko to attend his wedding, and she was a bit confused since she wasn't aware of their history. However, that was quickly remedied after a brief history lesson. Now, you readers would think that Naruto should have asked Jiraiya to be there as his father, but Naruto acknowledged Iruka close to him, before Jiraiya. For reference, go to chapter 5. The door to his room was knocked. You ready in there, Naruto? Naruto replied back, come in, and almost. The door opened and Iruka stepped in, dressed in formal robes as well. Wow, you look really good. Naruto gave a tight smile. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. It was easy for Iruka to see how nervous Naruto was, knowing him for many years now. He leaned against the door frame. If it's Anko who's making you nervous, I don't fault you at all. Anko rolled her eyes. Please, you are more nervous around me than him. You honestly stutter whenever I try to talk to you. True to that statement, Iruka sputtered, trying to come up with a reply. Naruto took this chance to rib him some more. We all know what it means when a boy or a man stutters in front of a girl or a woman, don't we, Iruka-sensei? Iruka had a light blush on his face now, while Anko gave a mock surprised expression. Iruka likes me, you don't say. Naruto smirked. Now we know who will marry who in the future. He winced at the slap to the back of his head. How about you concentrate on what's going to happen tonight, smartass? Naruto nodded as he straightened up. Kurama spoke to him inside. Maybe you should try some of that liquid courage the woman was suggesting. I already have to drink in the ceremony, Kurama. Besides, with you inside me, I doubt it will have any effect. True that. Still, you should calm down. If it helps you any, your mate is equally nervous. Naruto frowned suspiciously at that. How would you know that? One of my abilities is I can sense negative emotions. Just remember, you have no reason to be nervous when you have someone like me with you. Naruto's sarcasm was on point. Thanks, Kurama. I'm so confident now because of your belief in yourself. Good, then let's go. It really annoyed Naruto that Kurama could sometimes be blind to his sarcasm. Still, he was right. It was time, right, he said, taking a moment to steel himself. It's show time. XXXXXXX. The shrine was full of people when he entered it. The fact that he would have to stand in front of so many people during his ceremony unnerved him a bit, but then Kurama's filtered, yang chakra entered his system and he immediately felt calm. Sending a silent thank you to his friend, he scanned the crowd. All of his friends were there with their parents, and he gave a small smile on seeing Team 7, with Kakashi, standing at the back. Kakashi was standing, in a formal jacket and like he usually did, but this time, the eye smile felt genuine, and that made Naruto happy on the inside. Sakura was energetically waving at him, dressed in a pretty red dress, and Sasuke was dressed exceptionally and immaculately, he was dressed to impress with his immaculate tux, hair looking combed for once in his life. Naruto could see that Ino was already undressing him with her eyes, and girls of the families that were invited looked torn between looking at him and Sasuke. Sasuke caught his eye and gave a small smirk, raising a glass to him in silent congratulations. Naruto scoffed, but it warmed him on the inside that Sasuke attended his wedding. If he were allowed to drink right now, he would have raised it back at him. They shared a bond that Naruto could not describe. They were not friends, but at the same time, they were something beyond that. Sure, sometimes he hated the way he acted, but he would hate it if they were to stand on opposite sides. He let his eyes roam, purposely not catching the eye of several important figures like clan heads and daimyos alike. He caught Hinata's eyes and had to hide a wince. She looked very beautiful, but he could see that she was trying really hard not to cry. It must have broken her heart, he thought, because she genuinely seemed to love him, but never got a chance because he loved someone else. Maybe if she had approached him all those years ago, he would not be standing here right now. Perhaps if Hiashi had brought Neji, he might have been able to console her. He found Jiraiya, who's standing next to Kakashi now, and caught his eye. The man gave a big grin that was simply filled with pride and happiness. Naruto wished he could return the grin, but he was under close scrutiny right now. He settled for a nod and a small smile, but he would hug the death out of the man when the ceremony was over. He looked to his right and saw Gigi on the altar, giving him a wink of assurance. Naruto internally smiled at how he had come to officiate the wedding. Tsunade should have been standing on the altar because she was the Hokage, but that made no sense to Naruto. He had jokingly commented to her that they should get the Sandaime to officiate, for the man really looked the part of the priest as well. So it shocked him when Tsunade briefly considered the idea and agreed, saying that sensei would be better at those things. The music began, and Naruto turned his head, only for his breath to get caught in his throat. Later he would say it was Temari's fault, because it totally was. She looked absolutely breathtaking in her wedding kimono. The dress fit her figure perfectly, and the makeup was done expertly. Her hair was done beautifully into a bun, a single thick band styled over her right eye. Her lips never looked more delicious before. The blush on her face, coupled with that small grin of anticipation under her veil, made Naruto want to kiss her all over. He smiled back at her, and he could care less if the guests thought that it was wrong of his eyes to be filled with love. Kankuro was escorting his sister, since their father was, dead. And Naruto had to admit, the guy would catch the attention of many girls, if he just didn't apply his war paint. Temari stopped beside him, and after Naruto lifted the veil off her, they both held each other's hands. Gigi took this as a signal to begin the ceremony. Naruto and Temari simply stared in each other's eyes, conveying everything and nothing at the same time. Before he knew, it was time for them to drink the traditional sake. Naruto reached forward to take a cup, knowing that once this was done with, he and Temari would be married for life. Together, forever. He gently held out the cup for her to drink from, with her doing the same to him. The sake burned his throat a little, and Naruto couldn't see why people liked this stuff. It was tolerable at best. Once they each had drank 3 cups, he took both of their cups and placed them back on the tray. It was time to say something, and he had prepared nothing. Temari, he hesitated a bit, getting himself together. Our marriage was supposed to be one of duty. Duty towards our villages. However, we know that it would be so much more than that, for the both of us. We were fortunate to receive a sapling of love, which we both nurtured over the last week. Honestly, I am at a loss of words to express the joy that I'm feeling right now, and it's all because of you. He could see Temari struggling to hold back her tears. Hang in there just a bit longer, Haim. He continued, this time with the more traditional vow. I, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, hereby take you as my wife. I will love you, and cherish you, forever, until death do us apart. May our joining be blessed by Kami-sama and the union of our people. Temari followed happily with her own vow, and the rush of emotions coursing caused him to momentarily forget what was next. He turned towards Gigi and asked with a smile plastered on his face, hiding his panic. What is next? Gigi mouthed back, the rings. Temari felt panic rising in her chest when Naruto's eyes widened in panic, his face blanking out. He frowned, and to the surprise of the people present, began patting his robes as if searching for the rings. He stopped in the middle of patting his chest, and smiled slyly when he looked at her, looking as if he found it. Tamari covered her confusion with a small laugh. What? To the great surprise of everyone present, Naruto reached behind her right ear with his hand, and when he pulled back, he held a box. The crowd gasped at that, because first of all, that was not supposed to happen in an event as big as this. This was supposed to be a wedding strictly adhering to all the proper procedures and protocols. Yeah, I can say on behalf on Naruto, the people thinking the above could go and chuck themselves into a volcano. This was Naruto's wedding, and he wanted to make it as memorable as possible. Second, the first thought that entered into all the Shinobi's gathered heads, and a few civilians, was that Naruto used a storage seal. But there was no smoke that followed the unsealing of the ring, so what was that? While some of the people were thinking Naruto just hid the box in his sleeves, Naruto had just tweaked the storage seal a little so that the smoke that was supposed to be released along with the object was absorbed into another part of the seal. Naruto opened the box, revealing a beautiful silver ring with a diamond on top. This was the ring his mother had given to him. Although it was used by his father to propose his mother, Naruto wanted to give his own ring to Tamari, so he decided that his mother's ring would be given to Tamari on their wedding day. He gently held her hand and slid her ring finger through the ring. His mother's fingers were fuller than Tamari's, so Naruto had integrated a seal into the band so it would automatically fit to Tamari. Tamari looked up curiously. I presume you have brought your ring as well. Naruto smiled and nodded. He reached into his left sleeve and unsealed the ring. I knew that you wouldn't have any pockets, and even I don't, but it might be easier for me to carry. He held out the box for her. She took it and opened it to find the exact same ring as hers. She smiled, and held his hand as she slipped his finger through the ring. Hiruzen smiled, holding back tears of joy. This was a very emotional moment for him, and a very fortunate one as well. Not many shinobi live until his age, and much less live long enough to see their children or grandchildren married. He counted himself as extremely lucky. Now that the rings have been exchanged, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, hereby declare Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto and Sabaku no Tamari as husband and wife. May Kami-sama bless your union, and may your love stand strong forever. You may now kiss the bride. Naruto smiled and caught Tamari's lips in a soft, but deep, loving lip lock. The whole crowd stood up, clapping wildly. Naruto broke the kiss and leaned his forehead against hers, both sporting matching blushes on their faces. They turned towards the crowd and smiled brightly. Naruto saw each one of his friends, looking more happy than he had ever seen. Kiba was cheering him wildly. Shino for once, had a genuine smile on his face that was actually visible. Hinata had tears going down her face, but she looked happy as she gazed at them. Naruto caught Kakashi just as the man wiped a tear that had slipped from his eye. Sakura's eyes were shining with joy, and Sasuke looked like a completely different person with a soft, but genuine smile on his face as he clapped for the newlywed. Shikamaru was smiling while clapping softly, but Choji was outright crying. Ino was just like Sakura, but she was cheering with a bit more energy. Their parents' gazes were melancholic, as if remembering a similar time of their own lives. Jiraiya looked like he was the proudest man in the entire world. The smile on his face told Naruto just how much the man loved him. Now that the wedding was over, it was time for the reception, which was being held at the back of their home. Tamari hooked her arm with his and they both walked back together. XXXXXXX. As soon as they were out of the public sights, Naruto flashed the both of them to their home. They had to change clothes fast, for the guests would be arriving in less than 10 minutes. They managed to change clothes in time, with Naruto setting for a tux of his own while Tamari switched for a more comfortable attire. The guests arrived and as the host, it was his duty to attend to them. Since there were many important political figures from both Konoha and Suna, Naruto and Tamari had to attend to almost all of them. It was extremely boring for the both of them, listening to the pointless drivel of old men. Finally, Naruto had some time to himself when some of Tamari's friends from Suna wanted to talk to her. He walked straight to Jiraiya and hugged the man with all his might, catching him by surprise. Jiraiya's eyes bugged out as all the breath left his body when his godson squeezed it out of him, but he was able to gather himself and return the hug. Thank you for making this the best day of my life, brat, he whispered in Naruto's ear. You're welcome, pervert. They both laughed and separated. Jiraiya inspected him and whistled. Damn, you clean up pretty nice in such short time. Naruto shrugged modestly. Dad's jutsu is just so awesome, you know. Jiraiya nodded. I know kid, I know. They both talked a little more, after which Naruto left to find his team. He found them, or more accurately, just Sakura and Kakashi. They both were eating food when Naruto walked up to them. Sakura's eyes widened and she thrust her plate into an indignant Kakashi's hands as she hugged him tightly. That was so beautiful, Naruto. You and Temari looked extremely dashing and gorgeous. Naruto chuckled as he returned her hug. Glad to know I could rock that kimono as well. Sakura continued, you are the first one out of the rookies to get married, you know. How does it feel? Naruto laughed and put his hands into his pockets. It really isn't different from what I feel all the time. Sakura quirked an eyebrow. What do you mean? Naruto spread out his arms. Like I'm ahead of everybody who is our age. Sakura huffed as she lightly slapped his arm. Naruto turned to Kakashi and smirked. Nice to see you too, Kakashi. Giving an eye smile, Kakashi commented in his cheery tone. You know Naruto, you have too little confidence in me. Can you blame me? Kakashi actually appeared to think about it. Perhaps not. Still, you were excellent tonight. I'm proud that you were my team's member, Naruto. Naruto smiled in gratitude, then frowned. Where's Sasuke? Sakura took back her plate from Kakashi. I think he's heading back home. But Naruto was already spreading out his senses, trying to sense the familiar Uchiha signature. He found it heading towards the exit. He frowned, before making his way to him. XXXXXXX. Sasuke had, to admit, the wedding ceremony was very well organized. Seeing Naruto look so happy with Temari made him think back to the fond memories he had of his own family. He had gone to the reception, but only to say goodbye to Naruto and head back home for some late-night training, before turning in. But seeing him talking to so many political figureheads, Sasuke decided it was best if he ate and left. He doubted Naruto would be able to free himself for a while. He ate separately from Sakura and Kakashi, and after he was finished, he made his way to the exit. Just as he was about to go, a familiar voice behind him spoke out. Leaving without a goodbye, I thought clan heirs had better manners than that. He frowned and turned around to see Naruto, hands in pocket and a smile on his face. You were busy. Naruto sighed as if it truly pained him. Trust me, it's not fun. I wouldn't have talked to them at all if Temari wasn't there. Sasuke scoffed. Not even an hour and already whipped by your wife. I like to think it is my duty as the clan head. Naruto was now standing right in front of Sasuke. Curiously, he held out his hand. Thanks for coming tonight. Sasuke rose an eyebrow, but did not shake his hand. Naruto chuckled, retracting his hand back. You really know how to let people down. He continued. Still, it's nice to see that you've improved from being the antisocial, emo douchebag of Team 7. You're still emo, though. Sasuke smirked. And you're still a naive idiot who thinks we're friends. Naruto shook his head. I never said that. Sasuke shrugged. Anyways, I just wanted to say goodbye. I'll be heading back now. Good luck on your marriage. As he was walking away, Naruto called out in a sly tone. Want me to send a clone with you as an escort? It is dark out, after all. Sasuke turned back just enough to give a comeback. I'd like to escort you off a cliff sometime. Naruto snorted. You can do better than that. Obviously, Sasuke was cranky to deal with him any longer. Goodbye, Naruto. Naruto watched Sasuke till he was out of his sight. As warned as he was that Sasuke was opening up, ever so slowly, he couldn't shake off the bad feeling that suddenly seemed to have gripped him. For some reason, watching Sasuke walk away gave him a bad feeling. He shook his head. He was overthinking this. He walked back to the party, and saw that most of the guests were preparing to leave. Naruto couldn't blame them. It was 11:30. He walked over to his wife, who was talking with Gaara and Kankuro. She spotted him coming and frowned. Where were you? Naruto pointed a thumb behind him. I was meeting up with my old team. Went to say goodbye to Sasuke after that. I'm kind of surprised he decided to attend our wedding. Temari tilted her head. Isn't he the one who you are always calling a douchebag? Naruto nodded, ignoring Kankuro's snort. One and the same. Gaara then decided to speak up. We will get going as well. Our stay for tonight is reserved somewhere else. Take care of my sister, Naruto. Naruto clapped him on his shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Don't worry, I will. After bidding them good night, Gaara and Kankuro left. A handful of guests, who were waiting to say goodbye to Naruto, were left. Naruto and Temari bid them good night as well, and when everyone was gone, Both of them gave a tired sigh and plopped down on the chairs in the living room. Fake smiling all night is really hurting my cheeks, Naruto groaned. True that. She took her feet out of the heels, groaning in relief. That's much better. Naruto looked outside, and winced at how much cleanup was required. I'll have my clones clean that up tomorrow. For now, I think it's best if we turn in. Temari lifted her head to give him a smirk. You just can't wait, can you? Naruto smirked back. I really don't think you can blame me. Temari rested her head back. I'm not getting up on my own. Naruto quietly snorted as Temari rested on the chair. There was one thing left to do. He got up and walked down to the basement. He walked by the simulation room, towards the stone that maintained the security seals around the house. He cut his thumb and swiped the blood on his right hand, and flashed through a set of seals. He then slammed his palm upon the stone, watching as the seal flashed brightly once, signaling that the security was once again activated. He then walked back up, smiling softly on seeing Temari still on the chair with her eyes closed. He walked quietly towards her, and lifted her heels, taking them to the shoe rack by the door. He removed his own shoes as well, making it easier for him to remain quiet. An involuntary squeal left her mouth when she was suddenly lifted up, bridal style. Her hands instinctively wrapped around Naruto's neck, who was grinning wickedly. This is not the place to fall asleep, nor the time. There is still one thing left for us to do. Temari sighed as she shuffled in his arms to be a bit more comfortable. I am almost jealous of how much energy you always seem to have. It works in your favor tonight. Now let's go, I need to ravish my wife. Temari's giggles sounded through the house, before the door to the master bedroom was shut. XXXXXXX. Sasuke made it back to his compound after 25 minutes of walking. It was, like every moment of every day, lifeless. As he passed by an abandoned store, he stopped. Something felt out of place. He jumped onto the rooftop of the store, coming face to face with a group of 4. 3 males and a female, all in varying, but similar battle attire. Most notable feature of the attire, that Sasuke definitely remembered seeing before, was the thick, purple rope tied behind them in a bow. What was gross, however, was the pale, gray-haired boy with dark blue lipstick. Why would anyone want to wear that? And a second head behind him in the dark, tan boy with 3 sets of arms. Orochimaru's people, they definitely have the skill to gross people out down, I'll give them that. Who are you guys? He asked in a tone that was just shy of sounding bored. The tan boy smirked and came at him, but Sasuke jumped over him easily, even in his tux. The 2-headed guy appeared behind him to try and punch Sasuke, but Sasuke kicked back sharply, sending the guy crashing into a wall. Getting behind his first opponent, Sasuke steadied himself to deal with the big-boned guy coming to land a solid punch. He just flipped him and the tan boy, the 2 bodies flying towards the other 2. They all crash into each other, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Sasuke scoffed and turned around to see the 4 looking completely unruffled, but on another building. He brushed imaginary dust off his shoulder. Is that the best you can do? The 2-headed guy sneered at him. Quit your babbling, you weakling. Come over here so I can slap the bitch out of you. Sasuke adopted a mock thinking pose. I know that pedophile talk. Orochimaru sent you guys, right? Pale as toothpaste, goes after young boys, and gives a totally fake laugh. The guy snarled and took a step forward, but was stopped by the redhead. We didn't come here to test him. Orochimaru-sama has already done that. The guy just snorted in disgust. What does Orochimaru-sama need this weak guy for? Regardless, you will never be strong if you stay at Konoha. Mediocre at best, but you will never be able to match your blonde friend. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, but waited for them to say more. The redhead continued, while looking at him as if he was barely worth her time. Orochimaru-sama said that you were obsessed with killing your brother. He would be so surprised to be wrong. I thought that you would be training your ass off to get stronger, but here you are, attending social functions like weddings. She spat the word as if it were a curse, content to let your blonde friend be ahead of you while you remain behind. It's almost as if you have forgotten what you train for. Those words struck Sasuke like thunder. He showed no outward reaction, but he was shaken up on the inside. The redhead continued, come with us. If you do, Orochimaru-sama will give you power. Sasuke was pretty sure that Naruto would have made a pedophile joke, if he were here. But he was not, and Sasuke's mind focused on a single question. Had he really gotten so soft, that he had lost the sight of his life goal. Then again, he wasn't satisfied with how he was being trained. Kakashi didn't seem to care much most of the time. If Orochimaru was offering to train him, should he refuse or not? His mind flashed back to the talk he had with Naruto in the hospital room. If he left the village, a kill on sight order would be placed on his head, and it would most likely be Naruto who would pursue him. Still, was he ready to leave everything behind? The two-headed guy interrupted his thought process. We know that the curse mark has been bothering you, even if it is sealed. That surprised Sasuke, though he kept a tight rein on his facial muscles. The more you hold it back, the more it will drive you insane. If you come with us, Orochimaru-sama will teach you to control it, harness that power. The offer was looking worth taking every second that asshole spoke. Sasuke was still a bit unsure though. Before he could think more, the redhead spoke up again. You either choose to come with us to Orochimaru-sama, the path of power, or you choose to remain in the village that is holding you back on purpose. Holding you back from achieving your goal. Uchiha Itachi. And just like that, they were gone. Sasuke stood on the roof, finally getting some time to think. He could leave the village, but one person came to the forefront of his mind. Naruto. He was perhaps the only guy in the whole village that Sasuke could hold a decent conversation with. Even though Sasuke never openly admitted it, he considered Naruto a friend. Perhaps his only friend in the entire village. Not only that, but Naruto had this ability to make Sasuke feel bad about some of his decisions. It was clear even on the D ranks they had been on. He felt he could talk to him more about things than he ever could with any other person, even if he never did that. Naruto put him at ease somewhat, but at the same time, Sasuke felt jealous of him. Naruto was everything Sasuke was not. The most important of that being, Naruto was powerful. Sasuke was not. Sasuke was aware that by the time he reached to the level where Naruto was right now, Naruto would have jumped to a whole new level. He was growing stronger too fast, and Sasuke was afraid that all he would be doing his entire life was play catch-up with him. He needed to get stronger, faster than what he was getting in Konoha. And the redhead must have been right about the village holding him back on purpose. After what happened with Itachi, they would keep a more careful watch on him. Kakashi was never too inclined to train him unless it was a good day, which was very rare. His bonds would only hold him back. He would never be able to kill Itachi at the rate he was getting stronger. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes. When he opened them, he started walking back to his house. But his walk was different this time. It held a purpose. Naruto, I'm sorry. Naruto felt himself grinning in anticipation as he carried a giggling Temari to the master bedroom. Their bedroom. This was their night. The door was already open as he walked in, using his foot to close it. He set Temari down on her feet, wrapping his arms around her waist. She in turn, wrapped her own arms around his neck, gazing at him with such love that Naruto couldn't help but return with a smile. The acceptance of the thought that they were married was still settling in. They were together, until they died. Nothing could separate them. The room was dark, except for the light from the lamps. Perfect. Lemon. Deciding to start off the night's final event, Naruto leaned down a bit, capturing Temari's lips with his own. They had kissed many times by now, but he knew that both of them could tell that this one was different from them all. The kiss was soft, as he gently caressed her upper lips with his mouth. He wanted this night to be their most special night. He wanted to make this last as long as he possibly could. Temari's one hand unwrapped from his neck to rest on his left cheek, her left leg coming out of the slit on the side of her dress, lifting to rest at his hip. Temari had worn a very beautiful, deep blue, sleeveless gown for the reception. It wasn't too revealing, but it modestly showed off what she had. Her creamy, long legs were slightly revealed by the slits on the side, with the gown having a V cut for her chest. It hugged her figure quite amazingly. Naruto was fully convinced that no girl was more beautiful than his wife. Naruto's right hand went down from Temari's waist to support her leg. His hand came to rest on the underside of her thigh, allowing Temari to rest it there. At the same time, her breath hitched as Naruto lightly roamed his hand back and forth. "You are wearing too much for this night," said Temari in a sultry voice as she easily unbuttoned his suit jacket and smoothly slid it off him, leaving him in his shirt and pants. "I think I'm making this too easy for you," Naruto teased as he bent his face further down to capture Temari's neck, beginning a series of love bites that caused Temari to start giving those delightfully pleasurable moans. The movement of her fingers, which was smooth before, started to get erratic because of Naruto's switch of contact. Her fingers fumbled for the buttons of his shirt, never mind the bow tie on his neck. She could feel Naruto smirking in triumph as he continued to lay kisses on her neck, going to lightly suck on her pulse point. That stopped Temari's fingers complete for a few moments as her hands contemplated whether to hold his head in place or to take off his shirt so that she could feel those abs of his. They decided to meet in the middle ground. Her right hand wrapped around his head, while her left went flat against his shirt for one moment. Then, molding a bit of chakra, she grabbed it into a fist and tore it right off, causing Naruto to pull back in surprise. "You tore off my shirt." There was actually very little surprise in his voice, as if he was not completely surprised. "It's not as if you'll be wearing it a second time," Temari replied before attacking his lips again. Naruto shivered at the contact of her hand against her stomach. Not the one to be outdone, he moved his hand to her shoulders. "Then I guess I should even the odds a bit." With that, he gently slid off the shoulder straps of her gown, causing the dress to drop down to her hips. Naruto applied a little bit of force to slide it down her hips, causing it to reveal her legs completely, pulling around her ankles. Temari broke off the kiss, her face red from the activity. A smirk forming on her face, she bent down until she was on her knees, and directly in front of Naruto's cock. Naruto's heartbeat quickened, him knowing exactly what Temari intended to do. He watched in slight awe and anticipation as Temari deftly opened his pants, causing them to slide down, leaving Naruto in his boxers. A large tent had already formed on the inside, and looked as if it would tear through his boxers any moment. "That looks really uncomfortable," Temari commented as she slowly pumped him through his boxers. Naruto bit his lip to hold a groan, but his hips automatically went forward, desperate for more of Temari's contact. Slowly, Temari pulled the boxers down, smiling widely at the large cock that sprung forward, free from its grasp. The veins on it were visible, and it was pulsating lightly. All 10 inches of it. Temari began to get wet herself as she kept pumping him. "I'm so glad that you are mine now," was all Temari said before she took it in her mouth, without any warning. Naruto gasped, the sensation being so new and yet so satisfying, at the same time giving him pleasure unlike anything he had ever felt before. If this was what sex entailed, he was going to get badly addicted. Temari was new to this, so she was going entirely on instinct. This was the first time she was giving a blowjob to Naruto, and it was a feeling like nothing she had ever felt before. Of course, his cock was big enough that she barely went an inch past the head. She jacked him off at the same time she sucked on the head of his cock. She was blushing madly as she bobbed her head up and down. She used one hand to grip his hip to use as support. Naruto's breathing had gotten quicker as he watched Temari suck his cock like it was a lollipop. His hands came to rest on her head as they untied the single ponytail Temari had worn for tonight. Her hair dropped to the middle of her upper back, and she looked just as beautiful as she always did. His hands buried themselves in the mass of her hair, holding her head in place as he lightly pumped in and out of her mouth, taking care that he did not go too deep. After about 10 minutes, Naruto felt that he was nearing his release. "Temari, I'm close." To his surprise, Temari did not let go of his cock. Instead, she only jacked him off faster and sucked him, creating even more vacuum in her mouth. "Fuck, I'm coming." Temari's eyes widened as thick ropes of Naruto's cum shot into her mouth. It was a little sticky, and to her pleasant surprise, quite tasty. There was something about its taste that was just uniquely Naruto. She gulped it down as fast she could, but after 4 gulps, it was just too much for her. She took the cock out of her mouth, and just closed her eyes in pleasure as the cum was splattered on her chest. There wasn't much remaining, but it was beyond Temari's limit, for now. Naruto panted heavily as he stopped coming. That was perhaps the best release he had ever gotten. He watched with delight as Temari gulped down his sperm, until she couldn't and just let it splatter against her heaving chest. He decided that he liked Temari covered with his cum. She looked so unbelievably sexy. Temari got up from her knees, wiping her mouth with her hands, leaving a smirk in the place. "Not bad for the first time, huh?" Then, as if Naruto wasn't even in the room, she looked down at her chest, seeing her black bra covered with thick, white cum. Without a second thought, she reached behind and snapped the bra open, leaving it to fall at her feet, exposing her breasts. Looking up at a stunned Naruto, she shrugged, as if it was no big deal. "Can't wear dirty clothes now, can I?" She was unprepared for Naruto to lunge at her like a wild animal, eyes filled with hunger. "You are doing that on purpose, aren't you?" Without even waiting for her reply, he lifted her up, causing her to instinctively wrap her legs around him to keep from falling. He carried her to the bed and got on it on his knees, placing her down on her back. Temari only giggled as she ran her hands through his hair. Naruto just gazed at her, as if trying to put her on fire. Temari shivered. She was definitely feeling some of that heat in her. She shivered in anticipation as she felt his hands drifting downwards, towards her panties. His voice was sounding erotic and sexy by now. "It's not fair if I'm the only one naked, is it?" He grasped the strings on the side of her hips, and slowly pulled them down, exposing her glistening, wet pussy. Temari shivered as Naruto's breath hit her in her most private area. "I like keeping things balanced, so how about I return your favor?" He spread her legs so he could have much easier access to Temari's womanhood. He slid 2 fingers inside her folds, her whimper only motivating him. He rubbed his fingers against her inner walls, only serving to raise her arousal further. He marveled at how tight she felt on the inside as he rubbed his fingers against her walls to draw moans of lust and pleasure from her. He bent down and experimentally licked the folds, just to see Temari's reaction. Temari cried out with pleasure as her back arched. Her face was flushed and eyes closed, her hands stimulating the arousal by rubbing her erect nipples. Seeing her reaction, Naruto grinned and plunged tongue first into her pussy. Arg! The cry only spurred Naruto further as he gripped Temari's smooth and deliciously firm ass for leverage. He licked like the nectar of the gods of ramen was dripping from the pussy, and didn't let one drop go to waste. He lapped up her juices like a dog dying of thirst. Temari's world was on fire as the pleasure reached to unimaginable heights. She maneuvered her legs onto Naruto's back, clenching him lovingly. Her fingers weaved through his golden blonde hair, pulling him closer to her, raising her hips for more pleasure. She didn't know about Naruto, but she was almost breathless. Her chest was heaving up and down, trying to draw deep breaths. His tongue moved faster inside her, eating her out like a sweet cake only reserved for him, which only served to draw her orgasm near. "I'm coming," she came with a scream, and come she did. Naruto eagerly drank her release, finding the taste to be sweet and delectable. Temari was recovering when Naruto got up, licking his lips with a satisfactory smack. That was a tasty treat. He leaned down to Temari's neck, peppering it with small kisses. Temari tilted her head to give him more access. "Now that we are done with the starters, are you ready for the main course?" Naruto's cock, which was still erect, and more, had grown 1 inch more due to Temari's wonderful blowjob. It rubbed back and forth against Temari's clit, drawing a small moan from her. Naruto gave her a chaste kiss, as if trying to reassure her. His finger lit up with chakra as he moved it onto Temari's stomach, writing a seal. "Anti-pregnancy seal," he told her, "don't want to get you pregnant with my kids just yet." Temari gave a nod in understanding. Still, the thought of getting pregnant was exciting, but frightening. The head of his cock rubbed against her pussy a few more times, before Naruto slowly slid it inside. Both of them gasped out loud for different reasons. Naruto, because Temari's walls had clamped tightly around his cock, giving him a pleasure that was simply indescribable. Temari, because Naruto was just so fucking huge. Inch by inch, he slid inside until he met a barrier. His eyes met a nervous teal pair, but Temari nodded slowly. Without saying anything, Naruto pushed himself in forcefully, slamming his hips into hers and burying himself into her too. The hilt. Temari cried out in pain, clutching Naruto's shoulders tightly as a few drops of blood dripped onto the sheet. "It hurts, Naruto." Temari whimpered as a few tears escaped from her eyes. "It'll be all right in a few moments, Temari. Just bear with me," Naruto pleaded as he caught his lips with hers. He held still for a few moments as Temari acclimated to the pain of losing her virginity. Temari experimentally rolled her hips a little, moaning at the pleasure she now felt in place of pain. "You can move now, Naruto. But take it slow, please." Naruto nodded as he pulled his head out and buried himself again, halfway this time. Repeating the motion a few times, Naruto found a nice, slow rhythm for himself. Temari's small winces of the remaining pain slowly faded away, now replaced by gasps and moans of sensual pleasure. "Go deeper, Naruto." Naruto smiled and leaned down to capture her lips, obliging her by going a bit more deeper while maintaining his rhythm. He picked up his pace when Temari started responding to the lip lock. He grunted and groaned in pleasure as their hips slammed together. "You're so tight, Tamari." He grunted between his thrusts. The sensation of her walls squeezing him every time he went in was just amazing. Tamari pulled him closer by locking her legs behind his back, held in place by Naruto's hands on either side of her. Tamari couldn't believe just how great it felt. "You're huge, Naruto." Each word was said simultaneously with a thrust. Naruto's rhythm reached a new height as he moved like a piston, in and out of her. Temari's moans were almost constant now, slowly increasing in volume. He glanced down to where the action was happening, seeing his cock shining from being covered in her juices. Temari's breasts were jiggling from the force Naruto was using to thrust inside her. After a short while, he felt himself getting close to his release. "I'm close, Tamari," he grunted as he increased his pace to maximum, feeling her walls clenching around him. It was a miracle that Tamari was able to reply to him. "Me, too, keep going," Naruto grunted as he fully buried himself inside of her, her walls clenching him so tightly that he couldn't keep in the groan. He bit down on her shoulder, increasing body contact. He exploded inside her, his wife gasping at the hotness that filled her up on the inside. Yet, Tamari ensured that her pussy milked every drop of the obscene amount of seed that he released. Naruto also made sure on his end that not one drop escaped from her pussy. He kept coming for a whole 20 seconds, after which he completely dropped onto her, breathing heavily. His head was buried in her neck, nuzzling her lovingly, licking the spot where he left his mark. "I love you," Naruto panted as he lifted up and gazed into her eyes. Tamari smiled tiredly and kissed him softly. "I love you too," Naruto pulled out of her, and to Temari's surprise, he was still hard as he was in the beginning. Naruto looked up at her with a smile. "You up for another round?" Lemon end. Tamari dropped onto Naruto after an exhausting round, her juices spilling down his cock, mixed with his cum. Her stomach was a tiny bit bloated with how much of his cum Naruto had filled her with. She laid on his chest tiredly. "Where does all that come from? I have never felt so full before." Naruto, who was equally as exhausted as his wife, chuckled as he ran her hand through her hair. "Let's just say I have good genes and leave it at that." He was still buried inside her, though he was softening steadily. Still, he himself was surprised with just how much he was able to release. The feeling of satisfaction when he released into Tamari was something that transcended elation. Naruto wasn't even sure satisfaction covered it or not. Regardless, it was time to sleep. He pulled out of her slowly, allowing some amount of juices to spill out, but neither of them cared enough. They were too tired for that. He pulled the covers over them as Tamari snuggled into his side, already halfway asleep. Naruto turned off the lamp and just pulled Tamari closer, his sexual appetite over for the night. "Best night ever," he whispered before falling asleep with a wide smile. He was completely unaware of what was happening outside, in the village. XXXXXXX. Sakura honestly did not know why she was roaming the streets of the village this late at night. She tried to convince herself that it was simply because she was in a good mood after her teammate's wedding, that she simply wanted to watch the stars, but that was not to be. Something was seriously wrong. That feeling was instinct, it was a gut feeling. Perhaps because she was a ninja, that feeling would be honed over time, but today it was acting up. Roaming the empty streets, she didn't know what she was looking for. Perhaps it was because, "I didn't know you took late-night walks, Sakura." Sakura turned around with a look of total shock on her face upon hearing the familiar voice. There was Sasuke, dressed in his genin clothes sans Hittite, and a backpack on. Narrowing her eyes at him, she replied in a suspicious tone. "I could say the same about you." Then a stray thought flew into her head, and the possibility was too big to not be questioned about. Genin don't go on solo missions, and I don't see Kakashi-sensei. "Tell me, Sasuke, where are you going?" "Stay out of my business, Sakura." Sakura bit back a gasp at his reply. Sasuke hadn't been this cold, this uncaring since the beginning of their days as Team 7. It had gotten easier to hear some emotion in his voice since he and Naruto became, well, she wouldn't call it friendship, but they definitely had some sort of a bond. He had even smiled at the wedding and the reception tonight, and he looked genuinely happy for Naruto. Now that she looked at him, it seemed his walls of loneliness were back. "It is my business when my teammate is about to become a missing nin." Sakura snarled at him, shaking off her momentary shock just in time to see Sasuke walking past her. Her hand shot up to grab his bicep with a bruising grip, spinning him around with all her strength. Don't do this, Sasuke. Leaving us now would mean giving up all the bonds that we have worked so hard to forge with you. The bonds that Naruto has worked to forge with you. I know you care for him, Sasuke, even if you don't care for me, so try to understand that this isn't worth it at all. Sasuke looked at her with uncaring eyes. I did start to think that working with you and Kakashi, working with Naruto, that was my way. But then I remembered what my life's goal is, and I would take whatever path is needed to achieve that goal. Sakura grit her teeth. Revenge won't make anyone happy, least of all you. She hated the feeling of desperation that crawled up her spine. Even though she had progressed, she doubted she would be able to hold Sasuke here. He was in a league of his own, along with Naruto. Sasuke's reply was blunt and crushing. Revenge is what I have chosen. Then let us help you achieve it. You don't have to be alone in your pursuit. You, me, Naruto, we can help you find your happiness. By now, tears were spilling from her eyes. Maybe it's just a leftover from my fangirl days, but I don't want the person I love to go out into the cold world and become even colder. I want to be your happiness, Sasuke. I love you so much. Sasuke scowled at her. You are really annoying. Sakura ignored the sting of hurt that came from his statement. She pulled back her arm and threw a punch with all her strength, aiming to knock him out. Of course, Sasuke saw that coming from miles away. Having trained with Naruto, Sakura was a snail to his speed. He easily dodged the punch and used his speed to get behind her. Goodbye, Sakura. That was the last thing she heard before her world went black. XXXXXXX. Naruto honestly had the best sleep in his entire 13-year-old life. Here he was, spooning his wife in their bed, after some intense love-making last night. Of course, his rate of recovery was something that very few people could hope to match. Actually, scratch that, no one could match his rate of recovery. He was the one who had the strongest of the Biju inside him, not anybody else. Which was why, he found his eyes fluttering open at 5:30 in the morning, arms around Temari, whose back was resting against his chest, back to full energy. She was sleeping peacefully, tired because of the activities of last night. Strangely, Naruto actually felt proud of tiring her out. Now, he just held Temari close to him as he closed his eyes. Nothing could ruin this moment. Ding dong. Of course, he just had to jinx it by thinking about it. He checked his wife, relieved that she was still sleeping. He slowly disentangled himself from her, careful not to wake her. Spreading out his senses, he was surprised to find the familiar, yin-laced chakra signature of Shikamaru. He soundlessly walked out of the room, without waking his wife. It was only when he reached the front door that he realized that he was buck naked. He hastily formed a half-ram seal, transforming some clothes onto him. Opening the door, he raised an eyebrow when he saw Shikamaru decked out in his Chunin uniform, with a serious expression that was rarely seen on his face. It was obvious that Shikamaru was not on a social visit, so Naruto got straight to the point. What's the problem? Sasuke's gone. If there was even the smallest amount of sleep remaining inside him, it was wiped out by the news that was delivered. Are you saying he left the village? Shikamaru nodded. I checked his house, and there were no signs of struggle. Sakura was also found knocked out on a bench on one of the roads. He left on his own free will. A small amount of hurt grew inside Naruto. Why would you leave, Sasuke? He was careful not to let it show on his face. He forced rational thought into his head. When did he leave? Sometime in the early morning. Tsunade-sama sent me to get you for an emergency retrieval mission. Naruto nodded sharply. I'll meet you in her office in 5 minutes. He shut the door gently and briskly walked to his bedroom. If Sasuke left on his own free will, he shook his head as he entered his room. He wanted answers from the source. He had warned Sasuke on what would happen if he were to leave the village, and he had thought that Sasuke had understood. He had thought that he and Sasuke had an understanding between themselves. Guess he was wrong. He washed his face and was about to dress up, when a shuffling of sheets from behind him caught his attention as he turned and found Temari waking up, giving him eyes that were barely open. What is it, Naruto? Naruto smiled and simultaneously cursed himself for not having a camera, for his wife looked absolutely adorable right now. Buried in sheets, hair in disarray and rubbing her sleep-laden eyes with her hand. Even her voice sounded like that of a child being forced to wake up. Sorry for waking you, Temari, he said while putting on his armbands, but there is an emergency. Ba-chan has called me in. Now she looked annoyed. Right after our wedding night. He gave her a look of apology. Seems like it. If it makes you feel better, the emergency is big enough to warrant my presence. Holding the sheet to cover her chest, she asked. What is it anyway? He zipped up his Jonin jacket. Uchiha Sasuke has left the village. She wasn't immediately alarmed like him, but she woke up a little bit more. He is your friend, isn't he? He had tied his Hittite around his bangs by now. I thought so. Now, he is a potentially dangerous missing nin. He walked to Tamari and sat down by her side. Taking her hand in his, he said, I'm sorry, but I really have to go. Tamari sighed. Why can't someone else go? Why were you specifically called? Why not some other Jonin? I don't know, Tamari. But I have to obey the Hokage's summons, Naruto explained. Tamari frowned in worry. I don't like this. Our first morning is husband and wife being interrupted, but go. Naruto smiled. I'll make it up to you. He stole a quick kiss and was gone in a flash. Naruto reappeared outside the office, just as Shikamaru was walking up to the door. He grumbled as he reached Naruto, I wish I could do that jutsu. I wouldn't have to walk anywhere after that. Naruto snorted beside him, I doubt you would have chakra to spare. He knocked the door, and after hearing the permission to enter, they both went inside to see Tsunade, sitting behind the desk, looking as if no one had asked her to get up at 5 in the morning. Naruto cut straight to the chase. What happened? He actually left on his own free will. Tsunade nodded, face grave and eyes blazing. Yes, Sakura was found knocked out on a bench by the main road. She tried to stop Sasuke but he overpowered her. She told the nearest ninja upon waking. We believe he was enticed to by Orochimaru, or one of his shinobis. How could a guy like Orochimaru ent? Shikamaru. Naruto glared at his friend, shutting him up. That is not the priority at the moment. Our first and foremost objective right now is to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke. He turned to Tsunade. I request a team of Chunin and Jonin for this mission. Tsunade's face turned regretful. Sorry Naruto, but I can't grant that request. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why not? We only have the bare minimum Jonin here to protect the village, all the rest being sent out on missions. You'll only have to do with Genin. Naruto crossed his arms. I presume I stayed because of my wedding. Tsunade nodded. That is correct. Now, I'll give you the only thing I can at the moment. You have the freedom to choose your teammates for this particular mission. As the only Jonin on this team, you are the team leader, Naruto. Naruto nodded and turned to Shikamaru. If we're going to have to do with Genin, we best hurry to round every tough guy among the remaining rookies. Which is sadly, only one. The other one is a pretender, and the last one is a cookie, quite literally. Shikamaru nodded. I think I know what you mean. I'll get started right away. As he turned to leave, Naruto told him one last thing. You have 10 minutes to assemble who you can, Shika. I'm appointing you my vice team leader. As soon as you assemble everyone, you start on your pursuit. I'll catch up. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Wait, what do you? That's an order, Shikamaru. In a frustrated growl, Shikamaru asked him. How the hell am I supposed to assemble who I have in mind in just 10 minutes? Wordlessly, 7 of Naruto's shadow clones popped around them. One of them grabbed Shikamaru, and all of them disappeared in a flash as one. Naruto turned to Tsunade with a frown. What is going on? I saw Kakashi last night. Why can't he accompany us? Tsunade shook her head. Kakashi has gone for a mission outside the village. You don't know because he went in the early hours of the morning. He was supposed to leave in the evening, but I only allowed him to stay because you invited him to your wedding. Naruto bit back a curse at that. He took a deep breath and relaxed. Okay, you want Genin to go on an A- rank, possibly S rank mission. You'll be sending them to their deaths. What choice do I have, Naruto? Tsunade snapped back in frustration. Naruto glared at her, before bowing his head in thought. Lifting it up, he whispered her one question. How do you want to bring him back? What do you mean? Naruto asked the question. In what condition do you want me to bring him back? Tsunade took a deep breath. I would tell you to get him back alive, if possible. But since this is Orochimaru we are talking about here, I want you to bring him back in any way you can. We cannot risk Orochimaru getting the Sharingan. Her eyes were hard, and Naruto understood the meaning behind her choice of words. Sasuke was to be brought back under any condition, whether it be alive or dead. His teeth gritted. If I am doing this, I want backup. I'm not risking my team like this. Tsunade stood up in a fury. sending her chair skidding back. I told you, I don't have shinobi to spare for this mission. Naruto tilted his head. Maybe you don't. A smirk graced his face, but our new allies do. XXXXXXX. Shikamaru was in a bind. After Naruto had basically told him to scram, and if that was not enough, sent him off with his clones as help to gather up whatever team he had in his mind. At first he was annoyed, but when he asked a clone that why couldn't they just flash to Sasuke and retrieve him, the clone had, in all seriousness, informed him that Sasuke didn't have the FTG mark, which meant Hiraishin was out of question. Without wasting time, he had sent one clone each to get Choji, Kiba and Neji. He told the rest to dispel themselves. Shikamaru couldn't get Shino, as the guy was on a special mission with his father. They could have really used his chakra-absorbing bug's help. Lee would have been a great addition to the team, however, he was still recovering from the surgery to put his limbs back together. However, Shikamaru wanted to pull his hair out when the clone that was sent to get Choji said that the Akamichi had come down with a case of food poisoning, and as such, won't be able to join the team. They were literally down to a 4-man cell now, just like they had started their ninja careers. After putting together a plan of pursuit, they had set off, and even caught up to the Sound 4. Shikamaru's plan had worked, to a point. They had managed to trap one of them with the shadow possession jutsu. Unfortunately, the Sound 4 seemed to have planned for that, which shocked Shikamaru to the core. They had greatly underestimated their opponents, and now they were stuck inside an Earth Dome prison, the fat guy named Jirobo holding it from outside and sucking up their chakra through the walls. Kiba yelled in frustration, his claws digging into his hair. Damn it, the longer we stay inside, the more chakra that bastard is taking from us. It sucked, and the unintentional puns were not helping. Neji tried to remain rational and decisive. There must be some sort of weakness, that we must find quickly, he muttered quietly, but the frustration was clear in his voice. What weakness? They had been inside for almost 15 minutes, and Shikamaru couldn't risk getting any more of their chakra drained. He took a deep breath. Whatever he was about to say, it was interrupted by a thundering crack on one spot of the dome, as if something had been smashed with brutal force on it. They all tensed up as the prison started rumbling, and eventually, the walls fell around them. Only to reveal, they all relaxed slightly upon seeing Jirobo facing them, a blank look on his face. The forehead of which having the beginnings of a nasty bruise and small rivers of blood. The most significant thing, however, that caused Akamaru to whimper slightly, was the blade that was sticking out from in front the Sound Nin's throat. It was clear to everyone that Jirobo was a dead man standing. The blade slid back, and Jirobo fell on his knees, followed by his upper body, his face kissing the ground rather ungracefully. They all looked up to see eyes that were cold as ice, and sharp as a sword, the anger simmering in them like boiling lava in a volcano. And Naruto. Kiba cried out in shock as he saw Naruto kill the nin without an ounce of remorse on his face. How did you? I didn't give him a chance to prepare, Naruto cut him off. As soon as I sensed him, I used body flicker to get right to him and shoved the blade in his throat. The asshole was too absorbed in his monologue to see me coming. The nonchalant way he spoke about killing Jirobo was extremely unnerving, causing everyone except Shikamaru to question whether Naruto was a closet psychopathic killer. Kiba's face turned into a snarl. We might have had an easier time if you had gotten here earlier. But Naruto was already walking past him. I needed to ensure that we at least had some backup. I'm not going to get you all killed because there was a shortage of shinobi in the village. Now come on, we're losing precious time and distance. He started running, and the others assumed a formation that Naruto guessed was Shikamaru's idea. The said Chunin caught up until they were side by side. Naruto, there's something you need to know. Taking his silence as Naruto listening, he continued, they have Sasuke in a coffin, sort of. We believe him to be still alive, otherwise it would make no sense for them to kill him. There are 3 others we will probably have to face, and the number of opponents might include Sasuke, if the guy really did go willingly, he reported, grumbling the last bit. You don't need to worry about Sasuke. I'll take him on if it comes to that, Naruto assured him. Shikamaru nodded at that. Naruto was probably, the only one in their team who could stop Sasuke. Naruto continued speaking, in a loud voice so others could hear him. The lack of traps suggests that they expected the lot of you to be handled by the fat guy, which means we have a slight advantage, if only slight. Kiba asked him in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? The element of surprise. They won't be expecting us to catch up to them this quickly, so we have a bit of time to come up with a plan. Not much though, so we better hurry, Naruto advised as they leapt through the trees. It was clear to Shikamaru that Naruto was using his sensing abilities to track the remaining 3 nin, so the planning was left up to him. He was able to come up with a plan, but before he could tell it to his teammates and Naruto, the latter suddenly stopped, holding up a fist as a sign to stop all of them. Each team member froze on the tree on which they had landed, not making a sound so as to listen to what Naruto was listening to. Naruto's danger sense had buzzed suddenly, which is why he had stopped. There had to be a trap, or worse, one of the members had stayed behind just in case the fat guy had failed. They had planned this very impressively. Naruto's keen eyes roamed around the trees, trying to spot anything that might be out of the ordinary. His extra-sensitive nose picked up a very, very faint smell of vinegar, but Naruto could not make any association of it to the mission. His eyes and ears were unable to pick up anything. Neji. The sharp whisper caused the said person to perk up. Look ahead and tell me if we're heading into a trap or not. Neji nodded and silently activated his Byakugan, his eyesight going beyond of what normal eyes were capable of. The veins around his eyes became prominent as his eyes did their work. There seems to be one of them standing on a branch 500 meters ahead of us. And he has 6 arms as well. Naruto smirked faintly. 6 arms, huh? Not something we see every day. He turned back. I am sending a batch of clones to scout. They will travel 200 meters ahead of us, disguised as us. We will follow them, out of sight. Since we don't know the full scope of his abilities, we will engage as soon as he is occupied with the clones. Is that clear? After they organized themselves in a formation, Naruto sent a batch of clones disguised as the team ahead of them, while they discreetly followed behind. Just as Neji said, the clones were attacked by the sound nin as soon as they were in front of him. Out of sight, the team watched with disgusted fascination as the sound nin spun spider webs from his mouth and trapped the clones. Spinning a different type of web, a more hardened type, he was about to finish off the clones, when Naruto gave the signal to engage. Even though he was surprised, he adapted to the situation very quickly, realizing that the ones he had trapped were only clones. With a brutal maneuver of his webs, that told Naruto that they were dealing with no amateur here, he snapped all the clones out of existence. He managed to dodge Kiba's fang attack just in time, spinning a web that hung up the Inuzuka duo. Naruto created 6 clones to distract the now-known Kidomaru, who trapped them in another of his webs. Smirking in a feral way, he said, "Let's see which one of you is real." The real Naruto, who had body flickered up high, smirked as he saw Neji advancing silently behind the web weaver. However, before his strike to connect, Kidomaru managed to spot him and dropped down, neatly dodging the strike. Quickly weaving a dense web, he trapped Neji into a cocoon. My webs are strong enough to hold down elephants with ease. You are no match for them. He then turned back to the 6 clones, and then spun his hardened webs. He finished off all the 6 clones, and just as he was in his shock, Naruto acted. He dropped silently from above, a kunai ready to bury itself in the nin's head, when Neji appeared out of nowhere, propelling both of them to another branch. He glared at the Hyuga, half in irritation and half in confusion. What the hell? How did you get out of that cocoon? Shikamaru and Kiba joined them, while the man glared at them with hatred, wanting nothing more than to kill them. How did you get out of the webs? Neji coolly replied, the Hyuga clan specialize in chakra-based attacks, and your threads are full of chakra, meaning, he turned to his teammates, and Naruto did not like where this was going. This fight is best suited for me. Go now, and catch up to Sasuke. Shikamaru made a decision faster than Naruto and said, I say we let him have this one. Naruto. Naruto gave Neji a hard glare, mixed with a searching glance. If Neji had not jumped in between, Kidomaru would be lying on the ground, a kunai buried in his head. His hand reached out, and roughly pulled Neji close to his face by his collar. You better be alive after this fight, Neji, he told him in a harsh whisper. He deliberately didn't tell him to catch up, because he knew Neji would be in no condition to catch up to them. Neji gave a jerk of a nod, after which Naruto released him. Leaving Neji behind to fight Kidomaru, Naruto, Shikamaru and Kiba leapt away. No one spoke a word, for the tensions were high because they had to leave a comrade behind. It was one of the hardest decisions ninja ever faced to go or reach somewhere. You have to leave something, Or in this case, someone behind. I'm not going easy on Sasuke when I get my hands on him, Naruto growled. About time. I really want to see that guy's ass handed to him on a silver platter decorated with diamonds. The growl in his mind almost caused Naruto to miss a step, but he recovered. Waving away Shikamaru's and Kiba's searching looks, he gestured them to increase their pace. Speed up, you two. We have to try our utmost to catch them before the sunset. The trio increased their speed, while Naruto continued his conversation with Kurama. About time you woke up. Tell me you didn't see me and Temari. No, Naruto sighed in relief. Good, otherwise it would have been terribly awkward. It's a good thing that I can block myself in your mind, otherwise I would have had nightmares of your mating. Awkwardness aside, I need to focus on my mission. Can't let my team get killed now, can I? I don't understand why you even trusted the Uchiha in the first place. I was not completely trusting, okay. I was reasonably cautious. Your current predicament says different. Naruto had no response for that. Single quote ellipsis dot. Just let me concentrate, okay. I have a feeling that things would only get worse. Kurama snorted. They always get worse before they get better, Naruto. Remember that. The ancient fox went silent after that, leaving Naruto and his team to pursue in silence. Even though they kept going relentlessly, the darkness of the night descended upon them, and soon the only light source that they had was the full moon. We still haven't caught up to them. Kiba growled in frustration. Shikamaru placated him. It's fine, we'll just maintain distance and wait to attack. Kiba gawked at him. Until dawn, wouldn't it be better to attack right now, while the dark gives us cover? Naruto and Shikamaru both rose an eyebrow. So Kiba can think intelligently sometimes. Shikamaru clarified Kiba's suggestion. A sneak attack, you say? Yeah, we can use decoys while one of us grabs the coffin. Naruto shook his head. As good as that sounds, the dark is only good for an instantaneous advantage. The sneak attack has to be timed perfectly and precisely, otherwise we all end up dead. Not to mention, you both don't have night vision, which only increasing the chances of our dying. Kiba grumbled, but accepted the argument. Naruto and Shikamaru were far better when it came to calculating strategies. Thankfully, he didn't question the fact that Naruto excluded himself out of that statement. Naruto guided them through the dark, applying a tiny bit of Kurama's chakra to his eyes to see through the dark. He kept his senses active for any sign that they had caught up, though he had a feeling that they would have to wait for a long time. Naruto had brought 3 soldier pills with him. He took one, and gave the other 2 to his remaining team. They accepted them with a grateful nod of thanks. The sun rose up in the sky, and Naruto finally got a lock on a chakra signature ahead of them, 2 in fact. It was similar to the last 2 sound ninja, so Naruto concluded that they were on the right track, and almost at the end of the trail. At the speed they were going, I've got a lock on the last ones. XXXXXXX. Sakin. The warning reached the gray-haired boy in time, as he smirked savagely. His hands reached out quickly to catch those of the blonde who tried to bury a kunai in his neck. He grinned at the struggling blonde. You are going to die if that's all you have. There was no change in the expression of his captive, so Sakin had no warning at all. A white twister went right through his captive who was a shadow clone, judging from the smoke and into him, sending him flying back towards the tree branch with his teammate stuck on it. The redhead cursed and prepared to move herself and the coffin out of the way, when her eyes widened, and she struggled to look at the cause. She couldn't move. Her shadow had been caught by the Chunin. Tayuya, move. Sakin yelled at her to move, but there was no way for her to do so. Shikamaru released his jutsu at the last minute, causing both of the sound nin to crash into each other. The coffin went flying, out of her grasp and straight into the arms of Kiba, who threw it to Naruto. As soon as Naruto caught it, he barked out. Move it! Naruto ran off from the clearing, with Shikamaru and Kiba close behind. Naruto kept a faster pace than before, so his remaining team members had some trouble following him. Shikamaru grinned. We can hightail it back to the village. As if it was that easy. You are forgetting that they are recipients to the power of the curse seal, and as such would have no problem in catching up with us. In fact, I can sense them following, and Sakin is catching up. The Chunin and the Genin looked behind, their eyes widening upon seeing Sakin covered in the black waves of the curse mark. And he was steadily catching up to them. Shikamaru grit his teeth. Naruto, you are the fastest one among us. So, Naruto sharply cut in. I'm not leaving you behind, Shika. His right hand came up in a half ram. Brace yourselves. A series of explosions, larger than what Shikamaru and Kiba had ever seen, rose up. Sakin was so into the pursuit, blinded by the rage that these kids had managed to outsmart him, that he failed to notice the explosive tags on the trees. They were put slightly out of sight, so as to not alert anyone immediately. Naruto smirked in satisfaction. The path they were on was the same one that they came from, so Naruto had taken precautions in case of a pursuit like this. He had laid out some of his personal tags very systematically, for the sole purpose of slowing down anyone who might follow them in their return. His smirk dropped, however, when Sakin emerged from the smoke, angrier than ever. You'll have to try harder than that, you assholes. Unfortunately, Akamaru was surprised by the nin's appearance, and as a consequence, lost his footing momentarily. He fell and landed heavily on a trunk of a tree. Kiba immediately changed course to his familiar. Akamaru. Naruto cursed when he saw that Sakin had wrapped ninja wire around Akamaru, painfully trying to squeeze him to death. And it seemed that Naruto gave too little credit to the brains of the guy, for he did not forget about them. A kunai came racing towards them, an explosive tag wrapped in the ring. Naruto's eyes widened and he retaliated, a shuriken whizzing through the air to knock the kunai off course. The kunai got knocked off its path, arching to bury itself a few meters away from Sakin. Kiba had just reached Akamaru when the tag went off. For a moment, Naruto was blinded by the light of the explosion. The smoke that followed it did not help either. Panic spread through him at the thought that Kiba and Akamaru were caught in the blast, and he hastily spread out his senses, trying to get a lock on their signatures. He released a breath of relief, followed by a frown of confusion when he sensed that all the three were falling down into a. What the fuck? Where did that ravine come from? For all his observational skills, Naruto was truly perplexed on how he had not managed to spot the deep ravine. In a rare moment where emotion clouded his judgment, he rushed forwards, ready to go down to see if they were alive, only to be pulled back by his Chunin teammate. He snarled at Shika. What? Shikamaru only pointed a finger behind them, and Naruto turned to see the redhead, Tayuya, coming for them. Naruto was about to say something when his danger sense buzzed loudly, indicating a particularly large threat heading for them behind his back. Spreading his senses, he found a large source of chakra heading for them, still half a kilometer away, and closing quickly. Tayuya shouted, "You assholes!" She was about to continue rushing forward, when she suddenly stopped, eyes trained not at Naruto and Shikamaru, but behind them. What are you doing here? Seeing a mostly overconfident enemy whisper in such dread-filled voice, Naruto braced himself for whatever was coming for them. He acted just at the right time, grabbing Shikamaru by the vest and flash-stepping to another branch, avoiding the newcomer. He was deathly pale, and looked as if he was under the effects of a sickness. His white hair was short, with two sections wrapped uniquely over his shoulder. He wore a strange, lavender bodysuit, with splits in the front to show his sweats. But it was the purple bow that let Shikamaru know that shit was about to hit the fan. It distantly occurred to Naruto that he should have left Hiraishin marks at intervals during their pursuit, so they could have avoided this sort of chase altogether. He narrowed his eyes at the figure. Who are you? Kimimaro, how? Your body is no longer. The whisper was of shock, but Naruto had no problem hearing her. So this guy was suffering from an illness, and from her choice of words it was most likely terminal. True. That is all I am good for now. Making sure Orochimaru-sama's dream come to fruition, he spoke quietly, and Naruto internally frowned at the lack of emotion in his voice. I have my mission, and you have yours. I will make sure the new vessel reaches Orochimaru-sama. Naruto and Shikamaru faced the newcomer, who was standing right in front of them. Naruto was spreading his senses as far as he could, trying to locate even one of his markings, besides Shikamaru, but no such luck. They were too far out. Shika, don't forget the mission objective, Naruto, Shikamaru cut in calmly, his eyes not leaving his now chosen opponent. Lowering his voice so that only Shikamaru could hear him, he spoke. I better find you alive, you understand. Without waiting for a reply, Naruto was gone in a flash step. Kimimaro followed him not even a second later, ignoring Tayuya's cursing. Now that Naruto was alone, he had no need to restrain his speed. He flew through the tree line, making Kimimaro frown as he struggled to keep up with the blonde, let alone catch up. Even with the coffin in his arms, Naruto was managing to maintain his lead on Kimimaro. Kimimaro realized that this blonde shinobi was deviously fast. He pushed his dying body further with the power of the curse seal, and started to steadily gain on the blonde, if only slowly. Naruto's frustration was building up as he felt that the lead that was between him and his pursuer started to close up. Damn it, looks like I will have to release all the seals. There was also some sort of strange energy coming from the coffin, and its taste was making him sick. Not to mention, the energy was steadily growing in amount. In his close proximity, it wanted to pulse through him, but was repelled by his own chakra. Naruto was nervous, even if nothing was really happening to him. Then it occurred to him. One of the core, fundamental meaning of holding a high rank in the military forces. An advice that Kakashi had taught him, shortly after he got promoted. As a Chunin, or a Jonin, it was up to you to ensure that any mission you do it with utmost precision. A mission should never remain incomplete if you could prevent it. No mistakes, no loose ends. He emerged from the forest into a large clearing. He set down the coffin, and waited for his tail to catch up. Sure enough, a few moments later, Kimimaro came into sight. He walked calmly towards Naruto, curse marks receding back into the seal, confident that he could take Naruto on without its power. He murmured to himself, "How to defeat you?" Naruto kept a cold expression on his face. "Would you happen to know just exactly what Orochimaru wants Sasuke for?" Kimimaro did not reply immediately, instead choosing to size Naruto up. Orochimaru-sama has already obtained the immortality jutsu, something that only he understands and is capable of. Naruto dryly returned, "Sewer, but I fail to see what that has to do with Sasuke. Immortality doesn't mean that the body will remain, just the soul. His soul is immortal, and to house that immortal soul, every once in a while, a new flesh is needed." Taking a deep breath to calm his shudders, Naruto spoke back. "So Sasuke is supposed to be the new vessel, I take it. For someone with a terrible sense of fashion and makeup, he has surprisingly good taste," he smirked in the end. Kimimaro either didn't get the joke, or just didn't have a sense of humor. Deciding to waste no more time, Naruto made his first move. For Kimimaro, it all happened too quickly. 1 second, the shinobi was standing 30 feet across from him, right hand comfortably resting on the coffin. The next, his face made contact with a violent kick that sent him spinning into the air. But he recovered quickly, and just in time to block a punch midair. His opponent was good, very good. The blow had only hurt a bit, because of his enhanced durability, but the fact that it even hurt said volumes about his opponent. They landed on the ground, and started exchanging blows. Naruto was reasonably cautious when he engaged in a fight with Kimimaro. The bone-like protrusions coming from Kimimaro's palm were obviously to be avoided. Kimimaro was an aggressive fighter, but of the kind that managed to make each one of his moves like a deadly dance. In a swift motion, his Hiraishin kunai came into his hand, coated with wind chakra, sharpened to the point of being a dagger. Kimimaro apparently saw those as a threat, even with his own set of weapons, as he switched to defense. The sound nin did not allow his annoyance to show on his face at the lack of pattern in the hits that Naruto was throwing at him. Naruto, likewise, was trying to find an advantage. Those protrusions on his hands were very sharp and annoying. One swipe had come close to his throat. Not only that, but Kimimaro could apparently make those protrusions pop up from anywhere on his body. Naruto had yet to take a hit, but was finding it very hard to find an opening to his opponent's style to put a seal on him. Maybe I should spice it up a bit. 2 clones suddenly appeared, and Kimimaro found it significantly harder to attack as he was forced to switch to defense. Even though they were shadow clones, they had the skill of the original, and as such, 3 slashes found their way into his guard. He snarled, losing his cool a bit, and extended his bone spikes outwards like a porcupine, catching one of the clones and dispelling it into a cloud of smoke. The remaining clone dodged a spike by doing a one-handed cartwheel on top of his head. His right hand, a spike protruding from his palm, came up to dispel it, but he made one crucial mistake in account of his short-term problem. He didn't keep track of the original. As soon as he dispelled the clone, he caught something heading towards him in his peripheral vision. He desperately leapt to the side, trying to dodge whatever it was. Even though the compressed ball of wind didn't hit Kimimaro directly, it was close enough that it might as well be a point-blank attack. The explosion violently hurled Kimimaro to Naruto's right, the wind from the explosion having made more than a few scratches on him. Just as he was about to switch directly to the second level of his curse mark, something brutally slammed into his back, sending him right back towards the direction that he came from, spinning like a screw in the air. He grit his teeth because whatever jutsu was used, it grinded on his back. Right where he couldn't grow bones from. Right where his flesh was. And it really hurt. Naruto kept his guard up, even though he'd managed to smash a Rasengan directly into Kimimura's back. The guy was tough, more in a literal sense than the metaphorical. Naruto had figured that for him to use his bones as a weapon, they would have to be extremely tough. Tougher than one could imagine. So Naruto had created a Rasengan slightly bigger than his usual, and spun it with greater speed than ever before. Which meant greater damage to the target. His clone had slapped a marking on Kimimura's head, so Naruto was able to use Hiraishin to catch him off guard. Still, it wouldn't exactly be a surprise to him if Kimimaro got up after that attack. Just as he finished his last thought, he saw a figure slowly rising in the dust cloud that was created after the Rasengan burst. He was obviously in pain, and when the dust finally cleared, Naruto bit back a smirk at Kimimaro's expression. He was pissed off. There was not a single trace of the calm, confidence Naruto had first seen on his face. All the composure seemed to have left him, and he looked like he wanted nothing more than to turn Naruto into a sponge by creating a number of holes that was a bit too disturbing to think about. "You are powerful, Konoha Shinobi," he said in a controlled voice that was a contrast to the rage-filled expression. His back was hunched a bit, in obvious pain. "Never have I met someone who could push me like this, except for Orochimaru-sama." Foul energy began to take an aura around him. "It seems that I cannot afford to hold back any longer." Naruto watched as Kimimaro's power began to grow. Unlike the little black marks that covered Sasuke upon the seal's activation, his seemed to cover his entire body in almost a second layer, giving his skin an entirely new look. Judging by the way he was standing, it probably healed the injury caused by the Rasengan as well. All in all, he looked hideous. Crack. Confused, both Naruto and Kimimaro turned to look at the coffin. Naruto was about to turn back when nothing happened for a few moments, when the coffin exploded. Boom. Naruto stood in his position, unflinching as he deduced that whatever purpose Sasuke was put into this coffin, that was fulfilled. Sasuke emerged from the coffin, looking different. The colors of his skin and hair were all wrong and inverted. Naruto couldn't see his face as he was facing Sasuke's back. "That's enough, Sasuke. You're coming back with me, right now." His skin and hair reverted to normal colors. Sasuke laughed, and Naruto frowned deeply when he heard how detached it was, how manic it was. Sasuke walked towards into the forest, as if he had never heard Naruto speak. "I'm ordering you to stop. Right now, Sasuke." Sasuke broke into a run, disappearing into the trees, in the direction of the border of the Fire Country. He completely disregarded Naruto's growled order. Naruto was in a bit of a bind right now. He could not turn, for Kimimaro would jam a bone spike into him at the slightest opening. And if he did not turn, he would lose Sasuke. He could already sense the Uchiha moving at incredible speeds. Speeds that he normally wasn't capable of, last time Naruto checked. So he took a risk. He turned around, under the pretense of dropping his guard. Just like he expected, Kimimaro was at his back in less than a second, a spike ready to stab him through the heart. Konoha Senpuu. Two things happened after the cry was heard. Naruto flashed away to a kunai buried in the ground a few meters away, and Kimimaro suffered a vicious kick to the spike in his hand, sending him back. Naruto lifted his head up to see. Yep, the green spandex, bushy eyebrows, it was Lee. The boy turned and grinned. "Naruto-kun, I am here to help." Naruto lifted an eyebrow, hiding his surprise at Lee's arrival. "You are supposed to be recovering, Lee. Why are you here?" "I am here to help. I will stay behind and handle this most unyouthful opponent. You pursue Sasuke-kun." With a brisk nod of thanks, Naruto yanked his kunai out and dashed into the direction Sasuke had gone. The entirety of his team had split up, putting their lives on the line so they could get Sasuke back. This entire mission had been a relay, with every team member running their race. The final lap was up to Naruto, and there was no way he would be losing. He went full throttle, his senses locked onto Sasuke's. XXXXXXX. Sasuke felt his power growing, yet at the same time, it did not feel like his power. But rather, power that was someone else's, merging with his own. It was a feeling like nothing else, and it increased to a point that it got hard to contain, or control. Sasuke was conscious enough to know where he was, and decided that he had been trapped long enough. Now was his time to make his move. If they were at where he was supposed to be, good. If not, too bad for them, because he didn't care. He knew where he was supposed to go. He flexed his power, and the result was glorious. It was like being freed from the bonds that held you against your will, yet only made you stronger. The power was still merged with him, and he felt powerful like never before. It was like the power itself was restrained, like him. Now it was free, and it felt amazing. He was high on power, so high that he could only distantly hear someone calling his name. He paid the call no heed, only having one destination in mind. He flexed his power again, this time, commanding it to make him fast. And it obeyed. The power allowed him to go at speeds that only Naruto was capable of going at. Sasuke knew that his resistance seals had been taken off before he was put into the coffin, so he was almost twice as fast as he was before. Coupled with the power of the seal, and he was fast enough to give Naruto a run for his money. See what I did there? Run for his money. He was slowly coming down from the high, so his rationality was coming back. He looked back once, to see if anyone was following him or not. He gave a satisfied smirk upon seeing no one, and continued on his journey with even greater vigor. He finally came to the border that separated the Fire Country and the Rice Country. It went by a name that was famous, Valley of the End. The place not only served as the border between the two countries, but as a famous landmark. This place was carved out when Senju Hashirama fought his best friend, Uchiha Madara, to death. By the way, Sasuke doesn't know who that is. This is the author, informing y'all. Sasuke jumped from the head of the Shodai Hokage, down to the water, and onto the head of the spiky-haired statue. This was it. Once he crossed this valley, he would sever all his bonds with Konoha. There was no coming back from this. He froze in his tracks, however, upon hearing that achingly familiar voice, filled with coldness and simmering rage, masked with nonchalance. I hope you know that I won't let you leave like this, Sasuke. Naruto chased after his rogue comrade, frowning at how he was pushing himself. Granted, even he had removed almost all of his resistance for this mission, but for Sasuke to match the speed he was going at with majority of his resistance removed was rather troubling. And he felt a bit guilty for feeling this, but he felt excited. The thought that he might have to use his full power to fight Sasuke gave him a rush that brought a feral grin to his face. For too long he had wanted to have a fight where he could give it his all. He had given it a thought that the coffin that housed Sasuke was part of some sort of process that was supposed to release the full power of the cursed seal. And Naruto knew just how powerful Sasuke was with the seal. He dare say that it would have required every trick in his arsenal to stop Sasuke with the first level of the curse mark, without resorting to Kurama's chakra. But now, he had a feeling that the upcoming fight will be much more challenging. There was quite a reasonable amount of distance between him and Sasuke, due to the latter having an early start. But as he was catching up, he frowned as he sensed the chakra signature stop in front of him. Why would Sasuke stop? Did he know that Naruto was in pursuit? Deciding not to let the opportunity slip, Naruto turned full throttle, rapidly closing the distance between him and Sasuke. His eyes widened when he saw Sasuke come into view, but narrowed when he actually deduced just where the two of them had arrived at. A flash step sent him onto the head of Senju Hashirama, just as Sasuke was once again starting to walk away. Straightening up, he spoke in a normal voice that clearly reached the Uchiha. I hope you know that I won't let you leave like this, Sasuke. The Uchiha froze in his tracks, and Naruto watched as he slowly turned towards him. Alarm bells rang in his mind when he took in his appearance. Sasuke pretty much looked like when the power of the curse mark flowed in his chakra network, but there was a clear difference. Sasuke's left side was covered in black marks, like before, but his left eye had changed, having a black sclera and a golden iris, which gave him a rather menacing look. Not to mention the sick smile that he was sporting. It made him look very deranged. For a fleeting moment, Naruto's mind recalled the meeting he had with the last person he saw before leaving the village for pursuit. Flashback. Naruto was briskly walking towards the village gates from where Shikamaru had taken off in pursuit. He was currently in the process of gaining the mindset for the retrieval mission. There was a chance that he might have to kill Sasuke, and Naruto did not like that. If it was possible, he would try his level best to bring him back alive, even if he had to break every single bone in the Uchiha's body. The thought of killing Sasuke did not appeal to him. Just as he arrived at the gate, he took a deep breath and let it out. Be quick in what you have to say, Sakura. He turned around, a frown gracing his features as he looked at his former teammate. Sakura looked terrible. There were noticeable bags underneath her eyes due to lack of sleep, there were tear tracks on her face, and even now, she looked like she was barely holding any more tears at bay. Naruto, her voice broke as she bit her lip, holding back the tears desperately. She then continued in a whisper, "Please bring Sasuke back. I beg you." Naruto sighed as he looked down, contemplating on what to say. He had a suspicion that Sakura's feelings for the Uchiha were not those of a typical fangirl, but it only added to her misery if Sasuke did not care to return those feelings. He decided to be blunt with her, for if he lied, she would never forgive him. "I will bring Sasuke back, Sakura," he told her with a straight face, and it hurt a bit to crush that glimmer of hope that made itself known on her face, "but not for you." Sakura's lip trembled. What? I will bring Sasuke back because it is my duty to do so as a shinobi of Konoha. Because I have been ordered to do so. The bluntness of his words caused the tears to finally flow again. She near shouted at him, her words a mixture of rage and disbelief. Why? Why only because it's your duty? Why not because he's your friend, yours and mine teammate? Naruto pursed his lips together. I'll be frank with you, Sakura. Hokage-sama has ordered me to get Sasuke back by any means necessary. Not only that, he continued despite the growing horror on Sakura's face, but Hokage-sama has given me very specific instructions to bring Sasuke back, regardless of whether he's dead or alive. Sakura put her hands on her mouth in growing dismay and horror. The mere thought of Sasuke being dead at the hands of Naruto. Please don't tell me you intend to kill him. Naruto pursed his lips. I don't, but it might be difficult to get him back alive. He left on his own free will, not to mention he's probably being guarded by some of Orochimaru's finest. He turned and started walking away. I won't get my hopes up if I were you, Sakura. But I won't stop you from praying for a miracle. Flashback end. By now, Naruto had hardened his resolve, shoving the memory of his meeting with Sakura to the back of his mind. He could not afford to get distracted right now. He didn't know why, but a sense of familiarity shot through him as he considered his and Sasuke's positions. It was almost as if they had been here before. Naruto decided to speak first. Do you have a reason as to why you deserted the village, Sasuke? Sasuke's answer was detached, as if he no longer cared what Naruto said. I'm done fooling around with the leaf, and you, Naruto. Konoha cannot make me strong enough for what I need to do. Naruto had to admit that Sasuke was partially right in the regard. With what happened with Uchiha Itachi, the village wanted to keep a close eye on Sasuke to prevent it from happening again. Konoha's history with powerful Uchiha shinobi was not good at all. Regardless, you are coming back with me to the village, whether you like it or not. My team did not risk their lives for nothing. Sasuke tilted his head, as if he was merely curious. You think you can force me to come back, Naruto? Naruto's eyes narrowed at how Sasuke so casually disregarded the fact that lives had been put on stake to get him back. Sasuke continued, I don't think you fully understand the power that I now possess, Naruto. And it was true. Ever since his seal had been enhanced, Sasuke could tell that he was substantially more powerful than before. He was sure that he could take on Naruto and win, but he knew that he would have to work hard for it. You sure do lack your brother's resolve. That froze the blood flowing in his veins. In a low whisper he snarled, what did you say? Naruto knew what he did was low. Itachi was a sore spot for Sasuke, and hitting it like the way he did was cruel of him. But he needed Sasuke to see reason before he proceeds to fight him. Your brother got strong inside the village, Sasuke. You know that he didn't need any outside help to become as strong as he did. Shut up, Sasuke yelled, but made no move to attack Naruto. You know nothing. But Naruto pressed on. Shodai, Nadaime, Sandaime, Yondaime, Sannin, Hitaki Tsukumo, Maidadai, Kakashi, Gai. All of these are some of the most powerful shinobi in the world, Sasuke. Do you think that they became powerful by seeking outside help? Make your point already, damn it. My point is, all of these shinobi are a product of Konoha, just like your brother was. They were not weak, just like your brother. You can become strong as well. Konoha has held me back enough. If that village can't give me the strength I need, I'll take it from elsewhere. Sasuke trampled over Naruto's words as if they hadn't even been spoken. He was sick of this. Naruto was starting to get annoyed now. You must have dropped a few brain cells somewhere if you think you'll let Orochimaru have that body of yours. I don't care. Sasuke spread out his arms. If you think that you can make me come back, then I dare you to try. He was practically inviting him to fight him. Naruto could feel his heart beating faster as adrenaline started flowing. This was his chance to really go all out, but he had to be careful. Sasuke knew how he fought, and he would no doubt be avoiding his palm strikes that Naruto frequently used to slap the Hiraishin mark on his opponents, or just any sort of seal. This would be a completely different type of fight, a fight that was based partially on the mission, and partially to see who was the most powerful between them. Naruto had proved himself superior time and time again to Sasuke, but Sasuke seemingly had an edge now. And to be frank, Naruto wanted to drag out the fight simply to pitch himself against the Uchiha, to see where each of them stood. Let the fight begin. Naruto made eye contact with Sasuke under the pretense of glaring at him. Sasuke was about to taunt him further, when he felt himself freezing up. Immediately recalling a similar incident where Orochimaru had done the same thing, the name of the technique sprang to his mind. Kanashibari no Jutsu. Before he could flex his chakra to free himself, Naruto had rocketed forward and had ruthlessly slammed him into the wall behind him, his hand pressed against his throat and holding him up. Naruto gazed intently as he held Sasuke by his throat. That was one of his fastest flash steps, he had to admit. And yet, judging by the lack of surprise, Naruto knew that Sasuke had managed to see him, to a degree. As if he knew that Naruto would do that. Naruto's sense rang a second before Sasuke's knee came up to bury itself in his gut. Or what would have been his gut, had he not jumped back. Sasuke sprang forward to engage Naruto in a furious bout of taijutsu. His Sharingan had activated the moment Naruto had frozen him, and he knew better than to underestimate the blonde. Naruto was fast, faster than Sasuke, but the perceptiveness of his Sharingan allowed Sasuke to either dodge or block hits by the smallest of the margins. Before a rhythm could be established in the fight, Naruto spun a kunai in his right hand and slashed at Sasuke, who mentally cursed and jumped back reflexively, failing to avoid the slash completely, and as a result, a small tear appeared on the front of his shirt. Naruto gave Sasuke no time to think as he went on the offensive. But Sasuke was willing to take risks, it seemed. Naruto was slightly impressed when Sasuke allowed a punch to penetrate his guard, right into his gut. But Sasuke retaliated right after Naruto's attack, throwing a punch and successfully connecting it to Naruto's cheek, sending him backwards. Sasuke coughed up blood due to the force of the punch. The timing of those two attacks was such that each was thrown back by the attack of the other. Naruto threw 4 shuriken at Sasuke with deadly accuracy, which Sasuke jumped to the side to avoid, since he didn't have any shinobi tools for himself. However, Naruto showed off his own ability to predict his opponent as well. As soon as Sasuke had jumped to the side, Naruto was right up in his guard, his left fist slamming into his ribs. Sasuke coughed up blood once more, knowing that even though they hadn't cracked yet, nasty bruises will be forming in the area. And that thought sent him into a rage, knowing that Naruto was holding back on him. Naruto could have easily broken them, yet he held back, and that was insulting. Sasuke's Sharingan managed to predict Naruto's attack for him to avoid it just in time, but it failed to see that Naruto was setting him up. He winced at force behind the 540 kick his left hand blocked, but was caught off guard when his legs were swiped off beneath him. Naruto took full advantage of the maneuver his shadow clone did. Sasuke's legs were swiped with such force that he was horizontal in the air for a moment, which was all the time Naruto needed. Catching Sasuke by the heel, Naruto spun once and threw the Uchiha down, right into the water. He then jumped down onto Madara's finger, watching the splash. Sasuke surfaced in seconds and pulled himself on top of the water. He carefully took note of the receded curse marks. Face it, Sasuke, you have a long way to go until you can match me. Sasuke snarled at the taunt. You have yet to see anything. And stop holding back on me. Naruto narrowed his eyes before jumping down to meet Sasuke halfway. Neither gained any advantage due to their midair position, except for pushing each other back. Naruto pulled 2 of his special kunai out, one held in a reverse grip and the other in a normal. He then dashed towards Sasuke, the other boy doing the same. Due to Sasuke not having any tools of his own, he was at a disadvantage and was hard-pressed to dodge the deadly strikes. His Sharingan was working overtime to predict Naruto's strikes, only partially succeeding. Not only that, but his arms were aching in protest from blocking Naruto's blows, and the force behind them. Naruto might be built for speed, but he sure wasn't lacking in the strength department. Naruto dodged a punch and a roundhouse from Sasuke, going into a handstand and spinning to land a vicious double kick to Sasuke's face. Sasuke recovered quickly however, spinning low and trying to trip Naruto. Naruto flipped forward to avoid that, and Sasuke used the momentum from his spin to throw forward a high kick to Naruto's head. Naruto saw that coming and was able to counter it with a high kick of his own. But he got slightly disbalanced by performing two counters such as those, back to back. Sasuke took advantage of that and landed a three-punch combo to Naruto's ribs, following it with a knee to the stomach. But Naruto caught his bearings and blocked any further attacks, catching Sasuke's wrist and pulling his arm to the side, leaving an opening. Slapping Sasuke's other arm away, Naruto buried a fist into Sasuke's gut, making him cough blood once more. As payback for the punch combo, Naruto released Sasuke's wrist and struck a punch right into his chin. The force was so great it lifted Sasuke off his feet for a moment. Sasuke tried to push the pain aside, but before he could do so, a foot slammed into him, once again in his gut, throwing him almost a dozen feet back. Sasuke recovered, however, mid-roll and was back on his feet, just in time to dodge the three-pronged kunai that would have pierced his thigh. Before he could perform hand seals for a jutsu, his Sharingan caught another kunai tearing towards him. He hastily jumped back, his hands starting a seal sequence. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. In his haste, however, Sasuke forgot for a split second, only remembering when the fireball made its way towards Naruto, what the function of the kunai was. Sure enough, Naruto flashed to the last kunai he had thrown, and Shunpyo'd to land a flying kick right in Sasuke's face, who had just landed on the ground. The kick sent Sasuke flying further back, sliding on the water. Sasuke grunted in pain as he flipped onto his feet. This fight really wasn't going in his favor. His blows were doing jack to Naruto, while the others' blows were slowly wearing him down. Either Naruto had some armor on inside the uniform, or the Kyuubi was healing the damage from Sasuke's blows, or the guy just had really high pain tolerance. Flashing through seals, Sasuke had electricity crackling in his hands. Chidori, grinning maniacally, he dashed forward, fully intending to drive the lightning blade through Naruto. Although a part of him knew that Naruto would have a definite counter to him. Sure enough, Naruto dashed forward himself, a Rasengan appearing in his instantly. Both of them clashed and the force expelled was such that water swirled under their feet and raged around them. Both Naruto and Sasuke were trying their damn hardest to push the other back, and push they did. Both of them were thrown back from the backlash of the collision after a few seconds. Sasuke flipped in the air and crashed into the water, submerging for a few seconds. Naruto was lucky to have landed feet first on the water and was sent skidding back a dozen feet. He stood up in a stance, senses spread in case Sasuke tried to attack from under the water. But the Uchiha emerged from the water, heaving deep breaths as he stood up, glaring at Naruto. I really thought the Rasengan would be stronger against that. Guess I'll have to do something about this. He countered my Chidori at full power. Naruto looked at Sasuke with an unreadable look on his face. Then without warning, Naruto flashed through seals. Sasuke instantly copied them, but cursed the fact that he wasn't able to achieve the effect Naruto did. Clearly, this wasn't the full sequence. Two drills of water sprang on his sides and barreled into him. He was able to avoid one, but the other crashed into him and sent him flying onto the bank rather painfully. Sasuke coughed as his chest screamed in protest. That really hurt. I can't copy his jutsu if he's not using the full sequence, and he knows that. Worse, I don't know water or air manipulation. In his pain, Sasuke failed to take notice that a Hiraishin kunai was buried right behind him. Naruto had thrown it right when Sasuke had crashed on the ground, to prevent him from knowing about it. So it stood to reason that Sasuke was shocked and had no counter against the football kick that Naruto smashed into his gut, right after flashing in front of him. The force sent new waves of pain coursing through him, as well as sending him skidding back a few feet. You can't beat me, Sasuke. Not with what you have. Naruto's words caused Sasuke to pause, looking up at Naruto with silent rage. In response to his rage, the curse mark was activated and it spread over Sasuke's entire body, as opposed to one side. Not only that, but for the first time, Naruto's eyes had some alarm in them as he gazed at Sasuke. Not because of the curse mark, but because of Sasuke's eyes. A third tomo appeared in both of the eyes. Sasuke's Sharingan had finally, fully matured. Sasuke snarled in response, not knowing about the change in his eyes. We'll see about that. Speeding through hand seals, a horde of fireballs made their way towards Naruto, who neatly dodged every single one of them. He was barely prepared, however, for Sasuke to be standing right where he was, after he dodged the last fireball. On pure reflex, Naruto bent back a full 90 degrees, avoiding the slash at his throat that Sasuke made holding Naruto's own kunai in hand. He didn't have time to wonder just how fast Sasuke had gotten under the influence of the curse mark, because now he was on defensive. He was reminded of the days when he practiced the snake-style taijutsu with Anko-sensei. Sasuke was relentless, but Naruto didn't need to know the pattern of the attacks to deliver a counter. His left hand came up to grab Sasuke's right wrist, stopping the kunai from burying itself in his head. Naruto's left leg came up in a high kick, but was stopped by Sasuke's other hand. Immediately lifting the wrist he was grabbing, Naruto used his free leg to jump, twisting so that his thighs were around Sasuke's neck. Using all the force he could muster, Naruto flipped back, slamming Sasuke on the ground on his front. He flipped back, but was shocked to see that Sasuke had stood up with him, with seemingly no damage. The Uchiha smirked. "You might as well give up if that's all you have." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Looks like I would have to go all out as well." With a half-ram seal, he released all the remaining resistance seals that were activated. It was a level 7, so it should make a difference. Sasuke's face soured when he realized that Naruto was holding back on him still. "Looks like you have a death wish after all." With that, he put his new speed to test. In a second, he was in front of Naruto, throwing punches, kicks, jabs, strikes like it was no one's business. He put his everything in his attacks, trying to inflict all the pain he could on Naruto. But soon his anger and sadistic pleasure switched to irritation and shock when Naruto countered all his attacks without a problem. He knew something had changed because he could predict Naruto's movements better than before, and realized with a start that his Sharingan had finally evolved fully. Grinning, he jumped back, deciding to switch to long-distance tactics. Naruto was glad he got rid of the last of his seals, because he would need to be at his peak to counter a fully evolved Sharingan that has been enhanced with an outside source. That short, but intense taijutsu bout had pushed him to his maximum, and had told Naruto that this fight had accelerated to a whole new level. He gracefully flipped out of the way of the fireball that Sasuke shot at him, throwing some Hiraishin kunai around the area midair. He had a feeling he was going to need them. He immediately flashed away as the hair on the back of his neck stood up in warning, and it was good that he did, because Sasuke had been waiting for him on the spot where he was going to land. Where the hell was this speed coming from? His hands came up in a tiger seal, and Sasuke found himself bound with chains made up of water. Both of his hands were held away from him, and no matter how hard he pushed, the chains held. He looked up in alarm as Naruto did a snake seal and spat a compressed ball of wind towards him. Sasuke did not want to find out the effects of that jutsu, so he did something unusual for the very first time. He substituted with a piece of rock, without hand seals. He felt the larger than normal drain on his chakra, but it at least got him out of the way. The piece of rock exploded with a bang, tiny chunks of it being blown apart by the explosive wind. With a few quick seals, he sent another fireball Naruto's way, but the blonde simply flashed away, and Sasuke found himself being blown away by an extremely fast wind. The wind was so strong that he was spinning high in the air, and as such was unable to correct his position midair. Naruto took clear advantage of that by speeding through seals once more. Suiten. Mizu Tatsumaki no Jutsu. One of his heavy hitters, the jutsu's purpose was to catch Sasuke in its grasp and violently throw him away with the force of a tornado. The spinning vortex of water materialized in a matter of seconds at the spot where Naruto guessed Sasuke would land. Sasuke's eyes widened in alarm when he saw water spinning below him where he would land. He recognized the jutsu as the one Naruto used against Gaara. Just as he landed, he desperately tried to get away, but the vortex had gathered enough speed that the water beneath his feet spun, taking him into the vortex. Sasuke's head spun as his body was violently spun in the vortex, and then, he was thrown out from it, his body slamming into the rocks and falling down. His muscles screamed in protest as he got up, and he drew even more power from the cursed mark, making his recovery faster, but painful nonetheless. Naruto's eye was twitching in irritation upon seeing Sasuke standing up after what happened to him. The rate of recovery that Sasuke was showing was really getting on his nerves. He knew that the curse mark enhanced the subject, but this was ridiculous. He would have to hit Sasuke really hard with to put him down, it seemed. He was about to do some hand seals when an idea popped into his head. It was a crazy one, but if it worked, it could put Sasuke down, even in his state. It was a plan that lacked any efficiency whatsoever, but more than made up for it in terms of power. And he had that in spades. 6 shadow clones popped around him. He put his hand in one of his pouches and took out an exploding tag. Not just any tag, but the self-replicating one. Time to initiate the first part of the plan. Handing the tag to one of the clones, he flashed away to prepare on his part. The clones already knew what to do, and so they made their way down to Sasuke. By the time they had reached, Sasuke had recovered and was mad like no one else. He saw the clones coming and fired off a fireball of epic proportions. One of the clones hung back and formed a bird seal while the others charged straight towards the fireball. Sweden. Sujinheki. A wall of water sprung up, in which the fireball collided. The fireball turned the entire wall of water into steam, which spread around the area of the clones and Sasuke, who snarled. "Don't think this steam can hide you, Naruto. My eyes can see your every move." To prove his statement, he effortlessly dodged a downward axe kick from a clone behind him. With a near-instant reflex, he slammed an elbow into the clone's gut, dissipating it. Another came from his side, and he kicked it out of existence. 4 to go. He heard them before he saw them, and he effortlessly caught the shuriken out of air, right in his hands. Flipping up to avoid the attack from another clone, he threw one shuriken at it. The clone poofed out of existence. 3 to go. He threw the shuriken to his right, but only 2 clones emerged, and both of them avoided it. He engaged the 2 of them, and unlike before, he had little difficulty in countering their moves. One clone flipped away, while Sasuke took advantage of that and punched the other clone out of existence. Turning around to deal with the last 2, his eyes widened in alarm when he saw the clone preparing to spit something at him. He cut off the chakra under his feet, going underwater just as the clone spit out air, clearing all the steam from the area. Its chakra supply depleted, the clone vanished out of existence. But Sasuke felt no victory, even as he dodged the attack by going underwater, because right now, he was staring at a smirking clone, and both of them were surrounded by a large number of explosive tags. Sasuke knew in an instant that this was a clone because as reckless Naruto was, even he would not attempt such a move in a close proximity. Only one thought went through his mind. Oh shit! All the tags exploded simultaneously, and Sasuke was tossed high into the air, along with large amounts of water. The force of the underwater explosion was so great that the water, and Sasuke along with it, was tossed high up in the air, high enough to be a head above the heads of Hashirama and Madara. Sasuke plummeted faster than the water, and took a moment to rage and lament at the fact that he had so foolishly thrown away his hip pouch. He angled his body to crash feet first into the water, his entire body, especially stomach and ribs, screaming in protest of the abuse he had been getting from the blonde. Once the water had relatively settled waves, but no explosions, he surfaced and looked around, trying to see where Naruto was. Once he was sure that no one was around, he took a moment to breathe. He knew Naruto wasn't gone, the guy wouldn't leave until he had Sasuke with him. Sasuke took a moment to admire the plan that the blonde had come up in such a short time. He knew that this fight was dragging on longer than he liked. Almost half of his reserves had been emptied, but he still was on the losing side of the fight. That thought caused more power to flow into him. He had this feeling that somehow, a higher level of power he could reach if he drew more power. But before he could do that, 4 Narutos flashed into existence around him in the vicinity of the kunai. 2 of them closed in immediately, while the other 2 provided long-distance support by throwing in an occasional kunai, shuriken or jutsu. Sasuke dealt with the 2 clones without difficulty and moved towards the other 2. But just as he engaged them, something about their movements stood out to him. They were attacking all right, but their movements were complementary of each other. Almost as if his train of thought wasn't allowed to continue as 2 more clones flashed into existence, and he was hard-pressed to deal with them. He was so into the fight, that he failed to take notice of a blonde blur speeding towards their location, running on the bank. XXXXXXX. Naruto had flashed right near the foot of Hashirama, ready to put his plan into action. While not one of his best ones, it would get the job done. Simply put, he was going to hit Sasuke with every ounce of strength he had. As soon as he got the memories of Sasuke getting caught in the water explosion, he put the next part of his plan into action. He had noticed during their fight that both he and Sasuke had moved quite far from the statues, far enough that they were nearer to the other end of the valley than the statues, almost 700 meters away. He sent 4 clones to Sasuke's location to engage him and distract him while he started running. He put everything in his sprint, every ounce of speed that he could muster, and enhancing it with chakra. By the time Sasuke and the clones came into his vision, Naruto was sure that he was running fast enough to give a freight train a run for its money. His target was the Hiraishin Kunai right in front of him that was rapidly closing in. Just as Sasuke had dispelled 2 of the clones, all the while being on the receiving end of punches and kicks, he saw Naruto speeding towards them, but his track was such that he would run right past them. The guy was not even looking towards him. But before he could move in his direction, one of the clones engaged him, greatly increasing his annoyance. The other clone saw the original running and caught his eye, receiving a nod in return. He knew just what he needed to do. He jumped right into the fight along with the remaining clone and was immediately on defensive, but his job wasn't to attack. He only had a 5-second window to execute the plan. Just as Sasuke dispatched the other clone, the remaining one tilted his body to the side to avoid the kick that would have dispelled him as well. His right palm came to rest on Sasuke's back, and then he pushed. Naruto grinned when he saw Sasuke appear just 5 meters before him. The clone had done his job perfectly, teleporting Sasuke into the path of the speeding projectile that was himself. His right fist came up, glowing with the color of his chakra, further enhancing the force behind the would-be blow, and the plan was well worth executing, because the look of complete shock on Sasuke's face was absolutely worth it. Sasuke was confused just what Naruto was doing running on the banks while his clones fought him. Knowing that this was part of some plan, he knew he had to get rid of the clones, or just get out of the way and dispel them from afar. But his confusion only grew when the clone behind him did not attack, but just place a palm on his back. It all became clear the instant he appeared right in Naruto's path, and saw the glowing fist. Knowing he couldn't get out of the way in time, he had barely crossed his arms in defense when he felt the fist crashing into his already abused arms. Sasuke definitely felt something crack and tear in both of his forearms. The speed with which Naruto had been running only added to the force behind the punch, and Sasuke was thrown back as if he had taken a punch from Orochimaru back in the forest, only the force had been multiplied some 4 or 5 times. He smashed through a rock as if it were cardboard, crashed into the ground and kept skidding, and smashed through another rock, before coming to rest. All of his pain receptors were screaming, and he could only wonder why he wasn't. His back felt like it had been torn into 2, repaired and then torn again. Yet, his resolve did not break. That son of a bitch. That hurts. Where the hell did he bring that punch from? Why can't I beat him? He is always a step ahead of me, and either I fail to realize it, or I realize it and still can't do anything about it. I am in no condition to move, I only have 1/3 of my chakra reserves left, my body feels like it has literally been torn apart. He even hasn't used the Kyuubi's power yet, but I am almost torn apart even after using the curse mark's power. The image of his brother drifted in his mind, his words echoing like a bell. Still as weak as always, foolish little brother. Sasuke's wrists were cracked, if not outright broken. But in spite of the enormous amount of pain he was in, his hands closed into fists. The power of the curse mark flowed into him once more, this time, unrestricted. Sasuke drew every drop of power he could from the mark. He would be the winner of this fight, not Naruto. The power, as if agreeing with him, mixed with him, merged with him. Then he stood up, marveling his form that pulsed with undeniable power. Naruto was breathing heavily as he walked to where Sasuke had stopped after crashing. Sprinting for a long distance such as he did took a lot of breath out of him, but the result was worth it. The power behind the punch, combined with his speed, was probably enough to shatter a small part of the Hokage's heads on the mountain into pieces. He doubted Sasuke's hands were intact. He stopped before the prone form of his former comrade, looking at it with a small amount of pity. His fatigue had finally started to make itself known. "It's over, Sasuke. I win," he whispered. Then the unthinkable happened. It should have been impossible. No one should have been able to get up after a punch such as that. The curse marks on Sasuke's body glowed orange, and then they shifted so that they covered every inch of skin on Sasuke's body like armor. Naruto heard the gruesome cracks, no doubt the repair work on the bones. The skin stopped glowing, and Naruto shifted in a loose stance upon seeing it take on a gray color. Sasuke's hair grew, taking on a blue color and shifting into a form of a mane, much like Madara's. Then, Sasuke got up. Clearly, this was the change in the curse mark that had taken place inside the coffin. Sasuke stared at Naruto, an expressionless face, but the smugness was radiating off of him. Naruto couldn't quite hide the shock on his face, and his expression changed into a morbid curiosity as he heard the unmistakable voices of muscles being torn apart, or in this case, rearranged. There was no expression of pain on Sasuke's face, but Naruto couldn't quite hide his horror when a giant, clawed, webbed, gray hand tore out of the left side of Sasuke's back. Another one followed, this time on the right side of Sasuke's back, and both the arms spread, almost taking on the shape of wings. Only when thought went through Naruto's head. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Kurama and he had spoken on the same time, both of their tones echoing with disgust and disbelief. It was utterly disgusting and fascinating at the same time. Sasuke spoke lower than a whisper, but Naruto managed to hear him. My turn. Then, he moved. Naruto had flashed as soon as Sasuke spoke, to the farthest kunai he could. He watched, and moved just at the right moment to avoid Sasuke, who crashed where he was but a moment ago. He didn't have a moment of reprieve when Sasuke flew towards him, and punched him with such force that he was thrown back into the wall of the valley, cracks spreading out from the point of impact. Naruto groaned as he dropped to his knees. The force behind the punch was enough to drop a tree. The only reason he wasn't puking was because he hadn't ate anything, and that his body was significantly hardened from the use of resistance seals. He had barely gotten up when Sasuke was right back in his face. This time, he flashed away on pure reflex. His expression hardened, and he flashed away yet again when Sasuke converged on him. Sasuke chuckled, looks like the tables have turned, Naruto. He then dug his foot where he was, and flexed his newly acquired arm's wings. Naruto chose not to flash away this time, dodging the attack with a simple flip. He then locked into an arm struggle with Sasuke, with both their arms locked. Sasuke was surprised for a moment, but then smirked. Naruto's arms shook as he struggled to overpower Sasuke. The latter pushed him back without any appearance of struggle. Finally, Naruto allowed his rage to show. You want to do it this way? Fine then. Sasuke maintained his smirk when he saw Naruto clearly struggling. He could maintain this power for 10 minutes at most, but it should be enough to beat Naruto into the ground. He forced Naruto back, but widened when he saw something that he had never seen on the blonde's face. Rage. Sure, he had seen Naruto angry before, but nothing like this. Currently, Naruto looked like he was the type of guy who handled all of his problem by blowing them into oblivion. Then he felt it. Naruto's entire frame was then covered into an unfamiliar, orange glow. It was clearly chakra, and it took Sasuke only a second to place the familiar feeling of malice. Biju chakra. Naruto squeezed his hands, and it was Sasuke's turn to grimace in pain and struggle. His hands were being squeezed and bent backwards painfully, and something sharp was digging into the back of his hands, through his newly hardened skin. Nails. Sasuke was desperately trying to free his hands from Naruto's painful grip and completely failing, when he was pulled forward. For the first time, he glanced at Naruto's eyes and gave a horrified expression. Naruto's irises were completely red, with a black split in the middle. They were the eyes of the Kyuubi, Sasuke realized. You're a real pest. The growl frightened him more than he wanted to admit. Naruto's voice had gone a full octave deeper, and when he spoke, it was hard to say who was speaking, Naruto or the Kyuubi. Naruto broke the grip on Sasuke's right hand and punched Sasuke right on the side of his face. With Kyuubi's chakra coursing through him, his strength had been enhanced so much that Sasuke was sent crashing into the wall of the valley so hard that cracks spread from the point where he impacted, roughly in the shape of spider's web. Sasuke shook his head. That strike had hurt more than he expected, but not enough to cause anything more than some minor pain. A roar caused him to look up, and his jaw dropped when a full pillar of orange chakra shot up from Naruto into the sky, and cracks appeared on the ground due to the sheer density and the force of the chakra. When the pillar subsided, Sasuke observed the changes in Naruto. His hair had gotten wilder, with more spikes standing up. His eyes were red, and the whisker marks, which Naruto didn't have since the Chunin exams were back, only much more thicker. Sasuke was willing to bet that Naruto's canines had sharpened as well, even if his lips were closed. He was surrounded by an orange cloak of chakra, which clung to him like a second skin. His aura and posture screamed of power, and for the first time in the fight, Sasuke felt a little scared. If the fool is so hell-bent on trying to show off his power, Kurama said. It's only fair that we show him some of ours, Naruto agreed. Naruto allowed a full tail's worth of chakra to flow in him. He was willing to bet that Kurama's one tail contained more power than what Sasuke had right now. Sasuke cautiously took a step forward. Naruto. He never saw the blow coming. The beating that followed for the next 5 minutes was the worst that Sasuke had ever gone through. Naruto was relentless, not giving even one opening, and rained blow after blow on Sasuke. Sasuke tried to use his form's speed to get some breath, but Naruto quickly proved to be much faster than him in his own form. Either he was caught by pure speed, or he just happened to be unlucky enough to be near one of Naruto's Hiraishin kunai. Naruto was literally a blur, and even Sasuke's Sharingan was unable to catch or predict his movements, because they were very fast, and very erratic, not to mention very painful. By the end of 5 minutes, Sasuke knew that he had no chance of winning this fight through power. Naruto had proved that he was way ahead in that regard. Skill was out as well, as Naruto's arsenal was bigger than his own. He had less than a fourth of his chakra left, after which his current form would be gone. His only option left was deceit. And he knew just what to do. Naruto was enjoying pummeling Sasuke with his strength. It served the bastard right. He did not hold back at all, because he wanted Sasuke to know that he was the one with more power among them. He could hold this form for over 40 minutes, which meant 40 minutes of pure beating. But he was willing to give the guy a last chance to surrender. He walked down on the wall towards him slowly, like a predator stalking a prey. Ready to give up yet? Sasuke, who was bleeding from small cuts, had various bruises forming all over his body, snarled and sprang upward with the intention of snapping the blonde's throat for good. But Naruto simply flashed to a kunai 50 meters behind Sasuke, in a crouched position, sideways on the wall of the alley. I can't go on for much longer. This form won't last beyond 2 more minutes, and even that's pushing it. I've used up nearly all my chakra, damn it. He turned around and spoke slowly, in a drawl, hiding the pain from his voice. Let's end this, Naruto. One finishing move. The one who remains standing wins. Naruto also stood up, spinning a Hiraishin kunai in his left index finger as if he was bored with all the fighting. He rose an eyebrow at the suggestion. Indeed, let's end this useless fight, so I can finally drag you back to Konoha. The growl was as menacing as ever, but Sasuke didn't let that deter him. He smirked. That's yet to be decided. He charged up a Chidori in his left hand, but this time the chakra changed from pure crackling white to a sort of gray with a white center. Naruto narrowed his eyes, and a Rasengan came into existence on his right hand. The Rasengan was bigger than his palm, and the most curious thing that Naruto found about it was its color. It was a purple, which was rather puzzling since neither his nor Kurama's chakra was purple in color. Perhaps a mix of them. They stared at each other, and both took off at the same time. Naruto ran sideways along the wall of the valley, while Sasuke used his wings arms to fly equally sideways. They were 5 meters from each other when Naruto threw the kunai in his left hand towards Sasuke's head, who just tilted it aside to let it pass by harmlessly. Time slowed down when they were right in front of each other. Sasuke thrust his arm forward, making it seem like it was going to collide with the Rasengan, which was still on level with Naruto's shoulder. He changed the course of his arm, so that the Chidori would not collide with the Rasengan, but drive itself straight through Naruto's heart. This was his moment of victory. His arm inched forward towards Naruto's chest, but Naruto still kept eye contact with Sasuke, who was grinning sadistically. The Chidori would strike Naruto's chest before the Rasengan could meet it. The Rasengan would still collide on his arm, but that was way better than having it on the chest. Victory is mine. Just as the Chidori was about to make contact, it happened. Naruto vanished. Sasuke's eyes showed great shock as his Chidori passed through nothing but air. He was only able to express it for a moment, when an enormous force slammed in the middle of his back, driving him so that he sunk into the rock wall. He gave a grunt of pain, and then he realized what had happened. Shit. He teleported to the kunai he threw. As if sensing Sasuke's thoughts, Naruto said, "That was my flying thunder god, level 2. He then fully slammed the Rasengan on top of him. The impact and the power behind the Rasengan was so great that an entire part of the valley's wall collapsed. The wall cracked and shattered into smaller rocks that came down like rain. Naruto had snatched the victory from Sasuke by a landslide, quite literally. Naruto had flashed away as soon as the rocks had started raining. He watched with no small amount of pride that it was due to his power the wall had shattered. "Don't forget it was my power that you wielded, brat." Naruto grinned ferally. "You know what they say, a weapon is only as good as its wielder." The destruction was truly magnificent, if he had to admit. He flash-stepped to one of the bigger rocks, his senses finding Sasuke buried between some of them. He stood with a straight back and watched as some of the rocks shifted, revealing Sasuke, who was struggling to stand up. His back was surprisingly devoid of any heavy bruises. It seemed that the second skin offered some level of enhanced durability held out against the Rasengan. It still had bruises all over though, with a small marking on the middle of his back. He closed the reservoir inside, allowing his own chakra to flow through him once again. His knees were wobbling as he heaved deep breaths. It hurt so bad that Sasuke was barely holding out from crying. The force of that Rasengan was such that if not for his second form, Sasuke was sure that the Rasengan would have likely killed him by destroying his spine. It was a painful realization that Naruto had, after all, not held back against him. He lifted his head, and he was so exhausted that he could not even bring himself to be jealous, angry, irritated or frustrated at the sight. Naruto was standing on a rock calmly, without any semblance of exhaustion on him. Wind was gently blowing around them, blowing Naruto's bangs to the side. Just for a second, Sasuke thought that Naruto looked exactly like his father. He vanished again. He appeared right in front of Sasuke, slamming a palm right into his stomach. Sasuke's knees buckled, and he finally lost consciousness as he fell against Naruto. Naruto held Sasuke and gently laid him down on the ground. "That paralysis seal should keep you from running until we reach Konoha." He was about to sit down to rest for 5 minutes himself when the distinct sound of footsteps reached his ears. It was faint, but he glanced upwards and was rather surprised to see Kabuto's face peering down at the valley, coming to rest on him. Looked like he was here to collect Sasuke from him. "Ha!" Naruto grinned and held up a Hiraishin kunai towards Kabuto, to see if that would scare him or not. Even his right hand came up as if he were about to form a Rasengan. The resident, politely sarcastic look was promptly wiped from his face, replaced by a small amount of fear. He turned and walked away, no doubt to report to his master. Naruto put the kunai back in his pouch and sat down in front of Sasuke's for some rest. The fight had been exhilarating, easily the best and the most enjoyable fight he had ever been in, and he did not regret the hurt he bestowed upon Sasuke at all. In fact, in his opinion, the Uchiha could use some humbling, that the world did not revolve for him. There was a sound of thunder, and Naruto looked up with a smile as rain gently poured over both of them. It worked like magic, for Naruto's muscles seemingly relaxed on their own. It wiped the dirt from his body and face, and the best thing was, that it felt like a reward to him. All the hard work he put in this mission, and this was the reward. The thought of his team flashed into his mind and a frown of concern crossed over his features. He could only hope that reinforcements from Suna had reached his team in time. So lost he was in his thoughts that his head jerked up from its resting position on his hands when he heard the voice. "Naruto." He smiled tiredly. "You sure took your time, Kakashi." For once, Kakashi did not have a lame excuse. In fact, he did not have any excuse at all. His luck had been the worst for the last 2 days. The first thing he heard after returning from an A- rank mission was, Sasuke has left the village to join Orochimaru, Naruto and Shik. The second he heard, Naruto, he had ran out. He had always known that it would always come down to Naruto and Sasuke. He was puzzled as to how it happened. For the past few days, Sasuke had seemed content with his place in the village, and had developed bonds with his peers. So what the hell happened? He had chased relentlessly after his 2 students in a very unfair time frame, hoping to stop it before it was too late. Flashback. Kakashi. Kakashi looked down at Pakun, who ran at his side. "It's up ahead. I can smell the small amounts of blood. I also smell snakes, but not Orochimaru." The other guy. A small relief went through him at the mention that blood was only spilled in small amounts. Then his eye narrowed. "Kabuto," he murmured. Was Kabuto sent in case Naruto defeated Sasuke? "He is going away." Kakashi doubled his pace and reached at the valley, looking down at a sight that nearly dropped him in relief and filled him up with dread. Sasuke was laid on the ground on his back, eyes closed. He looked peaceful, too peaceful actually. Then there was Naruto, who was sitting with his head resting on his hands. He dropped down and tentatively approached them, and only then, he saw the seal on Sasuke's stomach. He relaxed a bit, knowing Naruto had put a seal on Sasuke to prevent him from escaping. He winced though, upon seeing the amount of abuse Sasuke's body had taken, no doubt by the hands of Naruto. Naruto. Flashback end. He gestured to Sasuke. Is he? Naruto nodded, unconscious, and will stay that way for quite a while. Kakashi gave a nod of understanding and looked around. The damage was enough to be visible. An entire section of the wall of the valley had been shattered to pieces. I really thought you would have less trouble bringing him in, considering your knowledge of seals and Hiraishin. Naruto gave a snort and nodded. I would have, but this was more than a mission for me. Both of us wanted to see where we stood in regard to each other. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. It was no secret to him that despite of being his superior, in terms of rank and power, Naruto shared a rivalry with Sasuke. It was mostly on Sasuke's part, but if there was one person in Konoha that Naruto wouldn't refuse to fight with all his power, it was Sasuke. The bond they shared was strange and rather ununderstandable. And what have you found out? A small smile appeared on Naruto's face, as if being reminded of a joke. He still has a few ways to go. Kakashi could not help the snort that escaped him. I can see that. Looking around, he found one thing out of place. Where's Kabuto? Oh, he did come here to collect Sasuke, but I scared him away. The statement sounded completely absurd. The right-hand man of Orochimaru, scared away. Apparently, he still remembers the Rasengan I drove into his gut. Ellipsis. That sounded believable. Anyone would keep their distance to avoid a repetition of that. Naruto frowned. What happened to my team? Kakashi shook his head. I don't know. I really just came to stop the both of you from killing each other. Naruto nodded in understanding and stood up in a smooth movement. I hope you don't mind carrying him, Kakashi. I am a bit tired, and in need of attention from my wife. Kakashi did not mind at all. In fact, he was ready to carry Naruto as well, should the blonde drop in exhaustion. But Naruto looked like he had barely been in a scuffle, unlike Sasuke. The guy could imitate a dead guy right now. Naruto flashed to all of his markers, collecting his kunai. He really should figure out a better way to do this, rather than flashing to everywhere. Unnecessary waste of chakra. Maybe he could summon them. A summoning contract for the Flying Thunder God. He filed that thought away for later. He came back to Kakashi and turned to him. Let's go. Omake-1. Did you see that? He totally got that from me. In your face, Uchiha. Fugaku was really not in a good mood. Here he was, in heaven, with his wife, enjoying a quiet lunch, when he was informed that his son has deserted the village. Quickly, his wife and he rushed to their television, which allowed them to watch their sons every now and then. Surprisingly, he found the Yondaime Hokage and his wife at their house as well. Kushina, the ever-chippy Uzumaki, replied, both of our children are on the TV. Fugaku and Makoto were horrified that Sasuke was going to Orochimaru of all people to gain power to kill Itachi. Makoto looked ready to cry, and Fugaku hated the fact that he could do nothing but watch. But both of them were surprised when they learned that Kushina and Minato's son was in charge of the mission to bring Sasuke back. Ever since they had learned that Naruto had made Jonin, Kushina had been extremely proud and happy. So much that she took every opportunity to gloat about it. Minato did no such thing, but his eyes shined with pride every time the talk was about his son. Makoto, his dear, sweet wife, took Kushina's gloating in stride, long used to her best friend's habits. But Fugaku never liked the fact that Naruto was the genius that was being compared to the likes of his father and his older son. Sasuke was always a bit too slow in his eyes. Maybe that came from having a genius for his older son. They all watched the fight between their sons with mixed expressions. Minato was unbearably smug of the fact that his son was capable of tricking and outspeeding the Sharingan. The fight came to the current point, where Naruto had executed the brilliant plan of punching Sasuke with the force of a freight train. Minato was shaking his head at his son's straightforwardness and lack of efficiency in the plan, but couldn't deny the results. If not for Orochimaru's seal, Sasuke would not have been able to get up again. But Kushina was all too happy to gloat. Even Fugaku couldn't deny that such a blunt plan could only have been thought up by someone who was related to Kushina. Then came the horror. Both the Uchiha, well, only Makoto, but Fugaku was close, cried when they saw what their son had become. Even Kushina had tears in her eyes. Both the parents watched how Naruto was basically tossed around effortlessly by Sasuke for a while. Then Minato and Kushina cheered up on seeing the power of the Kyuubi coursing through their son. It was a literal smackdown after Naruto harnessed the Biju chakra. Sasuke stood no chance at all. But the shock came when Minato, who was generally a very cool person, stood up and cheered. Yes, the reason for that was Naruto had used the Hiraishin in the same manner Minato had to take down the rogue Uchiha all those years ago. The irony of that statement was not lost on any of them. Kushina smiled wistfully when the TV switched off. I guess he really is more of your son than mine. Minato, the ever-loving husband, wrapped an arm around his wife and kissed her cheek. He is our son, Kushina. Not just mine, or yours, but ours. Kushina smiled and nodded, and he really took my words to heart about finding a woman like me. Omake too. Madara cursed as he handed over the money to Hashirama, who smiled goofily. As if there was any doubt. Madara scoffed at his rival's statement. You were just lucky, Hashirama. I am beyond ashamed that my descendant needed foul power such as that to try and beat yours. Tobirama spoke up from behind them, approval lacing his tone. Now that is what I call a good use of my jutsu. Madara glared at the white-haired Senju, who had turned his head and was innocently whistling. While you may think Tobirama was proud of Naruto's maneuver, Madara clearly knew that Tobirama only found joy in the fact that Naruto brought the wall down on an Uchiha. Madara turned away from both of them, watching the sun. It was only a matter of a few years before he was revived. Until then, he would have to endure, as painful as it was.